You are watching the Vodka stream.
What's happening, everybody? Hey! Welcome to the Vodka stream. It is Friday. We've made it through another week. Yay! Welcome, guys. How we doing? Hopefully, we're doing good out there. Yay! Cheers. Vodka flowing tonight. That's not all vodka. It's there's that too. Just saying. Cheers. How we doing out there? Hopefully, you guys are doing good. All right, let's see what is happening. Yes, you were the first guy here. One is the loneliest number, but hey, now there's a lot of people here, so that's good there, MSGT. All right, we got Mr. Nate right here. Hey, Dave, just got back from seeing Quantum Mania, and I really enjoyed it. I can't wait to see Jonathan Majors too, but I did post my review and expressed that, yeah, it was fine. It was fine. Fine. I mean, look, Miss Nighthawk says it right here. A long time ago in a quantum multiverse far, far away, movie was mid at best. Yes, there you go. She was right there next to me. I will say, though, the little squirmy gummy guy, when he started doing when he was running, we both totally started laughing at it and talking about his holes. Jeez. It was interesting little thing. We got Hal Jordan here. Remember to hit that yes. What Hal says. Absolutely. Let's see. Yeah, of course, Paul Rudd. Yeah. Paul Rudd is always good. Always good. It just felt like, it just wasn't strong enough. I wanted more Paul Rudd goodness. I don't know. Paul Rudd, I mean, I will say, though, at the end, he took on King, and I was like, that's cool. Final act was the strongest part, even though there were some dumb parts in there too. What's going on there, Mr. Fear Jason? Good to see you. We got Mama Film Junkie. Hey, Mom. How's it going? Good to see you. Love you. We got Bat Fan KGB right there. Good to see you. What's going on, Ronak? Has it been a while? All right. I don't know. Seems like, it's always quick. The Vodka stream's here, and I'm like, whoa, crazy. Howdy, what's going on, Mr. Joshua? I'm just going to lurk for a while I cook and finish up some work. Are you Walter White? What are you cooking? Meth? What's going on? You in a Winnebago somewhere? I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just reading that right there. It seems a little suspicious, a little sus, as the kids say. What's going on, Ryan? Good to see you. We got Saggy here. Uh-oh. Hide your kids. Hide your wives. She'll be most likely joining the panel. She wants to talk about the Flash. We're all going to be talking about the Flash trailer, of course. Victor, what is happening? Finally watching the stream without worrying about work tomorrow. Yes. Here in Brazil, it's Carnival Week. Nice. Well, cheers, man. Cheers. Thank you for joining. All right, we got some super chats here. All right, cool. Every little bit helps. We got Rhett. How you doing? That Flash trailer made me want to play Batman Arkham Knight again. Still not the greatest game in the series. Yeah, there is some vibes they gave the Keaton Batman, right? Didn't they? The hype for Quantumania has gone in a flash. Was gone in a flash. I like to play on words there. And I suggest everybody watch it. I mean, it's a chat. I liked it better than Ant-Man and the Wasp, the last one. I did like it better than, I forgot to say that in my review, that I liked it better than the previous, but it just still was like, there's just things I was like, it just felt like, I don't know. It was definitely had some uniqueness to it, but then just some of the execution on things. And I think it was just bad casting with the Cassie actress. I just didn't, I don't know. I really thought they could have found somebody better. Nothing against that actress. She just was like one Just one emotion on her face. One emotion. Is Zack Snyder Justice League canon to the Flash film? Absolutely. Yeah. They don't want to be canon to that piece of shit that came out in 2017. Are you going to share it with all of us? I mean, that's the only reason why I'm inviting you on. Just share that lava cake. Come on. Did you see James Gunn? Yes, I'll be talking about that. We'll probably talk about that tonight too. If we bring it up, remember to bring it up, but definitely we'll be talking about that on Monday on Film Junkie Live. So what's going on, Chuck? You dug it? That's good. I'm glad that people are digging it. It's just, yeah, like I said, for me, it was just kind of but I'm glad that people are digging it. Did I miss the Campea bashing? No, there has not been any Campea bashing. I had to cancel my yeah. Oh, that sucks. So you had tickets to the Kings and the Ducks. I want to go to another hockey game again. I definitely do. And then thank you, Nicotina. Obviously, StreamYard didn't show it, but thank you for being almost, he said hashtag sell Zack Snyder Justice League to the Film Junkie. There you go. Film Junkie Productions. We'll get that shit made. Absolutely. There you go. We'll continue the Snyderverse right there. So your face the other night when you found out Grace yeah. I know. I should probably put that in a short. That was, you know what? That was, I don't even you know why I didn't know about that? Is because I have her on mute. I even did like a short video where I did like I forgot exactly what it was about, but it was a short video I remember a few months ago when it came to Grace, and I did a whole thing where I was like, I muted her, and I actually did do that. That's the thing. I actually muted her. So that's why I probably didn't see when she followed, because, and then it was just like, it was hilarious. And I apologize to Christian, I think his name was Chris, or maybe Christian, whatever the hell, is the fact that I was like, oh man, I did not realize that. And then I pulled it up on the laptop. I'm like, oh my gosh, she does follow me. Like, why? But I don't go go hard at the whole Grace thing. I mean, I'll when she, come on, let's face it, that last rumor with the whole George Clooney thing, which could be very much true, and if you watch the Film Junkie shot about it, could very much be true. But the whole thing about continuing, like if the former Batman was going to continue to be the new DCU Batman, that was ridiculous. And that's why I had to do it. But yeah, it was just kind of like, oh, wow. So I don't know. I know I should have did like a little like opening for like the next Film Junkie Live where I found that out, and then all of a sudden she goes, well. I'm sick, so I switched my. Oh, okay. Well, hopefully you feel better soon. Hopefully you feel better. So, all right, we got Ziggs right here. What is happening? Cheers. Got some wine. All right, I like that. I'm not gonna try to take your cake, Chase. Not gonna try to take your cake. It's fine. It's fine. All right, thank you for the $10 super chat, Rhett. The Flash is most likely going to be the best comic book movie of the year. The hype is real. It's Michael Keaton's world, and we just live in it. Yeah. Talk about smart getting that guy back. I mean, obviously us nerd boys and girls that know the Flashpoint story, we were like, hey, we want Thomas Wayne, but I think it's smart what they did, instead of just making it a time travel, fuck up the timeline situation. Let's do a multiverse situation. Why not? Game City Savior, good to see you. As far as I know, as far as I know, I don't know. Yeah. I haven't checked recently, but I don't know. Maybe she just was like, I would gladly have a conversation with her too. I've always said, even if I have gripes about some of these people, like like her or Campea, I still respect that they've built their audience and have built their brand because that's something I'm doing too. I haven't. They do this shit for a living. I would love to do this shit for a living, but I sadly can't do that yet. Hopefully, but that's why I say that. Grace is definitely watching. Is she? I don't know. Who is that? Is that you? Is that you, Grace? Is that your burner account? Person I was hating on the Flash. So I know. Yeah, I saw. I didn't watch the video, but I heard. Hope the Flash can balance being a love letter to the Snyderverse and Keaton. I know that's what I'm hoping for too. I'm really hoping for that too. That it could just represent. It could represent, the past, and then represent the past, and then the past is in Michael Keaton and all that stuff, and then the Snyderverse stuff, and then it could be, like, hey, there's hope for the future. Like it could just be that awesome bridge. That's what I'm hoping for. Hey, Draga's here. Thank you. That's right. I'm gonna dress like I already dressed like Ace Ventura for Halloween one year, but I'm gonna dress like this one of these years, depending on we'll do that. So let's see who else we got. We got Jacob. All right. Hey Dave, you think the Flash? I think it has a good shot. It has a good shot, but I'm not gonna, I'm just kind of with all the buzz that's already, coming around. I'm thinking it has a good shot to do it. And again, one of the main reasons why it would have a good shot to do it is because of Michael Keaton coming back. It really is. It really that too. So, Dave, looks like that one guy from Monsters Inc. Okay, see, that's what I was talking about. You're talking about the one of the creatures there. But it's not. I mean, are we talking about Mike Zazowski? I don't know if we're talking about him, but yeah, just the way that he was like bloop, 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 like that. I'm trying to think. Am I thinking of that? Because even Steph was saying that last night. Mike Wazowski. I know. I can't. I'm like Boo. I can never say his last name. Mike Wazowski. Wazowski. I'm like her. I can't say his last name, but maybe. Because she even mentioned that last night, but I was like, I think there was something else. Maybe I am thinking about that. I mean, I don't know. She brought that up last night. She pointed that out instantly, and I was like, yeah, it could be that, but I could have maybe swore there was like another character that was similar to that, where I was like, oh man. And then of course today is February 17th. I'm gonna raise my glass because today is Taylor Hawkins' birthday. Yeah. So he was born today. He would have been 51 years old today. If you guys don't know who Taylor Hawkins is, he was the drummer to Foo Fighters, and he passed away last year. That's coming up. That anniversary is coming up what soon, like next month. I was live. I was doing this stream when I found that out. And if you guys, obviously, everybody knows that Foo Fighters are my favorite band ever. They're my favorite band. It's Foo Fighters, Metallica, and then other bands and stuff like that. But Foo Fighters, I've been there since the beginning. I had the cassette tape. But yeah, it's his birthday today. Didn't realize when exactly his birthday was, but of course, the Foo Fighters, the Twitter account posted a tweet saying miss you, so definitely miss that guy, and we'll always miss him because being the fact that the only instrument that I can halfway play is the drums. He was my favorite drummer too. So cheers to Taylor Hawkins, man. Gone way too soon. Jesus. Dave, in the Flash trailer at 2:09, there's a batarang does not match. There is a batarang does not match Ben or Keaton batarang. Is it a hint for no? Well, the only batarang that I saw looked like Keaton's batarang. Like I have I have a version of that right over there. So it looked like that. So I think that was Keaton's I'm pretty sure that was Keaton's batarang. So. All right, let's start filing some people in here. I'm going to start sending out the links to people so we can have a nice little discussion. Boop. All right. Boop. Okay. Boop. Come on. Come on. Boop. All right. All right. Just start sending them out. There we go. So, anyways, okay. But yeah. Do you think the Flash trailer is getting people's expectations too high? Well, I mean, what can you do? It's a trailer. They want to get people's expectations way high. Of course they do. Of course they do. They want to get people's expectations. That's what it's all about right there. You know, it's up to the person. Up to the person, you know. I always try to go into a movie with not super high expectations. I don't want to be disappointed. Even though I went in with low expectations for Ant-Man, I think it kind of met those. I shouldn't say that. It's still better than the last one. Anyways, all right. Let me get some things on here. Put that. Yeah, something new in there. Interesting. All right. First off, we got Mr. Seek showing up right now. What's going on, sir? Hey.
Hey, I actually was like, oh, that's cool. I'll come in with everybody, and so I was just listening to the show and checking the chat out, and yeah, hello everyone.
Yeah, no problem. No, I was just like, you know, I know you were first because I was like, I sent it to you on Instagram, but don't worry, you're not the only one that is showing up right now because we also got Scott. There we go. We got Mr. Scott showing up right there.
By the way, help Dave do this for a living. T-shirts down below.
Exactly.
Nice.
There you go. Wearing the Batman the Fanimated Stream shirt, and I love it. Love it. Love it. And then we got somebody else also showing too. I'm going to use this drop. The Saggy Melons.
Sounds about right. Sounds about right. That's because I'm not sharing with my cake. I know. I get it. Like
pretty much. That's what it is.
Well, you can't have it. Too bad.
Oh.
Hi, Scott.
Hi, Saggy. How you doing?
I was good until the fart drop.
What? I usually save that for Garza, but
We're talking about Saggy. You're silent but deadly. We all understand this.
That's good save, Scott. You listen. That's a line of a married man who's definitely had to save himself from certain conversations with good comebacks. Proud of you, Scott.
It's what I do. What can I say?
It's what he does. So how's everybody doing tonight?
I'm amazing, actually.
It's Friday, Dave. It's Friday.
That's pretty much all you can really say, right? It's like it is Friday. And...
Oh, it was nice to go see a matinee yesterday, though, with my
wife.
wife.
You decided not to go see Ant-Man. You saw another movie.
I saw Marlowe.
I didn't even know this movie was coming out. See, that's the thing. Anytime a big blockbuster movie comes out, it just drowns out. And you saw a Liam Neeson noir.
I know. I liked it a lot.
Nice. I'm gonna have to check it out.
Oh, it is definitely worth checking out. It's actually written and directed by Neil Jordan, who, if you don't know the name, he won the Oscar back in 1992 for The Crying Game.
Wow. That is wow. I remember watching that movie. It's a good movie, but yeah, it was like one of those movies that was like, big for obviously the time, but man, that long. I mean, what has he done since?
He's done actually some other stuff. Like I had to do a Wikipedia search, and I'm like, oh, he's been like working.
Yeah.
But it was what caught my attention was his name didn't stand out to me when I heard about the movie, and then I saw a Twitter ad and it said Academy Award winning Neil Jordan. So I just went, oh, okay. What did he win the Academy Award for? Oh, he wrote the screenplay for The Crying Game. Okay.
There you go. That's crazy. That's awesome. So good movie, huh?
It was a good movie. My wife and I literally had the theater to ourselves, which was
nice.
Which was nice and sad at the same time. It's like,
wait. You had the theater to yourself, and you're telling me you didn't seize the opportunity? You actually watched the movie? I'm just saying.
No.
They're not in high school. They're not in high school.
No, Saggy, you got to understand. This is my problem. When I go see a movie, I actually
He's like, I paid for this.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know what's funny? The last time I went to the movie with someone, they fell asleep during the movie, and I'm just like watching the movie, and all of a sudden I hear. Yeah. I'm like, bro, like, did you know we were? You knew what we were doing today.
Some guys can't watch a movie. My one of my really good friends, Kyle, he'll do that too. It sucks too because like there'll be times where it's like, oh yeah, you got to watch this movie. You'll put it on, and like if we're like either my house, his house, 20 minutes in, he's just.
My wife did that during Blade Runner 2049, and it pissed me off so.
Doesn't that piss you off? Yes.
God, she woke up to divorce papers.
she did it because Hans Zimmer and Benjamin Wallfish were trying to do a nice sort of Vangelis homage with the soundtrack, and my wife just calls that music white noise, and I just went, "Screw you, honey." Seriously.
Oh my god, I am so rude. I just realized I did not once say hi to C.
I didn't either. I was like, maybe I've met her before. I go, so yeah, hello, Saggy.
Hello,
Saggy.
I'm like, wait a minute, there's another person here I didn't even acknowledge. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to give. You know what it is, because Dave started that clip, and that just set the tone for the stream. So you can blame Dave.
And I laughed so hard I fell off camera out of panel. So you were probably like, "Oh, there's no one else here. It's just Scott.
It's just a chair. It's just a Scott in a chair.
Just chair and a dog in the background."
Exactly. Yeah. It was good. It was a good opening.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
It's all the cake I ate. Oh my goodness. So, Cocaine Bear.
Okay.
I'm interested. Have you seen this?
I saw the trailer, and I'm just like, I'm sitting there like, this is the thing. And Elizabeth Banks, which I find interesting, is making the Cocaine Bear. It looks, I don't know why, but the trailer looks so good considering it's called Cocaine Bear. So I know every time I bring up, like, everyone's like, oh, dude, I'm excited to see that. I'm like, really? Something called Cocaine Bear? Really?
It looks insane. It looks insane. It's like, yeah, I mean, like, it's like one of those movies where it's inspired by a true story. This is something that actually happened, and then they just took that idea and said, all right, let's make this crazy R-rated movie. And rest in peace, Ray Liotta. I think this might be his last film that he actually did. I think, because he's in it, and yeah, I mean, it just looks batshit crazy, and I'm like, yeah, it's just one of those movies that I'm thinking, because I think the studio, I don't know who's distributing it, but I mean, they had a Super Bowl ad and everything. So they're really trying to push this whole thing. So, and I'm thinking that, it's going to be one of those. Yeah.
So it's funny because my biggest thing is like, how many people are going to go see that movie high on cocaine?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure it's going to be like half the theater.
Steve's like, it'll be me.
And bath salts.
Yeah, and bath salts.
Oh boy! So whoever's going to Seek might want to sit a few seats away because he might eat your face off.
Oh, okay. Hey, Dave. It's Universal.
Oh,
there you go. They got the money. They got the money too, because it was just kind of funny seeing. I mean, during the Super Bowl, there was like a small TV spot. It was like, I think they had a 15-second one. It was a short one, or a 10-second one, but it was there. And then they even had a poster of the bear like on a football field sniffing up the white chalk stuff. It was like, I was like, perfect, fucking perfect. I'm like, yeah, the marketing has been great. I want to see it. It just looks like it's gonna be insane. And good on Elizabeth Banks, because her last movie was a shit sandwich. Sorry, Charlie's Angels.
Hashtag restore the cocaine verse.
Well, and then also with it being Universal, that means there's a good chance of it either being same day or shortly thereafter on Peacock.
That's very true.
Because I'm going to tell you what, Paramount Plus is like out there putting out like some damn good television, and Peacock is being really quiet in like all those Universal movies that you don't quite catch in theaters. Like, they're getting them onto that streaming service, and I'm like, oh, cool, I'll watch this. I'll watch this now. Like,
no, it's good. It's good. Yeah, they're trying to figure that whole thing out. Scott, I'm gonna have to. You gotta come back in again.
It's doing it again.
Yes, it's doing it again. I don't know. Streamer hates you.
You'll come back stronger than ever, though, Scott.
I know you will. That's
what
I don't know why. I don't know.
Come back in 8K somehow. We'll be like, what the hell?
Just do a little bear blow, and he'll come back stronger.
We'll see the pores in his face. All right, you're back.
Look
looking
at this
pretty
guy,
again.
handsome as ever.
Happens on Fanimated ever, and it's
No,
becoming like a weekly occurrence now on the Vodka stream.
I don't know what the heck.
understand.
It just for some reason StreamYard is just like
Your
nope.
internet gets drunk when it does this stream.
Apparently, it's the internet's sucking up the vodka. Man, I tell you what. But so obviously, like one of the main topics that we will be talking about tonight, of course, is the Flash trailer. I mean, that was talking about the Super Bowl. I mean, there was the Flash trailer, there was the TV spot which had more footage, which arguably some of that footage was like even more like, oh, what the when it came to the TV spot. But and of course there'll be some other people that'll show up too. But let's talk about our initial reactions. I know, Scott, you guys did a review of it. Sadly I didn't listen to it. I apologize. I should have.
Wow.
We even dropped it the same
Wow.
night.
I know. I suck. I meant to listen to it and I just totally spaced on it.
I was very proud. I was very proud of Tim. Like I watched it like when I didn't know that there was like an announced time it was going to drop. I was just that was like a lazy day. Heather and I were literally just binging television all day, and then I'm just checking my Twitter feed, and I was like, "Oh wow, okay, so it's happening at 5 Central. Oh, all right." So we took a break. I cast it onto the TV from my phone, and Callum was there. Callum lost his freaking mind.
Wow.
I mean, my
young one.
The 2.5-year-old was like, like, I mean, he was loving like all the stuff that was going on, and so was I. Spoiler alert for my reaction. And I love it though, is that when Keaton shows up, my wife just goes, like, she watches the whole thing, and then it's over, and she just turns to me and goes, "Is that who I think it is?"
Dude, I'm telling you, like, as much as us that know the Flashpoint story, and we were like, we know who's supposed to be the Batman in this story. Kudos for them to just be like, all right, let's tweak it a little bit, because when the TV spot happened, I mean, obviously when the trailer dropped, I was at my buddy's house, and I was like, all right, I went into their guest bedroom, and that's why like I did a little short initial reaction, and just watched it on my phone, and then I recorded a video, and then the TV spot happened, and all of a sudden it was like, it shows Batman, and then like my buddy and a couple other people were like, who's that? I'm like, it's Michael Keaton. And they went, what? And I'm like, yeah. And then all of a sudden they're like, holy shit, yeah, I'll watch that. I'm like, see, I get it. I get why they made that decision. I mean, I totally get it. Seek, what's your reaction to it?
Well, actually, I want to go after Saggy because I actually don't know her thoughts on it. I'm assuming she's excited though.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
I cried. I legitimately cried. Like I did a live reaction. So I went live like a couple minutes before I was told that the trailer was dropping, and as soon as it went live, I did a live reaction, and like you can even hear me. I cried. I cried for multiple reasons. I cried the hardest when I saw Keaton, just because it was nice to see him back in the suit. The nostalgia kicked in, but I was really so proud of Ezra, because Ezra went through hell last year, and everyone just wanted Ezra to fail. In seeing this trailer, seeing how amazing it was, seeing Ezra up there, seeing Ezra in the suit, and even though I haven't seen the full extent of Ezra's acting, because this is the first time we're really gonna get to see Ezra's acting, because Ezra's playing two different characters that are the same, like two different versions of Barry Allen. So I was so proud. Like I cried because I was proud to see it. And I was happy that I like the wave of people who saw that and loved it also got me emotional, because I knew it was going to be amazing, and I knew people were going to like it. So yeah, my reaction initially was just like, this is awesome. I'm so excited to see this movie. I can't wait to see all the stuff that we haven't gotten spoiled. Thank God it wasn't too much spoily, because I was like, please don't be too spoily. But yeah, overall, I'm super excited. June 16th cannot come soon enough for me.
There you go.
Well, as a DC fan, I always love hearing like people's passion, like for whatever character it is, or actor, or whoever does it for you. I'm a little not to be a descending voice here.
That's fine.
The trailer looked good. And as a DC fan, I was like, I'm just so happy that it looked good. And it certainly got a lot of people who maybe know some of the drama behind the filmmaking. Because I immediately, like Saggy probably, I went and watched other people's content, like their reactions to it. I tried to grab as many as I could, and a genuine, it was excitement. And I'm like, well, for a DC fan, that's good to see majority of excitement for something. And yeah, for Keaton, definitely. And I share that excitement. I don't have the full nostalgia because obviously I was a kid. There's actually a picture I've shared on my Instagram a bunch where me and my little brother at the opening night of Batman when it came out, and we're actually wearing Batman Converse shoes and a Batman t-shirt. Yeah, and we're all decked out in Batman gear, and it's me and my little brother going to see it opening night. And so clearly big effect on me as a kid, but that nostalgia doesn't go back for me, unfortunately, 30 plus years. So I didn't feel overwhelmed by Keaton, but it was so awesome to see him. And I'm excited. I'm definitely critical of the stuff Ezra's gone through, but I also try, if no one was killed and people are trying to do better, I do what I can to try to separate artists from artists, like personal feelings versus their art, the best I can. So I'm kind of in that fence, but I still thought it was a really awesome trailer. So, and I'm glad people love it, because as a DC fan, we need a win for the most part.
Well,
wait. Question, Seek.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to ask Seek real quick because he mentioned that he wasn't like the nostalgia thing. Wait, how old are you?
Oh man, 500 something. I lost track.
Because I'm 37 and I saw Keaton. I squealed like a little girl on my first day of school.
Yeah, but I have no memories of my childhood. So that's what I mean. So I was I think I was 10 when the movie came out. So I'm in my early 40s.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I did not know that.
Oh, yeah. Go watch last week's stream. It was a really good stream. It was really good.
She was here, but she missed that part.
Yeah, I was there, but I was working. I was writing, so I kind of like tuned out for a minute to focus, and then I came back and like you guys are on to something else. So yeah.
See, for me, Seek, I think what got me was when we saw that first footage at the second DC Fandom.
Yeah.
I remember being very underwhelmed or whelmed, since I love Young Justice.
Yeah, Young Justice. Yeah.
Big Young Justice fan. About the visuals. And I actually mentioned this, Dave, when you finally listened to my fucking podcast. Just saying. It's only like 30 minutes. I mean, come on, man.
Okay. Hey, did you listen to it?
Yeah.
Did you?
Drop a link in the chat.
Exactly. Scott. Don't give me shit.
Right, but you're closer than I am.
I know. It's been that kind of week. I know.
And I will get you that link, Sig.
Okay.
But the thing that really got me when the trailer first started off, because we also saw scenes or shots that we saw in that fandom teaser. So it was really nice to go, oh, wow, it's amazing. Some color timing and, a little bit more post-production. And it's like, because when we got the footage, they literally like just wrapped principal photography.
Right.
They just whipped that thing up.
They just whipped the thing out. So it didn't look good. Yeah. And so it was so nice to see some of the exact same footage now that it's gotten a little bit of a spit and polish on it and going, okay. It's going to look cinematic. This is going to look good. And then as it went on, and I've seen people complaining with the visual effects, this is where Ray's It's All Subjective comes in, because I'm sitting here going, I think this looks gorgeous, and I'm excited about it. Like you said, Dave, the boot to boot shot.
Dude, that was my favorite shot. It was just something about like when I saw that, I was like, oh, I kept rewinding. I'm like, what is happening right there? So it's like in the desert, they're taking on the Kryptonians, and like the two Flashes just like do this whole thing where they just lock boots, and then they just like repel off each other. And then you got blue lightning, you got yellow lightning, and it was just like insane. And I was like, whoa, like, wow. I don't know. It's just that shot was cool.
It was gorgeous. And so that's what helped build some of my excitement, because I think what I said was the Flash has always been the movie of the four this year that I was the most interested in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This trailer has now given me hype
Yeah.
You know, it's like that. It's like that DiCaprio. You know, you had my curiosity, but now you have my attention. You know, and so I'm excited. And then the other one that really got me was seeing Keaton get to do action that he never was able to do because of production limitations back in 89 and 92. Like that one shot where he does like the hang glider thing and does a complete like Arkham move from the video games where he like swoops down, like grabs a guy and like slams him down on the ground. I'm like, I've seen that shot. And now I'm seeing it with Keaton.
Usually I'm pushing buttons when that's happening.
You know what though? I have the biggest grievance with Keaton right now though.
I
have to be critical. Tell me why they did not fix his mask so he could turn his neck.
Well, I'm curious, but can he?
Why? Of all the costumes that man has, they don't have one with a functioning thing where he can turn his neck. I can't believe they still kept the neck thing.
I'm Batman.
or it's still gonna be like I would love it if it's like
they'll fix it in post.
Or they'll make it part of the thing. Like
they probably
let's be honest, there is something kind of cool when you go back and watch 89, the way like his whole body
I like it. Yeah.
It's got this power to it.
There's something to it. The only time that it didn't like it feels weird is when that shot in Batman Forever when Val Kilmer in the Batwing, he has to like in the cockpit has to go like this.
Yes.
No, not even that. With Keaton in the Batmobile, it looked like he had like a neck brace on the whole movie, and I felt bad for him because I'm like, oh my god, I can't imagine how his neck is just like.
Well, here's the thing:
he couldn't hear shit either. That's the thing.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, Batman doesn't need to turn his head. He knows what's over there.
Yeah.
He uses his bat suit out of nowhere.
Yeah, he's already planned everything, so he knows what's over there.
That cracks me up though.
But I'm also ready to see the Batwing doing some Top Gun level dogfighting against those Kryptonian ships.
Yeah,
that's gonna be cool.
I will say that when we get into the detailed part of it, because I will say what actually made me smile too was seeing Zod. Like I was like, oh, I actually didn't think this was going to be part of the story where it was I was like, that's awesome. Like that to me made me go, okay, good. It's not just a straight rip adaptation of Flashpoint, which would have been really easy and low-hanging fruit to do. Like they're actually doing a spin on it with but like tying it back to what started their universe, which was Man of Steel. And even with Supergirl, because it wasn't in Man of Steel, wasn't there like a empty pod?
Oh yeah, and if you go by the Walmart comic that came out, that was written by Sterling Gates, but the story was done by Goyer and Zach and all that. Yet the comic told you it was
Kara.
Oh yeah, so there you go.
Right. Yeah, I was shocked with the Zod because I actually didn't know like who the big baddie was gonna be, like who the big threat was outside of the fact that Barry Allen changed the timeline where there's no humans. But seeing Zod, that shocked me too. I was like, wait a minute, wait, what? I was like, wait a minute. As soon as I saw that screen, that digitized screen, I was like, no.
And then you're seeing the Black Zero, and I'm sitting there going,
they're going right back into it. And apparently they might be going back into BVS, Suicide Squad. Who knows what's going to be happening? I mean, we only saw just a little bit of it, which I am like one of those, ever since I saw Back to the Future 2 and you see Marty crawling across the fucking stage lighting thing while the other Marty's playing Johnny Be Good. I love when I love that concept when it comes to time travel, going back into something you've already seen. And, just something about that just like tickles me.
Well, and I'm curious too, is it time travel or is it the same event happening on a different Earth?
See, that's the thing. That's the thing.
Well,
It's time.
That part has got to be time. Like Zaggy
I'm going to say it's got to be.
It is time because he goes back to save his mom. And when he does, that's what changes the timeline. So this part is time.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know because
I'm thinking he needs to go into the multiverse to get people to help him fight.
Okay, that's a theory. That's a theory that I had. Like,
okay,
like I even said this on my review. It's either what you just said, Seek, which is he's bringing people to screwed up timeline of his Earth, or he's traveled to different Earths and he's experiencing these events on a different Earth under different circumstances. I don't.
Well, that whole storyline, because they did that in the CW Flash too, where it's like different Earths, but also he changed time. Because in the beginning, and when he did that, the first time in the CW show that he did that, it was defined as a time change. Like he changed the timeline, not it was a different Earth. Then later on, it got complicated by saying, "Oh no, these are different Earths." So it's when it comes to the Flash and how that works, I'm also kind of confused because it's like first it's time travel. Now it's going into multiverses. So I honestly don't know. Maybe I missed it in the Flash where they explained it. Because I remember in the beginning it was time travel. Then later on we had Crisis on Infinite Earth. So I'm like, which is it? I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit of both. I don't know.
I'm actually hoping it's a little bit of both. Because, I mean, the Flash can do both. He can travel through time, but he can also, vibrate at the different frequency to be able to go to a different Earth. So I would be down for it being all of it, because that way it's not just a multiverse movie and it's not just a time travel movie.
Right. Yeah. It's exactly. It's kind of all in one.
The way they could explain it is every time he time travels, it creates another Earth,
which is technically multiversal theory.
Right. So, I mean, that would be the best way to explain it. But like I said, when you ask that, it's like, well, when you go back in time to change something, that is technically definition time travel. But then again, it does get confusing with the multi-Earths and stuff like that. So,
it's difficult. I mean, obviously, the MCUs have tackled this. I mean, they've tackled the time travel thing, and I know a lot of people were like, iffy about Endgame's whole time travel concept, but
I was kind of iffy on Endgame's
time
travel.
I know it is iffy. It is iffy when it comes to all that. But yeah, it is interesting, and I'm curious to see how they explain it, because I mean, we saw that shot of Barry saying like, why do you want to save this one? Is like, this is the one where where my mom lives, or whatever the heck he says something.
Yeah, he says where my mom lives.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously the whole crux of the story is the fact that it's like, okay, he obviously we know that he wants his mom to survive, and I love the different colors. That's what I kept pointing out.
The blues and the yellows.
Yes, and the yellows, like you saw the yellow, and then all of a sudden, like when she's like dying, and and Henry Allen's there and he's there, it's like everything's blue. I'm like, man, I'm just kind of going like, man, Muschietti's using some colors right here, which I really love that. I love it when a director will use a color palette or just colors in general just to express a mood of a scene. And I'm going, okay, I'm really digging that. So I'm really interesting to see.
I don't think it's the mood though.
Yeah, what do you think?
I think that because I'm taking my logic from Power Rangers. If the characters are wearing specific colors, that means something. And those colors in those scenes, I do feel like it is maybe part of mood, but I think the blue is in reference to the blue lightning Flash, and the yellow is the yellow Flash, because that you see in this trailer, the kids have two different colored shirts.
But at the same time, it's like, I think I would say that the Barry Allen that we know has the yellow lightning,
even though he had the blue lightning
before. But I mean, like the shot with the boots, I'm pretty sure that the young Barry is the blue lightning.
The blue lightning is what I'm gonna call the other Barry, and the yellow lightning is our Barry.
That's why I was like, that's why I'm like, it's interesting to think about, because I mean, obviously we know, like, if you're familiar with the concept of the colors of the, of all that, but it's just, but at the same time, I'm just kind of going, that's what was kind of confusing me too, Saggy, was the fact it was like, okay, so the Barry that we see there where the mom does die, yeah, it's blue. And then of course, when they're dancing in the kitchen, it's yellow. And I'm like, that kind of threw me off as well, because I'm like, wait a minute, I thought our Barry, the Barry that we're following, he's going to be the more experienced one. So he's going to have the more yellow. He's going to have the yellow lightning that we've seen with the new costume and everything. And then the young Barry's going to have the blue lightning. I don't know.
I'm wondering, I'm looking forward to the fact that they didn't just change the color of the lightning. Like, there's obviously going to be some sort of story point,
yes,
where he moves from the blue lightning to the yellow lightning. I'm wondering, because like there's that weird scene where like the blue lightning is going through our Barry and going into the other Barry, and I'm interpreting that as in that's how young Barry is going to
Get his powers.
Get his powers. I'm wondering though if by giving the other Barry powers, our Barry loses his powers and then he has to get his powers back, which is why then when you see like that shot of like Kara, you know, flying him up into the sky and you see that battering with the string, like I'm thinking about that electric chair scene in Flashpoint where Thomas Wayne has to give Barry his powers back in the new timeline. I'm wondering if there's something like that going on.
That's what my guess was too. I was like, okay, so when you see the two Barrys, like, you know, you have my face, you have my face. Yeah, I mean, you see the present day Barry, the shorter hair Barry. He's just kind of like, I mean, the look on his face is just like, what the fuck, you know? But and then I'm just kind of going like, because when you see the Batwing with the cable on it, I mean, first off, that gave me fucking Back to the Future 2 vibes. Anyway, yes, struck by lightning. But of course, I think that I'm wondering, like, okay, so is that, are we gonna get a scene where Michael Keaton's Batman is gonna help, you know, this Barry to get his powers? And by flying the battering up and having a cable going down, and then it just like strikes, and then it, you know, sends the charge down, and then all of a sudden we see that shot of Barry just looking like in absolute agony and pain, and the lightning's going through him. But then, like I said, there's the shot of the two Barrys in his room where something is happening, and they're just, you know, the lightning's going through both, and I'm like, fuck this movie.
But you know what's going to be cool about this though is that, you know, there is the criticism out there about the fact that some people are upset that the Flash is not getting a traditional solo movie. But I think that it's cool that it looks like they're going to find some way that for the general audience to give the Flash origin story without doing an origin story. Because like when we meet him in Zack Snyder's Justice League, he already has his powers,
right?
And there's no exposition dump of how he got them. We get a little bit of him talking about the Speed Force as he's chowing down on the pizza on the way out to Bruce's car, but we don't get the I was in a lab one night and the lightning, like we don't get all of that.
Yeah, like even in Spider-Man Homecoming, he briefly talks about getting bit by a spider to Ned, and then that was about it, you know. And I'm like, but they didn't really do like a, oh yeah, I was in the lab one day and lightning bolt just came in and just zapped me into the bunch of chemicals.
For Spider-Man, that makes sense because there's been so many Spider-Man. If you don't know if you don't know the origin story about Spider-Man by now, there's really no need for them at this point to really dive too much and linger into that.
Unless you go into the Stan Lee philosophy that every comic is somebody's first comic. So, you know,
I mean, it's just with the Tom Holland Spider-Man, I understood why they didn't really deep dive too much into the origin, but with the Flash, and I know this is gonna sound bad because I'm not trying to like crap, but it's like I don't think that personally. I really don't think a standalone traditional Flash origin story movie would be as well received as this story because if you're trying to do a soft reboot, this is the way to do it with a Flashpoint. But like, I also don't think that Ezra Miller's Flash could have really done well on its own without this type of story and without the cameos and without that all that stuff. It's a nice little wrap up, in my opinion. So I think that like I get it. I'm sure, you know, maybe we would get that in the future, but right now, I don't think it would work.
Well, I mean, like Steven, go ahead. No, I was just gonna say, like Steven has always brought up the point that Flashpoint. He always, I mean, I remember we went back and forth on it a while ago when there was the idea of a Flashpoint being the first Flash movie, and a lot of people didn't like that. But he brought up the idea was like, well, Flashpoint very much has Barry's origin story within it. You can't tell the Flashpoint story without telling that story.
Sure.
I think we're going to see the origin for sure. I think they got to. So, I mean, I was like, you know what? You know, he's right. I mean, even if it's Flashpoint, they're jumping right to it. It does very much tell the story of that. But anyways, go ahead, see.
Well, I was just going to say to Scott's comment about Stan Lee. Everyone's comic's their first comic because chances are when you pick up your first comic, it's issue 400 something.
And you have no freaking clue what's going on.
But a movie, if you're 6 movies away from getting the story, you could just go watch those 6 movies. So it's not like I wouldn't call that a one comparison. Like not everyone's movie is someone's first movie, sure, but not on the same level of like a comic book series. But to what Saggy was saying about about the story, just like being an origin, it kind of is an origin story because it's the origin of a new universe. And it's also it does also fill in like, okay, it's an origin for Flash because you can't tell the story of him wanting to save his mom without getting into why. So right. You have that, but also the show has had 9 seasons. so even though the show doesn't get like 1 billion views or whatever, I think it's kind of like what Saggy said to Spider-Man. I'm sure you guys have said this before about Superman, like planet blows up. Okay, we got it. Like, okay, he got struck by lightning. Okay, we got it. Like
his parents got killed.
Right.
His parents got killed in an alley. We get it.
It's not that interesting. The interesting stuff is what they do after they become, they get the gift or whatever. Right. So but I like all the points here. But I like, for me, like just seeing them, like my theory is that he's going to go back, fix something. He created a world now where his mom lives, but maybe he's some kind of anomaly. So he's there, and there's another Barry, who never lost his mom, and and he's like, okay, so like why didn't I go back to my world, or why am I not fused into one timeline? Like, what did I do? And maybe that's when they start piecing together. He's creating a multiverse event. But then maybe that's when Bruce asks him, like, why do you want to stay and fight for this one? And he's like, yeah, you're right. I could go to the next world and just, go look for my mom over there, but she's not there. This is the one I personally created in a way. And then I was thinking, well, what does Barry growing up with a mom, what's he like? Because in Flashpoint, he was a good guy still. He had a job, still as a forensic officer, and his mom just lived and nothing really changed. But I'm like, well, how do you make that interesting if you're twisting the story? And I'm like, well, so who's to say this Barry is a good guy? If Barry grew up with a mom, is there a chance that he doesn't know that loss and that grief and what it takes to be a hero, or have a focus? And so does he become a bad person? And then what do you do when that person gets powers? So I was like, oh, there's a lot they could really.
You become the Dark Flash.
there's a lot they could do with this, and Zod being like a catalyst for because to me Zod is probably not the main villain. He's probably this is to show you the world's different, and he's a threat.
It's going to be the second act, like crazy
fucking. And I can't wait to see speedsters running around punching Kryptonians. That's going to just look so awesome.
So cool. My biggest question is going to be, and I hope they explain it well enough for me to understand. It's like, how is one human woman not dying make it so that Supergirl, not Superman, comes to Earth, and then Supergirl is imprisoned, and then there are no metahumans. So it's like, how is one woman unpacked all of that?
Well, no, it's not the.
She's the mother of the multiverse.
Well,
right?
No,
like how?
It just really, and really, it's like the Ray Bradbury story. A Sound of Thunder. You step on a butterfly and.
It creates a hurricane, right?
It creates a hurricane. Like it's not the fact that it's one woman. It's that you throw the rock in the lake, and then what happens to the ripples? The further out the ripples go, the ripples just get wide. Okay,
so I might have to rewatch the Flashpoint anime.
Oh yeah,
I never understood how like that whole thing just changed everything so.
Because it's the idea. It's not like because Barry's mom lives. Right. All this stuff happened. It's like because you changed something, you've ruptured space-time, and and the idea is that when the ripples go out, what do the ripples?
They go in all directions.
They go in all directions.
Back to the Future. Yeah. Like Doc always freaks out about everything. Like again, going back to Back to the Future 2. Oh, I had a paradox. It's like he always is talking about the worst case scenario. Doc Brown was on top of this shit. Like he was. Like when it came to just a slight little. Change will just fuck some things up.
I'm gonna go back in time, punch Dave in the face, and when I come back, Roseanne Barr is president. Marvel and DC have merged into DC Marvel.
No, they merged into Amalgam. We finally have Amalgam comics.
We got Dark Claw, the movie, and Iron Lantern.
All right, we got some other people that are going to be joining right now. We got some people backstage. First off,
Ben. Hey, what's going on,
guys?
Hey, Zaggy. Hey, Scott.
Hey. And then we that's not it.
Oh,
That is the sexiest thing I have ever seen.
Oh, hi, Casey.
Hey.
That's not
Hey,
it. We still got more. I'm saying, like, people are just joining right now.
Ray.
We got Ray as well.
And then Ray! Yay, Ray! I said Casey because he gets the sexy glove. I got the farting one,
Hold on.
Casey.
There's just still one more.
Wait, there's another?
Look over here.
We got,
I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Yes, yeah. So I've been chomping at the bit back here, and like,
yeah,
for the
that's why I used that drop, because I saw you backstage going,
oh,
that's
so
why I
like
was
the last
"Me."
10 minutes listening to this conversation, going, it's a freaking multiverse. It's a different universe. It's a different everything. Like, that's why Supergirl can be there, because Superman doesn't have to be there.
It's a
Saggy.
timeline. It's a timeline.
I love you, Saggy.
too.
But you know what, Saggy? You've come a long way since that first time on Max's stream when, like, I told you you needed to go watch BVS. So I'll give you that.
Okay, first of all, I mean, here's the thing. First of all, again, this is why I brought up the CW TV show, because in the beginning they said the words time travel.
Yeah, but you're missing something. Yes, in that he did time travel, but also on the CW TV show, he learned how to go to different universes.
No, I
which is
know
not
that.
the same as time travel.
No,
it's
I know
going
that.
It's not the time travel that messed it up for Crisis on Infinite Earths. It's the multiverse traveling that did that.
Do not mansplain.
That's why it's Crisis on Infinite Earths.
We know that, but what Scott's question was
we know
was
that.
it time travel or multiverse with this specific story? Because it sounds like it's a little bit of
That's
both.
what I'm going to tell you is that I've been picking this apart,
literally
and I actually
says
found
worlds
something
collide.
we found something the other night that I have not seen anybody else talk about, and so I'm interested to get all of your guys' takes on this.
Ooh.
And actually, Scott kind of alluded to it, and I don't know if he meant to allude to it or if he was just saying it, but I think that the time travel plays a part, and then he has to from there, because I think that there could be something that, like, he can't change it. He can't change it. He's running into a literal wall of not being able to do something. So maybe then he has to go and traverse different
his speed is split between two versions of him.
Right.
So that's why he can't do it.
And then that's the other thing. So younger Barry, if you watch the trailer and you watch the part where our Barry comes down in the whirlwind, and you watch where Dark Flash jumps into the whirlwind, you will see that it shows him from, if you freeze it, you will see that his costume is not completely black. It's red mixed with black. It almost looks like the symbiote from Venom kind of taking it over. And you will see the two cut off horns of the bat suit.
Right, yeah.
On the top of it. So it's pretty obvious that you know, younger Barry
is Batman.
Yeah. Younger Barry is Dark Flash, and it's kind of that perpetual thing that Barry creates his own villain. In thinking that he's creating something to probably save everybody. It's the classic Flash trope, is that Barry tries to fix things and he screws it up.
Damn it,
over
Barry.
and over. Yeah, right.
I like my
and that's
time travel
beautiful.
better.
That's beautiful. You know, I think that's awesome. It was an awesome trailer. The only part of the trailer that even bugs me even a little bit is when Michael Keaton has to deliver the line on Batman, and it's a great moment. It's fun and everything. But like, why does he look like he has a lazy eye?
He did.
Like, why would you like? Nobody looked at that and said, you know what? That looks a little weird, man. You
It
know,
was
like
the makeup.
He
It was
put
the
on the
makeup.
suit in a long time, and
It was the
he's
makeup.
already
He's so.
Yeah,
My face doesn't quite fit in the suit anymore, guys.
You know, there's at least
new
when you
suit.
put on a mask.
you know, there's at least 15 to 20 takes of that. So the hope is that the take we see in the movie isn't that; it's the other. It's a better.
Because
take.
once
Listen,
again,
you
the
try
trailer
getting punched in the
companies
face for
take
4
those
decades.
shots.
Exactly.
That's a good
Listen,
point
it
that
was-
Ray
it
made,
was
because
makeup.
they send this stuff to the trailer house to cut these scenes up.
They put the
So
wrong
Ray
one
made a
there.
very good point. So probably they use a scene that is not even going to be in the movie. So-
Guys,
Because
it was
there's
the
also
makeup
this
and the
really
head
long-
angle. That's it.
The
Awkward
line's going to be
pause.
there, Ben, but it's probably going to be a different reading. Like he's going to
Yeah.
say it.
Because
But
there's
it's
a
gonna be
really
a different
long,
reading.
awkward pause right before he says it, and
Yeah.
I'm just like, that's like, it was almost too long, but it almost works for a trailer because we're all sitting there going,
Say it.
say it.
Well, and again, you know,
You might as
say
well
this-
wink at the camera too. By the
But-
way,
Exactly.
but
Well,
you
he
know,
is. One eye is closed, it looks
Oh,
like.
we
God,
say this
God.
umpteen times though. Like these trailers.
No, really, guys, I'm Batman. I mean,
Like,
I
he's
got cataracts in this eye, but I'm Batman.
As much as we anticipate the trailer, as much as we love talking about the trailer wasn't designed for us. Trailer was designed for my boss and my coworkers who freaked out on Monday, like, holy shit, Keaton's back. When is that movie coming out?
No, I agree with you.
It was a little bit.
So Ray, are you saying it wasn't for you?
It's
It's a little bit of everything.
It's a little bit designed for us.
I'm
yeah.
saying like, but us, you know, nitpicky fans, we're gonna look at like how his eye looked, and we're gonna look at how the pause, and they're like,
Well, no,
okay,
I'm
the
not
tape they're
nitpicking on
using-
that. I'm honestly not
Right.
nitpicking on that.
No, but what I'm saying is like,
I do think it's weird.
I think it's gonna be a different
eye
take.
makeup. I have that shit can get in your eye. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, I know. It's just, it does look. I mean, am I the only one that thinks that doesn't look a little strange?
I'm not gonna lie, you're
No,
the
I
only
think
one that
it's gonna be a
focused on it
different
because I
take in the
didn't
movie.
notice it.
It's
I didn't
Harvey
notice
Dent
it.
under there. Jeez,
I think it's
give
gonna
him
be a
break.
different take in the movie. I do. I don't think it's gonna
It
be
probably
that
will be. It might not
It was
even be
George
in the movie.
Clooney.
It might not even be in the movie because like they do those things where the lines aren't even like.
He's gonna.
Well, then
say
we
that
can
line.
sue.
He's
So
gonna.
then,
Ah.
so then let's go and sue them. If he does not say I'm Batman, we'll just all get together and
You're
sue the
missing it.
studio.
That scene
Clickbait.
actually with the eye gives away a lot about the movie because that was actually the Joker putting a filter of Instagram filter over Batman to make his eye droop, and the Joker's in the film, and you guys you're overlooking.
I like Seek's version better.
I, however, really did. Look, I started seeing shots from the TV spots. I was like, where the hell are these coming from? Because I only watched the trailer, and then
Yeah.
I just
PC.
TV spot because it was kind of cool seeing like
Yes.
that cycle launching out of the flying fox, which I was so happy to like kind of.
Yeah, that would have been nice to be in the trailer.
That would have been
I
nice.
I wanna.
What's so good about that? But I wanted to get KC. KC, you've been a little quiet.
Dang it!
right
I was gonna say I want to hear
Because
KC's
KC
thought on
already
the
knew
trailer.
everything that was in the
all
damn
right, Shaggy,
trailer.
I'm the host. I know you host.
Casey already knew everything.
You
that was
host
in the
like
trailer.
75 streams a week. It's fine. But KC, what are your thoughts? You haven't said anything yet.
I loved it, obviously, because it exceeded my expectations. Honestly, I didn't think I was, from the build-up of this movie and the trailer itself, I was just hoping that they go all out with this trailer, and they have to. I was, I believed that they needed to just win everyone over with this trailer, and then it did. And I was not expecting the Keaton part to be that big, and honestly, I think that's the best part of the trailer because I watched so many trailer reactions, and everyone is just hyped up at that scene, especially because of the music, and that obviously the
So subtle
scene.
too.
Yeah, it's so well done.
That was the first thing that my boss and my coworker said. Like when they heard the music, they freaked out. Like that. Yeah.
It
was
was like
a perfect
perfectly
build-up.
synchronized with the music and the action because then he went
Yes.
Arkham Knight,
Yeah.
taking
Yeah.
like
All right. That was the other
Take it
thing.
over.
People that are like, he never moved like that in '89. I was like, well, yeah, they couldn't do that in
Welcome to
1989.
technology.
the technology wasn't there yet.
Right.
So yes, that part was great. But for me, the best parts were obviously the Zod and the Man of Steel parts because I was not expecting that to be in there, but I was kind of hoping that to be in there because it will, shut up a lot of people who are keeping on saying shit like they will erase the Snyderverse and stuff.
Oh no,
like that.
Casey,
But-
he didn't shut up. Like that actually just
No, it
fueled
didn't.
some
Fueled
people.
the fire, yo.
That's
Oh yeah, there was people that were like, "How does the visual effects look worse?" And I'm like, "All right, you're
Yeah.
comparing it to."
You know
like-
those complaints are forced now because clearly it's just
well, you had
the same
people
team is working.
You had people comparing it to like Avatar: The Way of Water. Like that's a fair comparison to make at all. Like
Well,
really?
But even comparing a trailer footage to like Man
Yeah,
of Steel,
The
which
end product.
we all know, and I've said it many times, is like, Zach's a very visual director and he's a photographer, and his color palettes and everything that he utilizes to make the scene pop a little bit more. I know I've always said it's like he likes to shoot, like he likes to have scenes that are at dusk or dawn. You have that mid light that, he always likes to have something like that. And his color palette choices are always going to hide those imperfections just in case, but if you have a scene where it's like full on daytime, it's a little bit harder to hide those imperfections.
A lot
so
harder.
yeah.
a lot harder.
My only
just
concern
ask
about the
MCU.
Zod thing, I'm down with seeing Zod. My only concern about Zod in general, even knowing that it's a different universe and everything, is like how they use those same characters that we saw in Man of Steel. And there's so many great lessons that Superman learned in Man of Steel because of the way that things, happened in that movie. I just hope that they don't use that as somehow a way to set a precedent that like, oh yeah, see, Superman shouldn't have killed, or see, like Superman should have taken Zod away from Metropolis, because they're having this big battle out in the middle of the desert somewhere where there's no casualties. There's no room for casualties. There's no, you lessen the, the
collateral damage,
the collateral damage, and all that.
Basically,
so
all the complaints that everybody had about Man of Steel,
and so I'm hoping that we don't walk out of this with like, oh well, like somehow they lured Zod away. That's why Zod's like, we've been waiting for you. Okay, so you've been waiting in the middle of the freaking desert for what? You know what I mean? Like, and I'm trying, and I'm not being over analytical about it because I loved it and I thought it was cool. I'm really hoping, and at the end of the day, I mean, it doesn't really matter because people are going to find something negative to say about it. Anyways, I had a conversation with a guy online.
I think he says that.
I know. I had a conversation with a guy online who was talking about Cavill, and he's like, well, if they had put Cavill in this, nobody would have complained about it. I was like, bullshit. Bullshit. People would have still complained. And he's like, oh, how do you figure
the
that?
suit's too bright.
I'm like, you realize there's like a whole...
That's not my Superman.
You realize there's a whole side of the fandom, right, that doesn't even like Henry Cavill just because he's Henry Cavill, and they don't like, Zack Snyder and everything. So there's all those people anyways. And then you just add to that, then the people who just didn't even go see Black Adam because they were like, I don't care if Cavill's in it or not. It doesn't even matter. So So putting Henry Cavill in there instead of, Sasha wouldn't have changed anything.
By the way, I want to take a moment to kind of step outside the trailer and how much my heart melted watching Sasha on Twitter that night.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Like just like get to bathe, like to see her excitement.
Well, somebody did a mashup of like when Annie Muschietti, like,
the reveal video, the announcement video,
it. Yep. And then they just went like, all of a sudden now here we are, and she's watching herself as Supergirl in the trailer and freaking out with friends and stuff like that. It's like, yeah.
You know why she's happy though? Because it's finally coming out. And she was worried it might not.
Well, I thought she was going to be removed, guys, at the last minute. That one of the changes was going to be that she was going to be removed.
Yeah. Hey, where was Clooney? Clooney wasn't in the trailer. Where was he? Right? Yeah, whatever.
That's a whole other thing. We can get into that.
Yeah. But yeah, Casey, I'm sure she is happy that the movie didn't get Batgirled.
Especially because her friend.
It's just too bad. This is the only.
Can we talk about how Liz Wonder fooled everybody though? Like Liz Wonder fooled the world. Like every Superman page that I'm a part of, all were posting that picture of Liz Wonder, and it was all like, "This is Sasha Calle."
That's one of her best cosplays.
That was hilarious. Well, that's the thing about Liz Wonder, and this is why, like, when it comes to cosplayer, it's like, a lot of them just go like, hey, wear something tight. Look at my butt. That's a lot of it. I'm just saying. But there are some out there that really take the time and just make the costumes and transform into these characters. Susie plays, like Susie cosplays. There's one of them too.
Susie,
and Audie.
Yes.
Audie also,
Definitely.
which
Gracie.
is also Gracie, yes.
Yeah.
Well, look, she got me because I saw it on a Superman page. We were.
I remember people got fooled by that.
Yeah, I was on somebody else's. I think it was on Max's stream that night, and I just saw it, and I didn't like pay a lot of attention to it, and I saw that like one of these official pages were posting it as Sasha, and so I was like, hey, this is cool. This is a new picture, and I shared it, and then of course everybody on the stream already knew, and they were like, yeah, that's not her, and I was like, really? And then I had to relook it. I was like, dang. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Dave. She does
Casey,
a great job.
Yeah, I know, but like, I wasn't sure. There was somebody in the chat that was spamming the shit out of things. But
how do you guys feel that this is gonna be probably one and done for her? It's just gonna be.
I think it depends on how the audience reacts. Yes, I know that like my wife, if we take a GA moment here, I'm like my wife when she said I'm Kara, and she went, oh, she's Kara. Like I'm like, wow, honey, I'm impressed you know who Kara is. Like every time my wife does something like
But
this,
you
like,
don't know anything about a box that came a couple of months ago, do you?
No.
Okay, good. We're gonna do Kara. Yes, focus on Kara.
Kara. Focus on Kara and Keaton in the trailer. But it was like, but it was funny watching my wife go, isn't she supposed to be blonde? Yeah, but this actress isn't. Why's her hair so short? Honey, will you stop? I mean, seriously.
Because
But I
she's
really
got
think-
the picture of Melissa. She's got Melissa Benoist in her head, probably, because
Or-
she's seen that.
Or the
Helen
comics.
Slater.
Or 90% of the comics.
Yes.
Right? Or the comics, which
So,
I think
so-
that's why I don't think we're gonna get her again. Probably we're gonna get her in the future, but I think whoever James Gunn decides to cast a Supergirl is gonna be a blonde. I think he's gonna be very true to the comic.
Yeah,
It's something
I
that I
think
said
so, too.
very.
Gonna be his wife.
It wouldn't
No, I don't think it's gonna be.
She's already,
think-
because he's not resetting any of that. She's
I
already
know,
there.
I know.
Right.
I-
I think he's
I
gonna.
So many
he
people keep on
understand.
saying that kind of shit though, and it's
Could
so
be Lady
annoying.
Gaga.
No,
No.
the point that I'm trying to make is that I think him introducing all these lesser known characters, and he understanding these characters, he knows there's a rich tapestry of all walks of life characters in the DCU, different races, different ethnicities. Same fucking thing. Different gender,
Different skin color, different.
no, different colors. So he's gonna
Rainbow.
he's gonna introduce all those characters that fit those demographics. At the same time, he's gonna say, hey, these characters are gonna be true to the character because I'm already serving those characters that are inherently, either black or different sexual orientation,
Okay. I see
whatever
what
it
you're
is.
saying.
So
Yeah.
I think that's one of the things that we're gonna get with the DCU, and I think
I agree with that, Ben. And another reason I think he will have to recast Supergirl is because, well, two reasons I think. Is firstly, she looks very young, and the description that his Superman movie has is that she's very old and jaded than the traditional Supergirl. So I don't think she fits that casting type.
I don't think he said old.
He
I don't
didn't
think he
say
said
old.
old.
But
He said,
he said jaded for sure.
jaded,
yeah.
Because of, yeah.
She seems
Yeah,
pretty
so-
straight in the trailer.
which is funny.
I have a question for
because-
Scott. I have a
Which is
question
funny.
for Scott.
If you,
But also
if you
another
think about-
reason.
Okay.
Another reason is her whole aesthetic is very linked to Cavill. And since Cavill's Superman is not gonna go forward, I think
Makes
she
sense.
will have to also be changed.
I still lean with Scott though in that how that movie does and how the general audience responds to her could change things. I'm not saying it will change things, and I do think that Gunn has his own ideas, but like I've been saying to all the hard reboot crowd in the first place, if any of these movies bank, if any of these movies do really well, that is going to be a difficult conversation
Yeah.
you're going to have with Zaslav, who's going, hey, look what this just did.
Yeah.
Why don't we keep that going? And I know it's Gunn and Safran's show, but this is part of why you can't hard reboot everything. If any one of these four movies does well, that's very difficult to just cut that
And
off.
that is
doesn't
why
even look
Aquaman. That's why
Kryptonian, though.
Aquaman and Wonder Woman are still.
Because she's Latina, right?
You haven't
no,
heard
she doesn't
anything
even
about
look
those two.
Kryptonian. That was one complaint I saw this week.
She
was
doesn't
that
look
she doesn't
Kryptonian.
look
Yeah, I saw that
Kryptonian.
too.
Kryptonians aren't
To which I was
Latina,
I was
guys.
actually proud of that thread because people were like, "What the hell does that mean? Like, what does it mean?
Was
She
that
doesn't
actually
look
real,
Kryptonian."
Wasn't there something about
and
the
the thing was
Krypton
literally
series?
like, "Well, Cavill's suit is pristine. It has a certain look to it. Has a shine
She
to it.
doesn't look
Hers
anything like
doesn't
Russell
look like
Crowe."
that at all." And Cavill's suit has red boots. Hers doesn't at all, because like females and males can't have different aesthetics in the way
Oh
that
my
they
God.
dress, and
Hey,
and
just
stuff. But
be
my
happy
favorite
it
is
doesn't have like a heel on the boot.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Like the,
like
like
Scott-
the
Scott, I
heroes.
do have a question for you though that goes into this,
Okay.
because you're a comic book guy, and so I'm interested to get your take on this. So recently, DC Comics combined both the Superman 78 universe with the Batman 89 universe into World 789, right? And they said that yes, Christopher Reeve was the Superman of
Michael Keaton's
of Michael
Batman.
Keaton's
Yeah.
world, and vice versa. So I'm interested how if at all, because obviously this movie's been going now for a couple of years or whatever, but if that plays in at all, because if that's how comic book world is working, does that play in at all here with Supergirl or whatever? Because if that were the case, and they do a Christopher Reeve, cameo, like it's been rumored for a long time, and they say that Christopher Reeve was that Superman. Well, technically, I mean, I know they never appeared on screen together, but it was highly implied that Helen Slater is his Supergirl. So does that mean that maybe they're going through the multiverse at that point? Like he's literally taking Batman through the multiverse with him, and that's how they discover Supergirl?
But before Scott answers
Sasha's
this,
Supergirl.
Before Scott answers this, Enosh, there actually Jimmy Olsen is the direct connection because Mark McClure is in Supergirl with Helen Slater.
No, I know that.
I know
that. No, I know that. I'm just saying, because a lot of people will say, well, because of the Christopher Reeve thing, that he did not appear in the Supergirl movie like he was supposed to.
Right.
That it's not technically, even though yes, Mark McClure is the connection between the movies.
And there's a Christopher Reeve poster.
There is.
That's true.
It's not exact, but it is a Christopher Reeve-esque poster. Yeah, I agree with you.
And that is why it's so hard to have a connected universe, kids.
Right. Well, especially when you're trying to do it 40 years later.
Yeah. See,
right? With people who have passed on. That's
why oh my God. I mean, like, somebody in the chat too, and I was thinking about it too. I'm like, is Linda Carter going to be in this thing too? I mean,
she might welcome it.
Are you kidding me?
Give me
she had came for Wonder Woman 84.
I was gonna say
I know,
in 84, and she was.
But we can forget that a little bit.
She was in the Supergirl show for a couple of seasons.
Yeah, she was.
So
I still imagine the world. I still imagine the world where we've got Christopher Reeve's Superman, Michael Keaton's Batman, Linda Carter's Wonder Woman, and John Wesley Shipp's Barry Allen the Flash.
See, you know what? Okay, I saw somebody post that, Scott, the other day about how like they always felt like and part of it, didn't Elfman do the theme for that show?
Yeah, he did.
Right. So
he did the theme, and trivia here, Shirley Walker composed the score for the episodes.
Yes, totally. So like somebody was saying that like they've always felt like John Wesley Shipp and Michael Keaton's Batman were connected in the first place. Like that was already the same universe.
They had a similar dynamic even.
Oh, yes.
And that was because of the success of
Now, Enosh, I do want to ask you this question because I have all the Superman 78 comics and I have all the Batman 89 comics. Now, did they cross over in the books, or was this like one of these like announcements where we're just saying they're on the same Earth? Or
there were a lot of and I'm going to be fully transparent here and not act like I know something that I don't know. Although it'd be very, very easy to do. No,
exclusive. Oh, I should have had that.
Right. No, so I didn't actually. I have not yet actually finished the runs of 78 and 89. But there are many little Easter egg hints along the way, like that allude to each other.
Okay.
In that, and then yes, DC came out and said that that it's now World 789.
Wasn't
78, and then 89. So the 8 in the middle combines it together, so it's 789. So it's 78 and 89.
Wasn't it in one of the multiverse panels or something that had those names in a comic page?
I'm sure it's at some point. They do.
I think that was the source of this.
I don't know when they actually announced it.
Yeah, I have pretty much when it comes to like continuity books, I've dropped off after Death Metal. Like when Scott Snyder wrote that little, bow out of being part of like the big two, I was like, and finale.
Okay, so I actually have a question now. Like when we're talking about this whole 78, 89 years and everything like that, how old do we think this Michael Keaton Batman is? Are we assuming that he is in his 70s? Because 60s. He don't move like that.
No.
And then like how long?
I don't want no 70-year-old Batman running around, Dave.
Right? I know.
You know what though, Dave? Like part of that though.
Hey!
You know what? That's not a bad in-universe idea, Seek, at all. Yeah. But no. Part of me Venom. Also, but part of me thinks back to when Affleck was first cast as Batman and remembering how old he was, and granted, he wasn't like in his 70s, but I still wasn't expecting him to do that.
Yeah.
Not even him.
Yes, so I'm like, well, so it lends this idea that maybe, you know, and we don't see this obviously in like the Nolan movies. We're not really seeing it in. I don't think we're gonna see this in like the Matt Reeves universe. But like the idea that like Batman, even though he's not a metahuman, is still larger than life in terms of how he operates.
Well,
and I
even
think
the
that's
Dark-
going to be the
Ray-
case
even
with
the Dark Knight
Keaton.
Returns does that, where he's like,
Yeah.
you know, like he can't climb up the rope with both hands. He has to wrap it around his he's like, damn it, I got old. But he's still able to like jump through the air and do shit like that.
But even so, let's. So we talked about this last night, and that's the idea that there's a lot of people, there's a lot of guys in their 70s who are like, you know, workout guys, right? You know, that are in that world. Yeah, and they have amazing physiques. They still have the limberness. They can still run and jump and do all those things. They can do a lot of stuff better than a lot of younger guys.
Keaton's not out of Keaton himself is not out of shape.
No, and I'll be honest, and you did use some de-aging on him because he does not look like a 70-year-old man in that close-up in the Batman mask. But, you know, so like maybe not that he has to be 70, but even the idea that if anybody was going to take care of themselves and be able to do that in their older age, it would be Batman, because that's all he lives for. Is to condition himself and to make himself the best that he can possibly be.
Because because Batman, because the two times we really see old Batman, like I said, is Dark Knight Returns, but even then he's only in his. If you go back to the book, he's only in his 50s in the Dark Knight Returns, and because when we see him at Batman Beyond, that's when he's like in his 70s or his 80s. But in universe, he got his leg sliced open by the Joker. Thank you, Batman Beyond: Return of the Joker, for explaining the limp. And his heart condition. And even his heart condition, even before the heart condition kicked in, he was wearing the suit. He built the suit to help him out.
Right.
So I'm almost wondering, because we got to see, thanks to the TV spot, like the closet, of all the action figure variants.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, and I was so glad because
right
someone confirmed what I thought, because that one. I think the blue and gray one off to the side, I'm like, that is totally the 66 logo. I was so dead certain when we were first seeing it that it was the 66 logo, and yes, it totally is the 66.
It's not the blue and gray one; it's the one before that one.
It's the one with the double holsters.
The one on the far
double holster.
Yeah.
It's not the one on the far left.
Maybe
the one on the furthest
left. I can pull up the picture right now.
Because the one on the far left is the one with the double holsters, which in my head almost feels like an homage to the Shadow, because that's what the Shadow had. Was like the double holsters, because once again, the Shadow was one of the inspirations.
But before that, in the TV spot, we're assuming Bruce in sweater, and he's got long hair, So he's been like, one of the things I wanted to bring up was the fact that in the initial trailer, and we saw that in the DC fandom footage, is the bloody, the cowl on the ground and the costume all taken off. There's the bathtub, and you see the blood, and I'm assuming that's maybe the last time that Bruce. Michael Keaton's Bruce Wayne was Batman, because something happened where he just got the shit beat out of him and he can't do it anymore. So I'm like wondering, like, okay, how old is he? I don't think they're going to play it that he's 70 like Michael Keaton actually is. I think they're going to go younger, because Michael Keaton, let's face it, don't look like he's fucking 71 years old. And I'm just wondering how out of commission he has been, because obviously not enough to where he's lost his luster, because we saw the shot of him whoosh Arkham, X0 square, whatever the fuck. Combo.
The one thing people pointed out that he did do that is totally from '89 is that, he's the one that does the cape wings, more than any other Batman, and that's how the move started. So like it started classic, and then he just went into all new shit the whole way. I was like, oh, all right, good deal. So yeah.
So in the marketing of this movie, of this movie, they're saying that he's a retired vigilante, right? So that shot says that he has stopped wearing the cowl, obviously, because he's grown his hair. So maybe that's not the version that's, trying to help Barry. Maybe that's another timeline where he has been retired and they went into there, and I don't know this.
okay.
I'm just speculating
But
because
there's that
it
scene
can't
also.
be the
You
same.
don't know this?
Yeah, I
You
don't.
sure you don't know this?
But there's
Okay.
also
I'm
that
sure.
scene where there's also that scene from the original the fandom teaser where it's Barry, and Kara, and he goes, "Are you in?" So I almost
That's
feel like,
clearly the okay, yeah, because in the new one it's kind of different.
yeah. So
Yeah.
I think it's because at that point though they've already got young Barry in the bat suit that
Right.
they've spray painted to be a
Right.
Flash suit. So I think there's like it's almost like they get Keaton involved because they break out Kara, and
Right.
then when it comes time to like go up against the Kryptonians, it's like,
Nope.
are you in?
Yeah. Seriously.
Right.
I know. Because you're going to need them. But yeah,
Yeah.
so I'm just curious because
He was
and then
talking to
the whole
Alfred.
idea- What's that?
He was talking to Alfred. You guys
The
body's
read
cold
a
in the
comic book,
ground.
you guys.
Man,
That
if
man
there's
is
not like
dust.
some sort of framed photo of
There
Michael
totally
Goff
will be.
somewhere,
There totally
please.
will be.
It's a robot Alfred.
See, but right there though, that's the other thing to look out for is all the other all the Easter eggs that you know are littered
Yeah.
throughout the movie from that era and like from anything else. Yeah, like we're gonna like it was funny because like to me the 89 stuff was clearly there, but it was also kind of striking. Like Scott, this is one of the books I've actually read.
I know
read-
you were so excited because you actually read this one.
Hit us, Ray.
I read this. Well, you guys were talking earlier about the CW, and that was why I ended up reading Flashpoint. I read it in preparation for DC TV Squadcast. We were going to talk about season 3 of The Flash. Lo and behold, I only needed it for one episode because that was the only one that they decided to do Flashpoint in. The rest of the season of the show was just a reaction to that. But I have read that story, so I'm watching this trailer, and I'm like, in my head, like, oh, I think that's from the book. I think that's from the book. Like, you know, like the shot of Kara carrying. People don't know who she's carrying into the clouds. I think it's Barry. And so
Short-haired
my
Barry.
thinking
It is Barry.
and,
Yeah.
and so my thinking is, oh, is this the lightning scene, which is like one of my favorite parts of the book?
Which,
We
by
need
the
to
way,
try
Ray, have
again.
you watched Jay Oliva's animated film of Flashpoint?
I have not. I need to. I have not.
Why?
Shonda has
haven't
seen
you?
it. I have not seen it.
Ray, you got to
I
log
need to
off
see
now and go.
Yeah, you watch CW shows, but you haven't watched that? How
Seriously.
dare you?
Oh. And the best part is that is technically the beginning of that shared continuity of the what I
Right.
call the Apocalypse War movies.
Because that's
The new
after.
52
Is that
animated
after?
universe?
Is that before or after Justice League War?
It leads into
It leads into war.
Okay, I'll go ahead and tell you. There's a post-credit scene that leads into Justice League War.
See, because I've seen Justice League War, but I haven't seen the Flashpoint movie.
Flashpoint movie comes before it. It was the movie.
Okay,
It was
all right.
literally the movie they released before Justice League War, and if you because
It was the starting point.
it was the starting point for that continuity of
Yeah.
movies.
Okay.
Which I think I sent you a list at
Alright.
some point of what movies you
No,
need to
I
watch.
still,
in what
no, I
order.
still have that list. I do. I still have that list in my notes. It's there for when I finally decide to do that deep dive. Definitely. But like, what do I do? Do I watch the animated stuff first? Or do
Yes.
I read the comics first?
Yes.
But
Which
you've read
ones?
the comics. So now
Yes.
watch
Just
the
do
movie.
it all.
Yes.
No, I mean, no, but like Flashpoint, yes, but there's so many other comics that you've been telling me for
Yeah,
years to read. And
read
now
'em
both
all.
you and
Right,
James Gunn are
because
telling me
he's
to read them.
waited too damn
So-
long. to read them.
I didn't know he was going to
them
do
all.
this, and he was going to like give everybody homework and be like, "Hey, read where it all started." Which, all right, we
Well,
talk about
that's
that
what's
for a
kind of
second.
good about all this, though, too, is
No,
like the
that-
fact
that-
that they're like going, "Hey, read these books before you watch
No,
these movies."
you know the
Yeah,
next,
right.
you know the
Right.
step beyond this, as far as the books are concerned. The next step would be if they do movie tie-in reprint, like movie tie-in covers
Yeah.
of Flashpoint when the movie comes out. Like
I'm sure they
that,
will.
like, that's the ultimate, because that's the one thing that, for the most part, comic books have not been doing that, every other like book publishers do when movies come out, is and with book readers, it's notorious. It's like the infamous movie tie-in cover. But that would be the next step, is sell copies of Flashpoint, for example, but with photos
A
or
variant cover.
with a variant cover.
Yeah.
Yes.
To make the general audience walk into a
Make it $9.99.
walk into a Barnes and Noble or Second and Charles or whatever your local physical shop is, even Amazon, but still, if we're talking about physical books, walking in and going, "Oh, that Flash movie that's coming out." You know, that's the reason you do the
They
movie
probably
tie.
did that for this movie, didn't they? Because Andy Muschietti also did one variant cover for this
No,
movie.
he did it for the tie-in comic, the Fastest
okay.
Man Alive. He did that was a 3-issue miniseries, and Andy Muschietti did the variants for
Right.
the 3 issues. But I'm talking about taking like
The Naked Berry. Remember that one?
the Naked Berry, yeah.
Poor
But taking
timing.
the main books and doing that. I love
Throwing
the
that
fact
cake.
at the end of the trailer. It was great seeing it. I would love that to still be there when they air the trailer, like in movie theaters.
I mean, it's smart, like you said about the variant covers, because when Zack Snyder's Justice came out, remember when they had the variant covers for that?
Yes.
I went to a comic book shop and I'm like, I want these covers. I haven't been keeping up with whatever stories.
I didn't even bother reading the book. I just wanted the cover.
I just wanted the covers. So it's always smart to do those variant covers to tie into the movies. And yeah, you're right. Like sell the Flashpoint. You do a variant cover with a book. I mean, that's not just, I mean, if you're going to buy the actual, it's going to be more than just a regular standard comic book. You can actually, either sell the series. I don't know how exactly they would do it, or, or
they would
just
do the trade. It would just be the trade paperback. The ones from like $14.99, $19.99. Slap a different cover on it. And
$9.99.
Well, no, I agree with you. You need to reduce the price. But I'm just talking about.
Well, no, I used to work in marketing comics, so that was the price point that McFarlane and everyone would say. They're like $9. So like if you look any Image trade paperback, the first volume's always $9.99.
Oh no, but they also don't put as many. But they also put like 4 or 6 issues in a trade anyway. For that one.
Typically, yeah. But they don't really write longer story arcs. But Flashpoint's only 5 issues, so it's
that's true.
$2 an issue. Yeah, it's not bad. $12.99 at the most.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that's really exciting about the Flash movie that we haven't seen in a long time, I think that's also adding to the general hype of the movie, is that since probably like Wonder Woman or Justice League, the DCU has not been doing proper connective tissue stuff. Like they do the animated shit for Birds of Prey. They do Headless Superman for Shazam, and they just make one Steppenwolf reference in Justice League. They don't actually incorporate stuff like Suicide Squad did or Wonder Woman did, or stuff like that. So seeing how they brought back entire actors, sets, locations, all of
Events.
that, the entire
the Batcave was so good. The
Black
Batcave.
Zero event as a whole, that was so cool. And
more than
they built the entire Batcave. Michael Keaton.
I saw more than a few people that are like huge Man of Steel fans said they got emotional when they saw the World Engine. Like to see that, and we talk about marketing tie-ins. That's another thing that they absolutely need to do is remind everybody, hey, Man of Steel and HBO
Man of
Max,
Steel,
that's one of the biggest.
right?
That was one of the biggest selling point when the BBS came out. When you saw that Batman was there the entire time, and I was like, "Whoa,
the Flash
is
is there."
smart."
when it, dude, Ben, when that was the Comic-Con trailer 2015. When I first saw that, like literally, I'm like, "Holy shit, he was there!"
Yeah.
Like that.
And
was
now
like
you
the
watch
biggest,
Man of
like-
Steel, you just go, Bruce is running
It was
around.
there.
Yeah.
Right.
Anytime
know that
I watch
Bruce is
Man of
there,
Steel
and that's
now, I'm like,
awesome.
Bruce is running around down there.
That's
somewhere.
what will happen when we see this movie again, and then you'll think
Yep.
Flash was there as well, and he was
I
saving
know.
babies
That's what's
or
gonna be
some shit.
crazy. Saving babies, maybe.
Yeah.
It'd be like
all
that almost feels
all the
more like a
people that
Back to the-
presumably are dead, they're not really dead. They were rescued by the Flash.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
because it gives you
Oh,
like you were
see.
talking about that Back to the Future, vibe where you're like, oh, Marty was there.
Yeah.
The part 2
That's
version
right.
of Marty was there in 1955 with the part 1 version. Zeke,
I was just gonna say, Saggy, can you shut the fuck up over there? Holy hell!
She's sleeping. She does this.
Yeah,
you don't
she
understand.
does.
She just like turned off her. She had a she's not even on.
No,
right
I
now.
know. I saw the muted.
She's taking screenshots of everybody. And then
She's gonna change her
her
picture
default.
into one of us.
Yeah.
She knows that.
Okay.
Be
I know.
prepared. There'll be
Yeah,
a very
yeah.
unflattering picture of someone.
Scott
that
just got his teacher moment. He raised his hand and he's
He
like,
raised his
"See?"
hand, and I got to call on him. There you
I
go.
knew he would. I knew him or Dave. I knew both of them would. One of them would do it.
No, but
sorry,
like,
it's a
yeah,
reflex.
that shot of like, Barry, obviously I used it for the thumbnail, was like in the TV spot where he's looking up and he's just like, what the, I'm guessing that's during the Black Zero event,
Yeah.
maybe. I don't know. That's the thing, is like you get so many of these shots and you go, where are they in the movie? Exactly, and then of course in the trailer we got that awesome shot. I love how the frame like goes with him as he's like running up the falling building,
Yes.
and it like tilts with them. I'm like, fuck, that's so cool. Like the fact that it's
the heel to heel, man.
Yeah, we talked about
Yes,
that earlier.
Oh,
the
the heel to heel is
see,
cool.
but see that, and that's the
I
thing.
saw
like,
someone. Go ahead, right?
looking at the visual aesthetic of this entire trailer, how do you not see the obvious influence of the films that came before? It's there.
Yeah.
Ray,
It feels
Well, the director,
like
the
Ray,
director
I asked
said
that
that from
question.
before
I
he
asked,
began
I
shooting.
asked
The
that
director
question,
said
Ray,
that.
and I also asked, how can you just be a DC fan at all and not feel something with all of the nonsense kind of backlash I've seen against it? Literally, somebody said it earlier. You have to reach so far to try to find something or try to pull something out of your rear end. Like because you had some issue with something, obviously, with the leadership and all that stuff. You know what I mean? You gotta find something like that, because I don't think that you can be a DC fan and just look at this trailer and just go, no, that's absolute garbage, and I want nothing to do with it. Based on the trailer itself, and this is what I've been telling people.
Okay.
Just wait until the movie comes out. And I've told people, if it, because I've seen a lot of people go on. Oh, sorry, Dave.
Yes, Dave. Yes.
Oh,
He's one of the center of
Dave's
attention.
muted. But I've seen a lot of people talking about how, like, oh, I'm not going to I'm not going to see it in the theater. I'm gonna pirate it. Like, just like flat out. They're like, I'll watch it for free.
I don't believe anybody.
And I've told people, I'm like, look, this movie is one of those movies. If it's important enough for you to watch it all, if you feel like you got to see it, but you're not going to pay for it because you're going to stand on some moral high ground, it's important enough to pay for it. Because thousands of people work on movies, and it's not just one person. It's not a regime. It's not this or that.
Right.
If you're going to watch it properly. Do the right thing. Don't go see a superhero movie where our heroes inspire us to do the right thing and to be on the up and up. And do something like that with it. It's just
that's the irony. It's not a moral high ground because they're not doing something moral to watch it.
Right. It's so weird, Ray.
A weird devil's advocate thing, and I saw one person, and I wish I could give credit to who it was, because
me.
It wasn't you, Sasha.
Oh, she speaks.
There she is.
She speaks.
I said be right back. Dang.
But the thing that I saw one person tweet, and I appreciated this because it's one of those. It's one of those. Reactions you don't see enough of is someone who's going, obviously they're like, I don't want to see the movie. It looks like it's going to be good, but I'm also not going to rain on other people's parade. And I appreciated that, going, okay, you have your issues with the movie. You've seen the trailer. You acknowledge that does kind of look kind of interesting, but you're allowing the outside stuff to influence you. But yes, don't spend 2 to 3 days on Twitter ruining it for the people who are looking at it going, damn, that looks like it's going to be good. And because I had that reaction, I'm like, it's so nice to watch a trailer and for a trailer to genuinely make me go, hot damn. Like, this trailer made me go, hot damn.
Hot damn.
You know what
Hot
the
damn.
biggest,
Hot
you know what
damn.
the funniest irony in all of this is, that
Hamada?
This movie was probably Hamada's big moment to shine
Yeah.
because this was his, ultimate
his,
DC
yeah.
movie, and he couldn't even
hired
see
the
it
right-
through. He was
I
fired,
saw that
and
coming
after
a
He
mile
hired
away.
the right direct. He
I
hired
said-
the
no,
blind.
and you know what's
broken
funny?
clock is
They-
right twice a
he
day.
was
I
so
mentioned
fucking
this
funny.
that what's funny about this is like we all feel the same way about Hamada, but what if he would say something to that effect that you know what, this is gonna be the setup point, and eventually we're gonna set up a crisis event, which was supposed to be in the part of the plan. Like I
Yeah.
think people would have seen
Part of
this
the
and
plan.
kind of like,
But
let's
like,
put it-
imagine all of
let's
the
put it out to
nights
see
he
what
spent
that
at
looks like.
all the
was
nights
that?
he spent reading comic books to prepare for this movie and gave
Yeah.
notes and all of that, and then he got fired before the
He got
release,
fired? Wow.
and everyone's loving the
it-
trailer.
Yeah.
That
He must be like
I still
salty
have-
as fuck watching all this
I-
reaction. Like
his-
that's my work.
His legacy will always be Shazam,
Yeah.
Birds of Prey, Wonder Woman 84, and Black Adam.
And Black Adam.
That's so funny.
At least three of those.
no.
I still like at least three of those movies.
Yes,
so,
but those are not like huge
he-
successes.
Yeah.
No, they're
You know,
not.
box
But, like,
office wise.
By-
They
by the way-
didn't get this much hype.
By the way,
and
Scott,
that's the thing.
I was gonna say, Scott, I know you don't like to rain on people's parades. And I'm with you there. I do not like to rain on people's parades. I just like to
Liar.
urinate in their cereal.
I do.
Oh, she took it personally.
You gotta, no, I thought that was you supposed to piss in their Cheerios, but
I know
okay.
exactly.
Was it piss
Oh, well,
in
not
Cheerios?
everybody
Piss in
likes
cornflakes?
Cheerios. You know, maybe they like
Cornflakes?
Frosted
Cornflakes?
Flakes or
Okay.
Lucky Charms. Okay.
The thing about it though, Casey,
Taste
with
the
respect
rainbow?
to
Apparently, Lucky Charms are healthy. Sorry,
Yeah. The thing about it, Casey, with respect to Hamada's legacy, is that you can't erase all the other stupid shit that he did,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
two, he could have done if he was really like that smart, he could have done this years ago. Because this movie has literally taken 5 fucking years to get to
Right.
this point.
Right,
So
but-
Taken
that's
forever.
Right.
But is he
When-
to
when
blame
was
for
the-
that
wait,
though?
when
Because
was
there
the
was
merger?
other
When was the
directors
merger?
attached to it. He was the one who actually went to Andy's Muschietti and brought him on board. Because there was
Right.
first there were
Right.
3 directors attached to it.
Who was
and
attached to it when he came? Who was attached to it in 2018 when he took over? Which
Oh, that was
wasn't
the
Frank-
Miller and
Miller
Lord,
and-
right?
was
Was
it
it- yeah,
Miller?
Lord,
No,
yes.
Miller Lord.
No,
I
no,
thought
no,
was
no.
the one-
No,
it was-
were
Francis
gone.
Daly. Francis Daly.
Francis
Yes.
Daly. No, Francis
Oh,
Daly was the
Francis
last one
Daly.
before
was before
It-
Muschietti.
yes, they were.
Because that was the
Correct,
one
correct.
that was the one that Ezra
Rick
got
Famuyiwa.
together with Grant Morrison
Wait,
and like
when-
actively worked against.
So-
When
so-
was the
so
merger first talked about though? Like this is why I'm asking, because it's kind of important to what Ray's saying.
2019.
So like, was it? Because my thing is like my theory. Like, I mean, I've been told I was wrong, but I still feel like I'm not 100% wrong because they were doing the whole merger deal because they knew they needed to, and they needed a selling property to convince somebody to apprehend them. And that was the Flash movie. That's why I think the Flash movie, of all the decisions Hamada made, this is why this movie is going to be fired, because they needed a top performing, they needed
Yes.
something to pitch to save the company, say, hey, we need a company to apprehend us, but we need to give them a reason why. Well, hey, we're going to come out with this movie called The Flash. This is what it is. This is why it's going to make a lot of money. And they had to do it. So Walter Hamada, I think, I know what, KC is saying, but this movie, in my opinion, was the sales pitch for them to
Yes.
merge with
He
Discovery.
just said, "Hey, remember 30 years ago when Michael
Yeah.
Keaton saved our company?
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
gonna do that again, but we're gonna
Remember
call
Michael
it Flash."
I saw
and-
somebody
and-
make a
and-
really ignorant statement about that today, and I
Yeah.
just love people who just talk to just talk. They were talking about Ezra Miller, and they were like, "Well, Ezra Miller's doing all this stuff, and and obviously we've been down that route so many times, but it's like Ezra Miller's doing this and doing that. I wouldn't doubt that they saw that it was going to crash and burn, so they just added Michael Keaton at the last minute. It's like, tell me
No.
you don't know anything about the history of this
Yeah.
movie or
Michael
anything that goes
Keaton
on.
was
in it
Michael
announced-
Keaton's been
without-
announced in 2020.
Yeah.
Right.
Michael Keaton was announced
And-
before No Way Home.
know,
was a
it's
thing.
so
It was a
great.
long
Yeah.
drawn out
Absolutely.
deal because
And-
there was like a back and forth period where he
Yes.
was like, "Yeah, I want to be on board, but make sure that
No,
the
if
contract is right."
Dave, remind
Right.
me about this because I remember I remember being in the chat with you and the guys the day we found out, because we started tweeting like, cryptic Keaton gifs,
Right.
like before the story dropped. That was before we even knew about Zack Snyder's Justice League coming out, right?
Yeah,
Like,
it was pre-Snyder cut stuff, like announcement. But it was just like one of those things where it was like when that got announced, we all just kind of went like, huh. It's like
because that's a cool thing, man.
Awesome.
I don't look all these people nowadays who are like, nobody cares about Keaton, nobody remembers Keaton, nobody ever liked Keaton, blah blah blah. It's like I get physically, I feel physically riled up when I hear listen, I guess I'm just getting to that age, but I'm just saying I get physically riled up when I hear young people act like totally dissing, I feel that way, man. We're totally dissing Michael Keaton because look, up until Affleck, Michael Keaton was Batman for me. He was my number one Batman. And honestly, Affleck, yes, probably went up a little bit further than him, but I mean, it's right there, man.
Now you get a movie with both of them.
Exactly.
Scott, I have had literal discussions with people. I have had people come into my chats and try to tell me that nobody cared about Michael Keaton that much in '89, and you see that they're kids. You see that they're kids, and I've had this discussion.
Data.
It's like I'm sorry, but if you weren't around for the summer of '89,
oh my God, you don't understand.
You don't know. You don't understand.
We have images. We have merchandise. Those of us that are old enough to remember it, the white knuckle terror I experienced is because I couldn't avoid it.
I was reminded this week because somebody posted the Toy Biz, Black Suit Batman, and that was the first Black Suit Batman ever, issued or whatever. You could not find that figure in a store.
I had
that figure too.
I found that figure at a Toys R Us, and this was when I was a kid. My grandma didn't take me to Toys R Us. I got most of my toys at Kmart. Toys R Us was across town and like by the mall, and so we had to make a full trip of it. And every once in a green, blue moon. I mean, it was a green moon. I'm going to stick with that statement.
Crazy it was.
That's how crazy it was. Blue was green.
We had green moods.
It was insane. Back in my day.
Down, left was right.
But seriously, like we weren't even out there
together.
I was calling everywhere trying to find a black suit Batman, and nobody had it. People were trying to get rain checks. They wouldn't even give you a rain check on a black suit Batman because they would come in and they'd be gone. Come in and be gone. And I remember once I called Toys R Us. I called Toys R Us on a whim, and I'm like, "Hey, do you have any black suit Batmans?" And of course, I'm 12, okay, and I'm the one calling, and they're like, "Yes, we have one." And to convince my grandmother to jump in the car and take me across town to buy me a black suit Batman was insane. But she did, and by the time I got there, it was still there, and. That's the thing. You couldn't find it. It was gone because it was so in demand. I couldn't even get a Batman shirt that was black. I had to get a teal Batman shirt with an emblem on it because you could not find one.
I guarantee you, like my parent the year before, like in '88, my parents got me like my first game system. It was an 8-bit Nintendo. The following year, '89, Christmas of '89, is when they got me like. I had the Bat Cave, I had the Batmobile, I had the Batwing, I got all of it, and I guarantee,
I had the Batwing. Yes.
I guarantee they spent more money that year than they did the previous year when they bought me the Nintendo. I guarantee it.
Enosh,
we all have stories.
Never, Enosh, every time you said black suit Batman, I was getting triggered. I've officially, that black suit has been ruined and tainted for me forever, ever since the 14th of Valentine's Day.
No, we're not going there.
No, we're not going there. We're not going there.
We're not going to go there right now.
But here's the thing.
We're talking about nostalgia right now. We're not talking about
the what?
No, don't worry.
No.
You had
Hit her up in Discord.
Bring back the red and blue.
You had the Prince. You had Prince doing the album. Like you didn't even get the Danny Elfman score.
Sorry, I just got it.
Okay.
I got it.
You had Prince doing the album. You had the Bat Dance music video playing on like VH1.
Oh yeah, I love that song.
I love that video. I love that video. I don't care how creepy that video is.
That video is creepy.
The video is creepy as hell, especially that part when he does the solo and he literally has.
I don't care. I love it. I love it. I grew up with it. It's awesome.
But you see the movie, and then that Christmas, I remember I get my action figures from Santa. who was my aunt who worked at Service Merchandise, and that's how I got all those Batman figures. That was also the
aunt
Christmas.
Was Santa. Wow,
my
how
aunt was
progressive.
Santa, and then
God.
and a different aunt. That was the same Christmas that I got the Frank Miller Batman leather-bound book that I've talked about. That
Dude,
scared the
spoiled
shit out of
brat.
me when I read The
Jesus.
Dark Knight Returns when I was 7.
Oh, dude,
Scott, I love how
when
you're so excited to tell everyone you're old.
overall, hey,
No.
we're
Wait,
all, we're all
hold
on
on.
the same
Wait,
page
come
here.
we're
on.
talking about bat. Hold on, we're talking about bat suits, and how are you guys not talking about the fact we're finally seeing a great Batman suit, like
Hold
a
on,
traditional?
we're getting there, Saggy.
We're gonna get
getting
to
there.
that.
Not
We're
enough
gonna get to
nipples.
We're talking
Not
about
enough
toys
nipples
right
for
now.
me.
We're talking about
We're definitely getting to that.
Needs
Yeah,
more
well,
nipples.
because I was gonna.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
no.
Go ahead.
That's okay. I just before we move on, I want to also join in on the Batman '89.
Oh yeah. I got one too. After you're done.
You go first, Dave.
No, you go first. Go ahead.
Well, mine's real quick, but if for anyone, Enosh, I'm sure you deal with this. Like anyone who tells you that the Michael Keaton, like no one cares and stuff. When he was announced, everyone was like, "Mr. Mom, Mr.
Oh, yeah.
Mom's Batman."
Oh, yeah.
People
But
hated it.
after that trailer came out, the logos were put on lunchboxes and Converse shoes and T-shirts. Like it became a phenomenon, and then the movie was so big that it actually changed how VHSs were released.
Yes,
Like that. I mean, that movie was so big and made so much. Like they had, I think they said, I heard this story where they were like, we had 2 movies in production, and we had to pick one, and we picked Batman. And so we rode Batman, like this is going to be our one release or one of 2 releases this year. It needs to be big. And because it was so big, they were like, wow, we're going to be the first VHS to only charge like $20 or $25. Because before then you had to spend $100 for kids who don't know. VHSs were pre-digital, pre-DVD, obviously. And you had to spend $100 to get one. And one of the quickest ways to get one was to just never return one to Blockbuster and then pay like a ridiculous fee.
right.
But Batman, when they actually advertised they advertised
Batman
on
was
other
one
movies.
of
Ben looks like
They
he
were
did that
you
a
could
lot.
buy this movie in less than a year after the theatrical release. It was like less than 6 months
There
later.
were people
Batman.
that were
I remember I
wanted to watch
pre-ordered
the
Batman.
trailer. People
I
wanted to watch
pre-ordered the
trailer.
Batman VHS from a store. Like it was just like a party store down around the corner from my house, but they did video rentals, right?
Yeah.
And so they allowed you to pre-order it. And I remember I pre-ordered it for $20. I had to put, I was 12 years old, so I had to put my $20 down on it. And it was a great memory, man, of doing that. And then the next year when Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles came out, I did the same thing. So I got both of those movies on VHS, man, from the same place, pre-ordering them. And then I think it was like that same year I went and I put like the original Star Wars trilogy in layaway at Kmart. And it was $60, man, $20 per tape, and I just paid that sucker off every week, man. I was
Somebody
just,
just brought up Suncoast in the
He
chat.
just said layaway and Kmart. Oh my god, we're going back.
Blue Light Special, baby.
But Enoch, my last follow up to that too was you were saying earlier about you're at the age now where you get mad about stuff. So I got to ask what age that is, because if it's older than me, I got to prepare myself.
I'm 46.
Okay, because I'm still at the age where if someone who's younger tells me something like that, I just go, what the fuck do you know?
Right.
And then I move on.
Yeah. And that's kind of how I feel too. But it's really funny to see like people act like they're. Look, if there's anything that YouTube has done or the last couple years have done, like it's great. It's great because it has created this environment where we have all these different personalities and people who have channels and stuff like that. The problem starts to stem from when everybody's an expert now. Right. Yes. And everybody acts like they're this pundit or something all of a sudden. And it's like, no, you're just a guy in your in your toy room, whatever, but but that's how it is, right?
And so a little close to home.
I know. But you get these you get these kids who don't realize that there was life before the year 2005. Right, or 2000.
Well, I don't
know
that.
Enoch, I wanted to chime in because I was joking earlier, but in all seriousness, back to the whole their thing about Keaton. I think people don't understand too. The big deal about Keaton is not just that he was Batman and he was arguably in my opinion the best Batman, my favorite Batman. But like
You're wrong.
those
Kevin
you can
Conroy.
fight me, Casey.
It's all
But my whole
subjective.
thing
You're
too is like,
wrong, Saggy.
look
It's
at
not.
look at all
Casey's
the others.
12 years old, whatever.
But look at all the other actors that really like in that movie as well. Like you had like what the Joker. You had Jack Nicholson as the
Jack
Joker.
Nicholson had top billing in
You
that
got
movie.
top billing
Right.
in that
You
movie.
had Kim Basinger in there. Like you had, and that was just the first one. And then you had Michelle Pfeiffer in the second one.
Billy
and then
D.
you had
Williams was
Danny
in the movie.
DeVito.
Okay.
Danny,
okay.
you know what I'm saying? Like they had a lot of like star-studded actors in that movie. That it's just
going
like
back
those
to
movies were kind of.
Jack Palance was in that first movie.
Yeah.
Christopher Walken was in the second movie.
Just going
That's
back,
true.
just even going back to the whole like toy thing, and we were talking about when I lived in Alabama on a fucking army base, in Fort Rucker, Alabama. Okay, there was no Toys R Us around us.
Did you go to Montgomery?
Yes, we drove to Montgomery because that was the
Wow.
closest
Oh my
one.
God.
It was like probably an
Wow.
hour plus drive, and I got the toy like collection that had the plastic cowl that just went over your face and strapped like that.
Yeah,
It had the chest
Mhm.
plate, which
Yep.
was plastic, and then
Yep,
it had
I remember
the
that.
little gun thing that shot a little dart.
Yes.
Totally like my parents were like, "Hey, we're doing this. We're gonna get you that." I mean, that's yeah. And thank you to I don't know if Mama Film Junkie's probably not still out in the chat, but yes, that's how awesome my parents were.
I don't have
when it
this
came to all that.
story. I didn't.
Yes.
You guys are lucky because you're boys. I was forced to play with Barbies, so I didn't get the. I didn't get.
And you're
snapped
getting
in
your
those.
movie this year.
But Saggy, you're also not as old as we
I know,
are
right?
either.
What do you
Well,
mean?
she's-
Are you?
She's only
Scott.
a couple years.
Yeah.
Go
Scott.
ahead.
You're a
Scott.
youngin, Saggy. Come on.
Scott, how old do you think I am, Scott?
I'll just say this, William.
I was giving.
At
I was-
least
I was
I'm not
giving you
still
at
trying to
least-
go out in my garage and put the reel to
20s?
reel together.
I think
buddy.
he's talking. I think he's talking to me because I left a comment.
No, he's
I
talking
said,
to me. He's talking to me. This
Yeah,
is
I
William's
know that.
shtick.
Still here.
William and I
Yeah.
go back and
You're
forth on this.
Yeah.
William and I go back and forth on this because
Yeah,
William is
right.
older than dirt itself.
Okay.
He was literally standing on a rock out
How
in
old
space
is
when
William?
God said, "I'm going to put all these particles together, like, and then I'm going to explode them." So he watched the Big Bang as it happened.
Right.
William is the only
he's the blue
only
hand in the
entity.
DC universe. when
He's
it
the
comes to-
only entity out there who can tell us what happened just seconds before
Corona
the Big
watched
Bang.
him do it.
Corona-
When
How
God
old is
said, "Let there
William?
be light," Williams flipped the switch.
By the way, thank you, Scott.
5,000 years.
Thank you,
Yes.
Scott,
How old
for
is-
thinking
how old
that
is
I'm
he,
young.
though? How old is he?
William?
Yeah.
You never ask a man.
Well,
his
let's see.
age.
Dirt is how old?
Wow.
Carry the
Stardust is
infinity.
how old?
Carry the infinity.
Are
He's
you
like
assuming
2 years
his
older than me.
gender?
He's like
Are
2
you
years
assuming
older
his
than me.
gender?
Thank you for the $5, by the way.
yeah. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. Now you're getting
Yes.
grilled about your age.
Yeah.
$5 well spent, William.
But by the way,
Yeah.
Scott, to answer your question,
Stuff that he does for
I'm
free
37.
everywhere else.
You're what?
We'll roast
I'm
you for
37.
$5.
Well, good for your age.
Thank
Oh,
you. Yeah, I hope you tell me that in another 10 years.
I'm still hoping someone tells me that when I'm 50. I'm just saying.
look like you're old.
Since Seek already mentioned once you go black, I'll just go ahead and say black don't crack.
Black don't crack.
Amen,
Like,
Ray.
I'm the
Thank you,
oldest
Ray
here.
knows.
I'm the
Right.
oldest
I'm,
here,
for-
right?
I'm 40. Come on, and people still
Hey,
go,
hey,
holy
hey.
shit. So,
Hey, how old is
Mexican.
Mexican,
49?
Mexican
Okay.
over here.
I'm 49.
So, it
Ben's
helps.
See, I
almost
didn't see-
50.
Yeah, but
I
see,
totally
Ben
thought-
looks good. Ben looks good. Ben's up there too. He's
I'm 49, yeah.
77.
I have more
How
gray
How
than
old
Ben
is
does, and he's
50?
9 years older
What
than
do you
me.
eat,
You will
Ben?
address him as sir.
No, Ben
he's-
looks good. We give him shit, but Ben looks good.
Yeah, no, I sleep well, and
Have too much sex.
In my Lazarus
God
pit.
damn, Ben. You are 50?
yeah, and
Close.
I don't stress about the minor stuff.
You shouldn't because you don't look it.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
I'm slow to anger. I
What
think that's what
unicorn,
keeps me young.
what unicorn blood are you drinking? Where can I find it?
The same one Jared Leto and Paul Rudd drink from.
Oh my God, Casey.
I told you that in confidence, Casey.
Casey.
Yo, Paul, pass me that unicorn blood.
I know, right?
I don't know about Leto, but Paul Rudd, yeah, I don't know what fountain. you
Paul
got
Rudd
for
has
this
not
now.
aged that
Dude.
shit.
Oh, yeah, I said-
Paul
Right?
Rudd's
How do you,
black.
how do you,
Jared
how do you do
Leto-
an 8-man? How do you do 3 8-man movies in 8 years and
Still look
don't
the same way.
change at all? Like,
Well,
Unicorn
how do you
blood.
do 3 Ant-Man movies in the third one? He looks younger than the first
Yeah, the
one.
first
Right.
one,
Right?
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Money, man. Money keeps you looking young forever. It must be.
Tell it to Amy Pascal.
I had one question. I had one question for everyone.
He launched it under last week.
Casey had a question, Ray. Casey had a question.
Casey,
I have a question for everyone here. Okay, so Christina Hodson. Okay,
Yes.
she did Birds of Prey. Wasn't
Yeah.
successful. She did Bad Girl. Got trashed. And now she did The Flash, and everyone's loving it. The studio itself is very
She's in that new
hopeful,
writer's
and
room. For
She's
She's also in the writer's room,
Yeah.
probably because James Gunn loved the movie genuinely and is not just doing PR. Because he could have done that for Shazam too, but he clearly doesn't.
He has
Right.
done it
That
for
movie.
none of the
You
others.
know what it is? You know what it is? It's
But,
like,
you know,
not
with-
everything's going to be a winner. I mean, that's the
Correct.
thing. It's like you just
Exactly.
never know what's
And-
going to be a winner.
with-
And then
but-
And
sometimes you
producers,
just, like, you know,
And
part
I
of
would
the
argue
fun,
that Birds
you
of Prey
you
is
get
not
lightning
that
in a
bad.
bottle.
Well,
But-
and
and
Birds
It's
of
not
Prey-
about
and-
being.
and
It's
Birds
not
of
about
Prey
being
got
bad.
fucked with too. Like,
but
you know,
It's not
producers
about
will-
being bad. It's about being successful as
Right.
you know, as her. You know, she's a writer on that movie, and that movie wasn't successful. Batgirl just didn't come out. The Flash seems to be, you know, like it's gonna be successful. Everyone's loving it. The audience is loving it. You know, the studio itself. When the studio itself is that confident, it means that, you know, they're really
Studio is
confident with the
incredibly
entire team.
bullish on
Okay.
this. Yes.
But who was
Yeah.
the producer on the Harley Quinn
Birds of Prey.
Emancipation? That was
Margot Robbie.
Margot Robbie, right? You know, the producers they love to push certain narratives. They
Yeah.
push back to the writers. Hey, can you change this? Can you change that? Can you make it this way? Can you make this character which probably doesn't even fit the story? And that's
Yeah.
where the story suffers. So I don't think we should blame her for the failures. I think the producer should be held accountable.
It's
Even
It's
What's
also
the question-
interesting,
What's the
though.
question you're asking, Casey? Like,
yeah, the
about
question
Christine
is
Hodson?
it's interesting that even in the Hamada regime, she was kind of propped up to be this universe building kind of
Yes.
writer, and
Yeah.
now even James Gunn picked her up and put her in the writer's room just based off just one movie. And I don't know, like she might be the underrated writer of the DCU that we were overlooking or something. What are your thoughts on?
Well,
you know,
my thoughts
know
are
what-
that,
you know what?
that she was.
Yeah. No,
what?
sorry. Go ahead.
Or no,
I was just gonna say, like, I was just gonna say, sorry.
Go in sequence. Go in
Somebody.
sequence.
You polite
Go.
fuckers talk over each other.
I know. This is what happens. No, I'm just saying that.
wait
like,
till
when I
Steven
watch-
comes in.
When I know.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
We're trying to get that word in.
We're
I gotta
you're
go.
fucked.
No. But I mean, I'm just saying, like, because when I watch Birds of Prey, I go like, there's a good movie in here that just I feel like
Yes.
got chopped to shit.
I still like
Yes.
that movie. I
Yes.
I
still
think it's
really
good.
like
Didn't
that
she
movie.
write Bumblebee?
Terrible.
Did she write Bumblebee?
Oh yes,
did-
she wrote
did-
Bumblebee.
she
I
did
like
write
that
Bumblebee.
movie
She
too.
did,
Yeah.
she did write Bumblebee.
Remember when she wrote
Casey, I
E.T.
think
again?
What'd she write?
Great.
E.T.
Okay.
again.
I still enjoy Bumblebee.
I do
don't
too.
care.
I do too.
I like Bumblebee too. Yeah.
I'm not.
It's
It's better than the other
Transformers.
Transformer stuff that's coming out.
To answer your
Thank
question,
you.
Casey, I think that she just got dicked around by the old
Yeah.
regime. I really
I
think
agree.
that
Like
she
Cavill.
is a she is a exactly like the Cavill is they screwed a lot of people over, and I think that
Yeah.
she is one of those that has managed to survive because there is something that she has that is identifiable. That because remember again, Gunn has been here for a minute. He got hired by DC a couple of years ago to do the Suicide Squad. He has seen all the cooks in the kitchen before he
Right.
got this job. So he already saw, okay, hey, she's doing this, she's doing that before any decisions were made about
And
Batgirl,
Dave-
and even during the time of like
And he called
Birds of Prey,
out
like-
some of those.
He called out
those
some of
people.
that. And then, Dave, you go back to what DJ and Brian said. It was
Yeah.
the script
Exactly.
that brought them.
Back.
Yeah, another
Yeah.
thing that we always stress, and I always stress, is the fact that the VFX supervisors for
Zack Snyder's boy.
Zack Snyder, BVS. I think DJ worked on Man of Steel. I'm not sure Brian
yeah.
did. Brian might have also, but they've worked on it. And then they were, after the whole debacle of what happened with Justice League, they were like, you know what, we're done with
this.
the superhero. This,
Yeah.
but then when they read the script for the Flash, they went, "Oh, yeah,
This is crazy.
let's work on this." So
That
like,
was a-
again,
yeah.
when I was having people that were like, in my mentions going, the VFX look, I'm like, it's the same guys who did that Flash sequence in Zack Snyder's Justice League. Just let me know. I mean,
how
yeah,
do you
there
not
might be
see
some
that?
polishing. But
It was That's a great point, Scott. Because
I won't believe
at,
that until I verify it personally myself, though, Dave.
All right.
at that time, when
they said
at
they'd
that
come
time when
back.
we were hearing about the Flash script, we were all thinking the Birds of Prey writer is getting praise and all of that.
I wasn't thinking
but
that.
now
I
we can
wasn't thinking
clearly
that.
see the trailer. I mean, even if you
Yeah.
like Birds of Prey, it's not one of the top DCEU movies. It's just not.
Well, if you're
It's
if
it's
you're
all
asking-
subjective, Casey. It's all
Yeah.
subjective.
I know, but
Oh,
from
God, that movie
from your point of view, it's
sucks.
not.
but if you're I have an argument on success, like financial success, that's one thing because we can't debate that. It was or it wasn't.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Right.
personal opinions, yeah. But I would say
Yeah.
for like why I think she's getting praise is sometimes this happens. Sometimes a writer it just clicks with a character. And they're just it's like in comics, like we'll put like, you know, as an editor, we'll rotate and be like, let's give you a shot. Okay, you didn't really do a great job on Green Lantern. We'll give you, you know, 2 years later, you get a shot. And sometimes you just find someone who just clicks with that character. So that could be one thing. And then another thing is movies, as you guys know, the script process can start 100 different ways. Sometimes it could be a studio going, hey, write us a Flash script and or write us a Birds of Prey script. And then you have someone, like you said, Margot Robbie, someone coming in going, all right, it needs this, it needs this, it needs this. And then you could have someone like Andy Muschietti who has maybe a vision. And he's like, okay, here's kind of the ballpark. I'm not going to tell you how to write it, but here's kind of what I'm thinking about. And then she can go, and she might be one of those writers that's like, this is my work. This is how I work well, is when someone comes with a clear vision and I can bang out some awesome, you know, beats for this, and then we beat it up together.
Because I
put it
think
out
people
there.
need to understand that when it comes to movies,
Yeah.
writers are like below
backbone.
dirt sometimes as far as the pecking order.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's not like in the theater
Hey.
when the playwright is God in the theater. You don't change
Yeah,
a
right.
fucking thing the playwright writes in the theater. But in movies, the script is like
It's too collaborative.
the script is more like a
Yes.
suggestion
Mhm.
when it comes to movies. A lot
Yeah,
of
no,
times.
and the people, the overlords, it's not even the directors or even the producers necessarily
It's
that
the
are
suits.
changing the script.
Yes.
It's the suits
Dude,
that are
it's a suit.
changing it. And personally, I think that and I don't know this, but that might be exactly what happened with Batgirl. Who said that her original script had Keaton in it, along with J.K. Simmons Gordon? They probably broke the fuck out of her story to make
To
the
fit the
different
narrative.
to fit whatever their non-plan was back in
And
the day.
then
Not
knowing
planned.
that the movie was originally written to be on HBO Max, that was another thing that keep saying, like, it was too small. Well, yeah, because it was shot
supposed
to
to be a
be a
streaming.
TV movie. Like that's what it was
Right.
shot to be.
Right.
You know, it's
Yeah.
But also, it's
Batgirl-
interesting that she got the characters right. She got Barry right from how we know him, and she got Michael Keaton's character right, and Zod and all that. It
But
looks
those
like
actors also bring
we're-
those things to
Bring
the
the-
table.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
you know,
already-
like-
It looks very
And-
familiar.
And let's just be like, I do feel like I have to do the disclaimer, like, okay, we're basing all this just on the trailer.
Yes,
You
just
still
the
need to
trailer.
see the
Absolutely.
film. The
No,
trailer
man,
looks
exclusivo, I
very.
know everything.
The
Yes.
trailer looks. Well, do you know as much as KC? Because
No, I know nothing about this movie. Actually, I was 3 days late watching the trailer, so
Oh wow!
that's how
Okay.
that's
Damn.
how behind I
What
am.
what I found more fascinating about this trailer is that we saw Batman, two different Batmans in daytime.
Oh yeah,
It
we
is
haven't
so
talked
great.
about
Yeah.
Netflix
See,
yet.
blue and gray.
See,
Daytime,
that's
Gray.
what stunned me.
Badass.
Wait, is it Batman
that
during
is-
the day? Don't
During
tell
the
Grace
day,
Randolph.
both of them, and they still look badass.
Grace
Yeah,
Randolph
okay,
complains so much about seeing Batman in the daytime in
Grace
her
Randolph.
video
We
breakdown.
don't want to talk
Oh.
about.
No,
we don't want to talk.
we don't
about
want to talk about her. No, but
Sorry,
but
Ben.
that
Ben, go ahead.
was my
Ben, go ahead.
that was my massive
Yeah.
surprise, was that Affleck was in this trailer as much even at all. Like they even had lines. I was like, shit.
Well, the marketing, is going to steer away from certain individual. We knew that was going to happen. So
Yeah,
that's
no, I'm
that's
saying-
the
That's
reason.
why they kept two of
that's-
him.
Well, that's what I said because I've
But-
heard people say that thing too. But I'm sorry, but Ezra
Yeah.
Miller was all over that trailer.
Yeah.
He didn't look hidden at all.
Was it twice? Twice.
I've seen more than I've seen more than a few people say that trailer, like people that like there's still people that are concerned
All right,
about
so
how
the
much this is
voiceover
gonna be a
was by
Flash movie.
Keaton.
Yeah, voiceover is Keaton.
So the
Yes.
voiceover is Keaton. So you're hearing him throughout the entire trailer, and then
no,
you
not
hear
the entire trailer. He's there at the beginning because then you
Right.
get Barry and you
Right.
and you get Ben Affleck
Very
at one
true.
point.
Ooh,
Then
that
you
was so
hear
cool.
Ben
Yes,
Affleck, right?
exactly.
And then you hear the setup, Zod. So like the trailer does have Ezra in there, but all the elements around there kind of steer you away from that individual.
I don't get that feeling at all.
It's like-
I don't get
I
that
think-
feeling. I don't get that feeling at all.
I think it's
don't
just
see
that the Keaton stuff and the other stuff we haven't seen before, and it was just shiny moments that we felt
Yeah.
that we are focusing more on that. But Ezra was twice in the entire trailer.
Well, let's face it.
I-
Like Batman's going to be a strong point in marketing this. So
Yes.
they threw in like, hey, guess what? This is a multiverse story where you're going to have two different. You're going to have the now Batman because, hey, guess what, kids? Ben Affleck is still the present. Well,
I love that he has an
obviously
action
there's
scene in the
Robert
movie.
Pattinson, sure, but the fact of the matter is like Barry Allen's Batman is Ben Affleck. It's Batfleck,
Right.
and then we're going to go to. So I think they wanted to stress that point because that helps hit that Michael Keaton fucking reveal that people didn't know about when he says I'm Batman. Just kind of hits it to home because it's like you're seeing like oh yeah, who's the current Batman? There's that one guy and then Ben Affleck, and then all of a sudden it's like, hey wait, Keaton's back. What the hell is happening with this movie? I think that was
yeah.
Excuse me, sirs. Michael Keaton is just an older Ben Affleck. Okay, so it's still Ben Affleck.
No, he's not.
No, he's not. No, he's not. Stop it.
He's a
Stop
little
it.
older. He's
Nope.
an older.
No, he's not.
He's Ben Affleck
Nope.
Ben
retired.
Affleck is an older Batman.
Yeah,
Jay
because
Leno's dressed him out. It's
Ben
a
Affleck is
old
an
Ben-
older
Batman.
Affleck.
Nope.
Michael Keaton's 5'8".
Yeah, no.
Well, no,
there's
hold on,
the
wait, no,
height difference,
hold
the
on.
size
This is my
difference all
question.
there,
Well,
yeah.
no, here's the thing. This is my question though, because like, if this is a timeline thing or is it a multiverse thing, like Scott said earlier, because that's the important
Multiverse.
thing. Because is this an
multiverse.
alternate Earth Batman, or is it supposed to be the depiction of an older Ben Affleck? That's why I'm
No.
saying it.
No,
You
it's
say
not a
no, but
depiction
we
of
don't
older
know
Ben
that.
Affleck.
The poster says worlds collide.
Collide,
Those
yeah.
are different worlds.
Well, yeah, and there's even a shirt that
Yes.
says past, present, kind of.
Yeah.
There is. There's
another
two
thing,
shirts. I
too.
found a better one that has
Yes.
a different logo with like the both of them. Yeah. Like,
See, that's one of the
Yeah.
things that I want to like. I'm wondering, like, are they going to explain too? Because it's like obviously we have Keaton, who's okay. Keaton's Batman is older than Ben Affleck's Batman. If you're talking about present day in these two worlds, I'm like, okay, so how do they explain the fact that because obviously when it comes to the original Flashpoint, it's like, all right, the original Flashpoint was Bruce actually died, and then Thomas Wayne becomes Batman, and blah blah blah, and Martha becomes a Joker, and all that stuff, But with this, it's like, how do they explain like the timeline of everything? It's like, all right, so if we have this multiverse concept, it's like, okay, so there it is right there.
Grant Morrison.
I know, right? So there's like the whole multiverse concept of like the timelines, and I'm sure they're gonna have to touch a little bit of that too, where it's like, or like, why is he older? I don't know. It's just there's questions.
That's what I'm saying. Is like I want to know. I'm curious because
Ben's Batman is like 50, and then we got this one that's supposedly
right.
10 years older. I don't know.
I think he's gonna be after the last Keaton movie, so he's retired after that. Years after that, that's when they will meet him, not in Batman Returns or Batman 89.
No, because the Batman Returns suit is in that closet. Like that's the
right.
Oh
I
yeah,
got it right here.
Yes.
I got it right here if you want to see it.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's what's going to be interesting about it. It's like, and then what are we going to see? Are we going to see any kind of flashbacking too?
Hey, by the way, Dave, I love your catch about the fact that the battle damage from the end of '89 is still on the
okay.
89
Let's
suit.
talk about those suits then. Let's talk about those suits.
I shared the suits with you. I don't know if you saw that, but yeah.
Oh, is that what you were talking about,
that,
Sharon?
yeah,
okay.
That's what I shared it. Yeah.
No, but I mean, like the suits, it's great because it's like, all right. Obviously, when the TV spot, when they show all the suits, yes, you have the first one. They go in order of like, oh, this is like, in order of like probably how they were constructed. And then, of course, you have the one that he wears in the movie right in front and center. But yeah, so we have the 66 Bat logo, which is great homage.
Mhm.
And then, like I said, a lot of people are like, oh my God, he's got guns. But then it was revealed by the guy who designed it. He goes, no, those are grapple guns. They're not. What was that?
Yeah, no, they don't look like grapple guns, but okay.
Yeah, but that's what he said, though.
I know that's what he said, but they don't.
Dave, tell me you haven't seen a gun holster without telling me you haven't seen a gun holster. I'm telling you from somebody who's been to gun holster. It's a gun holster.
The Shadow and Dick Tracy, they have.
But
those.
I'm telling you,
but the grapple is also a gun. It's a grapple gun.
But when has Batman?
Are we calling the guy a liar? Are we calling the guy who designed this?
I'm
a
calling him a liar. I'm just saying the design is a little. I'm just saying the design is a little sus for that. That's all I'm saying.
But I do. But like
Batman
I said, I
always pulled the
appreciate
grapple
being,
behind his back.
but I also do appreciate the fact that it does feel like a bit of a Shadow homage. I really do feel like that's what they were going for.
Yeah. It's great. Okay, but I'm just gonna go by the guy who made the thing in their grapple guns. Okay,
That's
the grapple
right.
guns.
You have to go with what the guy said.
Zack Snyder's Batman.
Okay.
Or look at the picture. Look at the picture, and you can judge it.
Hey. Go back and watch Batman '89, and you look a close up of that grapple gun. It's actually very small. It could, those ones are a little bit bigger, so it could work. Okay.
It's an homage to Zack Snyder's Batman.
If it turns out that Batman uses guns in this, Dave, you owe me a bubble tea. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, Michael Keaton's Batman's got more gun power than any other Batman.
Do we forget the machine guns
on?
I was about to say that Michael Keaton's Batman kill count, right? Is he has the record? He has the record for kill count.
Like a double illegal.
Yeah, at first I thought too. I was like, because let's face it, when you look at those old Batman comics, he used a gun.
Yeah, because once again, he was using a Shadow
for a very brief time, though.
For a very brief time,
for a year.
But in 80-year history, that's very brief.
Yeah, very, very brief.
But it was there,
It was there.
I still love the story about Batman #1 when he kills the giant, and that's when the editorial staff went, "Stop it!"
Right, but again, this is a Flashpoint story, and Thomas Wayne used guns. So that's
it's
why
not Thomas Wayne.
I know it's not Thomas Wayne, but it's a nod to Thomas Wayne if it's got the gun.
Thomas Wayne.
Ooh, saggy, yes.
I like the whole Shadow reference.
And that's
like
how he had him too.
Because I mean, you go back and watch the Shadow, and
we got 4 more months of speculation, guys.
But then at the same time, we're all nerding out at the fact that right next to it is a gray and blue. With the 89 logo, by the way.
Yes, with the 89 logo. But man, does it look like Neil Adams drew that sucker right off the page?
Right.
I mean, oh
my god.
Here, okay, let me ask this question.
Then you go back and look at 89 Batman and you said, this is what we could have had.
No.
Blue and gray.
No,
just missed it.
No, the 89 logo, the actual 89 logo from that movie. How would you call that logo? What does it look like to you?
The classic Batman logo.
See, I've always, to me, I've always it's always looked like a Victorian bat. Like it's some type of, it's more regal than the others. Like just something about how.
Oh, you mean
that makes sense? He's got an armory. Like he's got that room with all the armors, Japanese armor. Like it's like so. It makes sense he would be inspired by that.
Right, because they use 3 different. Because in that movie they used 3 different logos. The one that was on all the merchandise, and then the one that they used for the bat signal, which was a little bit bigger, and then his is really different. And I remember as a kid. My headcanon as a kid was like, oh, well, that's the boss logo. Batman's the boss. He wears the boss Batman logo.
That's why I always loved that logo, because it was different. From what I gathered is like Burton wanted to do something very different with the costume designer. So they had the one and until Reeves FX, remember that guy who designed, he's the one that said, oh, it's actually feet. I just thought it was a 3 spiked tail kind of thing.
I never thought of it.
But it was a tail this entire time.
Yeah. But the fact of the matter is like he wanted to use that, but then they were like, no, we have to use the traditional bat logo for that people want to use. So for marketing. So that's why. But I just love the fact that we have a gray and blue bat suit with the white eyes too. By the way, you can see the lenses, which is crazy. And it's got a different belt.
How good does his suit look in that last Supergirl scene where Barry tells him, "What are we gonna do, Batman?" The shot of him was just so good.
Perfect, I love the camera. I love the camera move going up to his fist and then his fist dropping down. Yeah. And then you're like, oh, and that's a pissed off Kara right there.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
We're still talking about the bat suit, Casey. We're still talking about the bat suits.
I was talking about the bat
don't
suit in
jump
that
ahead,
shot.
Casey. Don't jump ahead. Don't be like me.
I was talking about the bat suit in that
I know.
It looks
That's a
good
cool shot.
in daylight, though.
It does look good in daylight. Yeah, it's a good shot too. But yeah, like you were saying, Scott, is the fact that you have the 89 bat suit in there that's still damaged from the from 89
from the bell tower.
Yeah, I know. I was like looking at it, I was like, wait a minute, that looks like how it looked when he
killed the Joker.
Yes, and I'm like, what the fuck? That's crazy. So you know what's kind of you know what I found funny is like, what 30 plus years later, we're gonna get an explanation of why he has a different bat suit in Batman Returns,
right?
Because the Batman Returns suit is right next to it. Obviously,
and it is different.
It
is definitely different.
So he kept that
Different
one maybe as
logo.
a remembrance of hey, this was a bad battle that I had with somebody. The
But
killer
is that so
of
Batman? Because he always has the display cases in the
Yes.
Batcave.
That's the guy who killed my parents in this world. You know, it's not Mr. Chill. It's
No
fucking
no
Jack
Robin
Napier.
costumes that we've seen so far.
That's what I'm wondering too, though, because if you've read Batman '89,
That's not in continuity though.
is it with this? Not.
I doubt it.
You don't think so?
No.
I'm wondering though.
Because I'm telling you right now, like most of those people who are
Marlon
working on the
Wayans is
movies-
going to show up.
No, but most of those people making
That
the
would
movies,
be
they
crazy.
don't care
That
what
would
the
be
comics
insane.
That
if it does.
you now listen. I would erupt. Honestly, if
Whoa.
I'm watching
Wayne.
this movie and all of a sudden
Marlon
Marlon Wayne, like he gets off the phone with Marlon, right? He's like, Dick, I don't know, I gotta go, man.
Oh
These
my
guys,
goodness. You want to talk about that? That would, man, I can't wait. I would love to hear the word of mouth on that one. People all of a sudden like, holy shit, Marlon Wayans. Because nobody
Marlon
else
Wayans
knows.
shows
Like,
up
why
as
is
Nightwing.
Marlon Wayans in this movie? Who?
Yeah.
Why is he talking to Michael Keaton, man?
That'd be beautiful.
Yeah.
It'd be amazing. No,
But
I
would
will
be
say,
amazing,
I will
but
say
yeah.
about the suits. I like that when we got that second little teaser, little second, like half teaser
Movie spot.
trailer. Yeah, movie spot. That's why I hate calling movie spots. It's
Big game
a side.
spot.
It's like a side mission, okay? But no, I like that they showed the suits. That was really cool, and I definitely thought that was the best marketing right there. Is like, let's give them the trailer. We're gonna show Michael Keaton to get everyone excited. Then we're gonna come out with another little bit more of a trailer and show a little bit more in the suits.
No, it's
and I
smart.
know that
Yeah,
was definitely because, like when Ray said earlier, well, we know that wasn't really mostly for us. I'm like, those suits. That was for you because no general audience was gonna look at those suits and know what the hell those were.
To your point, Saggy, another point to note that it was pretty bold of them. I realized this like a couple of days ago. It was very bold of them to not show Michael Keaton's face in the entire trailer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He has
It was
no
also
face
brave.
reveal.
That's
Ray
true.
was
It's just Batman, the entire thing.
Yes.
It is bold, but I also think that when it comes to his Batman, like his look in the cape and cowl is very distinctive. You can't really mistake him for Bale or Batfleck or Pattinson. It's
They all
really
have their
obvious that
unique
it's
look.
him.
That's the thing.
Exactly.
They all have their,
So
and then just showing the bat suits that was so cool. And then like there was like two other bat suits that we've never seen, which was like one was like looked like a scuba suit armored thing. I don't even know what the hell that was.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
calling
I've
it the
heard
underwater
toys.
suit.
The underwater
One
But
of
it's
the
got
toys
two
I had-
weird
I had
appendages.
The
that
nightmare
man-
suit.
You're
It's
gonna
got
see
two
it again in
weird
Aquaman
appendages that
too.
almost-
Yes,
it almost
Ben.
It almost
He did
makes
have
it
a
look
nightmare
like
suit,
Blue
yes.
Beetle.
That
Yes.
was
It almost
foreshadowing.
Yeah,
That was
the-
foreshadowing. You're gonna see it.
But at the same time, maybe it was just position, and there was actually just like those swords on the wall.
Maybe.
I put it,
maybe.
yeah, it could have been that too, but it looks like it's coming out of the suit. And then you have almost a nightmare Keaton suit that
A desert,
right there.
the desert suit.
Yeah, he's got
Yes,
it's
the
got the
desert
goggles,
suit, yeah.
it's got a hood. It's kind of
Right.
interesting. Yeah, so they were just like, hey, let's create some other ones.
I just think
It
it's
just
funny it's
feels
got
like
a hood on it.
actors
Can you imagine
just
fighting
Yeah,
with that with
and-
those
and-
ears?
And I don't want to make it seem like when I was talking earlier about like who the trailers
You poke holes in the
it-
hood.
You poke holes.
Clearly there's a shitload of Easter eggs for us in the trailer, like that, and in the movie that we're gonna find. But I'm just saying that the big overarching aim of the trailer was to tell the general audience that Keaton's in this movie.
Speaking
And
of
that's
Easter
what they
eggs,
saw.
I know we're on the costumes, but real quick,
No, we're getting.
Oh, well, I was gonna say, do you think that open area you said where Zod showed up? Do you think that's the same open area he showed up in Man of Steel where he?
Yeah, that's what it makes me think of.
Yeah,
because I'm just trying to think of why, like in my mind,
why he would go there?
Why he would go there?
Because he went there to get Lois Lane.
Because because that was the
Lois Lane.
That was the first point
and is
where
there still a
Zod
Lois
faced
in
humanity.
this world? Is there still a Lois in this world? I would shit my pants if we see Amy Adams now.
Dude, but if the government on this world has Supergirl, would Zod maybe know?
Well, here's another question: why is Zod here? You got to remember, in Man of Steel, he's only here because of the beacon. Because he's here. Well, yeah, because of Kara. But like, if she's imprisoned, like
something triggered him.
Is it maybe because they released Kara and she comes into contact with the ship?
I think what I think it is,
and does all this stuff. Because otherwise, I mean, that's what Man of Steel was all about. He summoned them basically. They came, they saw that he was here, and they came here looking for Kal-El.
My theory is like when this whole time travel event happens, maybe something gets shot out into space. Maybe there's some kind of, I don't know, like when Barry is like doing this shit, something gets shot out into space. Maybe they sense or they.
This is an alternate timeline where Superman does not exist.
Yes, because we're assuming that he probably.
Why doesn't he exist? That's the bit. Yeah, that's
because maybe didn't make it.
Because it's an alternate timeline.
Is the Codex hidden in her?
Well, no, I'm saying that makes a good point because it's like so. We probably hopefully they'll tell us like, okay, so if we got Kara and not Clark Kent, what happened to Clark Kent? Was like, did he die as a child? Did he not make it? Like,
said Krypton blew up? Russia right now,
right? But what I'm saying, but that's what I'm saying. I want to know because that's a good point. Why is Zod here? Is it because he found out that there's a Kryptonian on Earth?
It's because he killed Kal-El's father on Krypton, and Krypton never exploded.
What if he wasn't sent to the Phantom Zone? He just went out on a scout ship looking for other planets and tried to
which is what they were originally colonizers in the first place. So it's entirely possible that he was doing that.
And I think that location. Yeah, I think that location is also the same thing because in Man of Steel he came there to negotiate with humanity to get the Kryptonian out of there, not specifically Lois Lane. So that is the meeting place for the Kryptonians to get their, Kryptonian back from humanity. And I think that's what's going to happen again. But since we saw shots of, battle going on in that place in the trailer, I think it's because this time there was no Superman around to, negotiate properly and, calmly and fix it because he's not around and they probably picked a fight. Yeah.
So I love
asses kicked.
I love this conversation because we're all like basically pulling a Supergirl like, Zod, what did you do?
Yeah.
Well, she screams that, man. And
oh god, her heat.
That has the same Calle energy.
No, it does not.
No, I disagree. I disagree with that. I disagree.
Like every time I see somebody screaming in camera, like, come on, like that really doesn't work. Like in full context in the movie, I get it. Yeah, there's a moment where you scream, but
Ben, what did he do, Ben? We need
exactly. We need answers.
I don't know.
Does he know?
No, I don't know.
He's better than Kal-El. No.
If he has the same energy.
Just when you rewatch that scene,
that's all.
If you don't think there's emotion there, just think of your favorite Smash Mouth song.
To me.
And that's put it over it.
What's that again?
Sorry, I said if you look at that scene and you don't see any emotion, just play your favorite Smash Mouth song over it, and you'll be like, oh yeah, this is. Now I see the emotion. She's an all-star.
She's an all-star. Hey now, okay, gotcha.
All right.
No, but I'm kind of curious. So, like, what is she talking about when it comes? Well, yeah, because it
has to be someone's death, right?
I know, but it's interesting because what I'm curious about is like, okay, so we see Black Zero happening in Metropolis. So
is
what
it Metropolis? I'm curious. Like
that too. There's
that. Metropolis. That's true.
But then it's like, so what happens in the desert where they didn't stop them? Or see, that's the thing is like you have this craziness that's happening in the desert. We're gonna have this crazy fight in the desert with two Flashes and a Batman and a Batwing.
Yep.
So do they not
Supergirl.
stop them? Yeah, and Supergirl. So, like, what is happening? What does the desert thing not work out, or is the Black Zero event thing happen first in the movie, and then maybe they go back again? I don't know. See, that's what's so crazy about this movie,
And that's why I love about trailers is that we're sitting there going, we don't know.
Yes,
Let's
because
pay our money to watch the
It
movie.
just looks
timeline.
cool.
You're looking at the
Mhm.
timeline of Man of Steel.
Yes.
The desert part happens, and it's obviously it's calm because Superman and Lois just go up in the ship, and it's fine. And then all of a sudden, the thing that happened there. But then we get the Black Zero
The
event.
Codex is in him.
Yeah.
Explains
So in the Flash, we have this crazy thing that happens in the desert, and then we also get the Black Zero event, and I'm just like, that's the answer. I'm like going, what the fuck? Which gets me more intrigued about this damn movie,
What's more fascinating is that we haven't seen the real villain. Like we've seen all these action pieces.
Yeah, we haven't
and
seen
it's
the
just
Dark
bizarre.
Flash.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Dark Flash yet.
Right.
And
I
that's the
mean,
real villain of the
obviously,
movie.
How are they
Zod
gonna
is
top this
the-
trailer?
Yeah.
But the
Well,
second
they
one,
wouldn't,
the second one, Casey, when the second one dropped.
Yeah.
Well,
But
no,
how?
I mean,
Like this
I
was
mean, I don't
just
know.
top tier.
Well,
I think what
see,
it comes
'cause
down
I mean,
to is,
Well, when
like,
the VBS trailer came out, the first one was like, oh, "This is amazing," and then the second one came out, I was like, "Oh my god!" And then the final trailer came out, like, "Oh, this is great." So I think they'll. do a good
there
job.
were people though. I do remember people complaining that this happens with a ton of movies. Complaining the last trailer showed too much. Specifically, one element from VBS.
Doomsday
was-
was a little bit too much. Doomsday, I
was
still like
Doomsday the
that-
third
to me,
one
that-
because
that
there was
one is
also the
fire.
one that
Yeah,
was like
it was the
showed us
third
basically
one.
the entire warehouse fight.
Yeah, it was the third
Oh,
one.
yeah,
It
they
was the
really-
third
Yeah,
one.
but
But it's still one of the
you-
best
you-
trailers ever.
Yeah.
Because at the time you didn't know what the warehouse fight was.
Okay.
And
Jesus
and there was
Christ.
a lot of it that the warehouse fight we still didn't
Man.
see until like we saw the movie. So
Yeah,
I
but
gotta go, guys.
Oh
Figured
no!
it.
No, all of a sudden,
No.
all of a sudden the leash got pulled.
Hey, it did get pulled. We
Yeah,
saw
no,
it
it
happen.
wasn't the leash; it was the whip.
shit.
all right.
Okay.
All right, Ben. Well,
All right,
have a
guys.
good day.
Understood.
Bye, Ben.
Bye.
Bye, Ben.
Wish me luck.
Take it easy.
Ben is sleeping on that couch tonight.
You already know. Give me the
Oh,
pillow
boy.
already.
Oh
Bye,
man.
guys.
Bye.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I know.
Okay. Okay.
Bye,
Oh,
guys.
you notice how his voice got lighter?
See you, dude.
Yeah, his voice went.
I thought he was serious. I was like, oh shoot,
Yeah,
guys,
that's
we
because
got
his
Ben in
balls are now in
trouble.
a jar that his wife rolled it by now. That's why.
Oh my god.
That listen, that's a good man.
online again? How many times have we had this conversation, Ben?
We're talking about that nerdy crap again, Ben. The Flash trailer was a week
Ben.
ago. Get over it.
All right, Ben. Thank you for showing up, man.
All right, guys.
Appreciate it.
Bye, Ben.
Take it
All right,
easy.
Ben.
Bye, guys.
Gotta love
Oh,
that.
at least we won't.
Uh.
At least I won't be having a visitor tonight.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, no,
yeah.
you don't know. You know why?
Why?
I busted out the screwdriver.
Oh,
Switch.
okay.
Switch the. Switch the locks on the doorknobs.
Oh, is that what
I
you
did
did?
not know where we were going with that.
I know,
didn't
I know.
know
At
either.
first I was like,
She ain't coming back
Yeah.
now. I busted up
I
that
wasn't-
screwdriver.
You
I
hit
wasn't
your kid
sure
with a
that-
screwdriver?
That could have gone to a
The
dark
glove
place.
don't fit. You must have quit.
Jeez. The screw
No,
don't
guys,
fit?
come on. The last two vodka streams, we've had a particular special guest show up. So
Yes. Yes.
actually,
so,
I take that back. It was a vodka stream and a Fanimated. He showed
Yeah.
up on. He showed up on
Right,
last
he showed up on
Fanimated.
last
Yeah.
animated.
Yeah,
also.
but he's a
so-
fan favorite now.
He is. He is.
He's been a fan favorite for like 2.5 years.
Oh yeah,
he
yeah.
has grown with the show, like literally,
He
like
really
he's gone
has.
from infant to like he's speaking now. Like
Oh,
on
we
the
will
show.
never
So-
forget when Callum spilled Scott's beer on his laptop.
The incident.
And killed
Yes,
that
the incident.
laptop.
Killed the laptop. It was so funny because we saw Scott's face just go, oh, and then all of a sudden he just went, oh, like this thing
It's
is
over.
fucked. It's done. It was done. It was funny too because the next day, like Steven had the screenshots of the entire. He had like 3 shots of like Callum and then like Scott going like this, and then Scott like, fuck. You know, it was hilarious. It was hilarious. Yeah,
It worked
it's
out.
funny,
I got a
it-
MacBook out of the deal, so you
yeah,
know
you
what?
got a good computer out of it. So no.
David, it's funny you bring up Steven because that all also reminds me. Remember, I forgot how many months ago this was, but remember when Amanda made him skip a frame?
Yes, Jesus. That was amazing.
I've never seen a human being skip a frame before. Like he went, like he just we didn't see the blur. She was behind him and just like boom, like he just went to the next shot. He went to the next shot.
I mean, he's just sitting there, and then all of a sudden, Amanda just shows up, and he just goes, "Whoa!" and he just like whips so back, and we just all saw it because it was so quick. But like literally, if you go back and watch that footage, it looked like like all of a sudden he skipped a frame. It was
There's
crazy.
a missing frame. Seriously, when you look at how he jumped.
Like the camera couldn't catch how fast he fast he looked.
His brilliant camera couldn't even catch that.
Not even. But we got somebody else going to be joining right now. My doppelganger apparently. So yeah, hey, Mr.
Oh my new Instagram friend. What's up, dude?
What's going on?
What's up, people?
Flash.
Oh my
universe.
So I gotta get going, but I wanted to show Scott something real quick.
Okay. So Enosh has to get going. You know, this is nothing against you, Damien.
No, Damien. No, it's not against you. I do have to get going.
He's the Australian.
I got to get up in the morning. I got to get up in the morning. But you know, Scott, one of the things that I love, you know, that I'm obviously a DC fan, Star Wars fan, and a G.I. Joe fan. I love when those things come together. I have this really cool series of figures now. This is a Cobra Viper, but done in Boba Fett.
I see that.
It's done like Boba Fett, basically.
It is. I see that.
So you can see like the red on his face a little bit here, but you see the Mandalorian symbol and stuff. And he came with this beautiful card.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
That's cool, and it's a file card, nice. So he has like a whole. It's got like the whole Mandalorian, or the Mandalorian.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, so it's got all that, nice. And then it's really cool because then they've got a whole series of custom bats, G.I. Joe bats that go along with it. That like you can get those too.
Oh, look at the helmet. Okay, yeah, right? I see that. Yeah.
So you can see it in the helmet where they've done the visor kind of thing, and then a while back. I got this bad boy, which is another one of those, but it's like a Superman.
Oh,
theme.
Look at that!
Oh, that's cool. So I love this, and you know what I wish, especially with our conversation tonight. You know what I wish I would have got, because now I can't find it anywhere. It was like one guy, and I'd have to go back and see if he can still make them. He had a version of the Flash of this, but it was so expensive, and I was just like, I had to. It took everything to pull the trigger on this one because it was Superman. And but the Flash one was super cool too. And then I got two of these guys because I figured like with all my scenes and everything that I would make like a super force. So if I got a Boba Fett force, it's like two Snake Eyes figures, but they've got these this Superman theme going on.
Look at the boots.
Right, it's got the boots and everything.
Is that Superman's gun? I love that.
Right, you love that.
Why do they look like Superman?
I'm gonna repaint. I'm gonna repaint the masks though.
Who's this stripper? Jesus, those are stripper boots.
Yeah, it's the Blue Man Group and their undies and boots.
It's the pumps, mate. It's
like
pumps.
Magic Mike. It's like Magic Mike. Jesus,
it's not that bad. Jeez.
Yeah.
But this right here, you guys know that I think I've talked about it a few times. Like I collect vintage Boba Fett, so I've got like over 100. I'm almost like 150 of them now.
Jeez.
And but I came across this, and this was something that I had to have as soon as I saw it, and that is it's this. I gotta get out of the package. There we go.
I don't want to hear about your package.
Trying to be
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. Yeah, some of us want to hear about the package. Thank you.
Okay. This is a chrome.
Whoa!
Boba Fett. Look at this.
Chrome Boba Fett right there.
And it's cool
because I'll zero in on it here.
Yeah. Not only is it cool just because it's chrome, which there you go.
There it is.
Wow. But the chrome is super cool.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, and it's movable, so like it's full, so it's not like frozen, like just like that.
Put Captain Solo in the cargo hold.
They gave
Let
him
it
they
go.
gave him a chrome gun that's more like the movie version, you know, of
Very
his gun.
phallic.
But
Yeah.
what
I was gonna say
that sounded like you were on South Park, man. Like you know, as tradition, very phallic. But like if you look at
Does
one
it
of the
vibrate?
old original
Right.
ones, right? So it takes like the body style and everything like that. But what I thought was really cool was where the old one doesn't have really the antenna.
Yeah.
They've actually put an antenna on this one.
That's
and
pretty
then
sweet.
Yeah.
and then they put a brand
Little-
new
Oh, okay. So it's closer. It's more accurate to the movie.
yeah but they use
Gotcha.
the body style from the vintage, and
Yeah.
so this is like now my favorite Boba Fett, except for my childhood one, you know, that I grew up with. This is now my favorite
It's pretty sweet, man.
vintage style.
That's fantastic. I love that.
Pretty cool.
I'm gonna steal it. When I visit you, I'm stealing it.
All right. Well, if you and William can get in, you know, you have a better chance of getting in my house than William. You know, if William pops up in my house, I'm just gonna be like, gosh, who's at the door? Some old man. I don't know.
Yeah. Get him.
Enosh, where is
Another one?
William? Like, where is William?
Vegas.
William's in
Vegas.
Okay,
Vegas.
all
Yeah.
right.
I've actually met William in real life when I went to
I've seen the
Vegas.
photo. I've seen
Yeah.
the photographic evidence.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We're trying to do that again, Dave. We're trying to do
Yes,
that again
I know.
because we're trying to do this Poindexter Con thing. We're
I remember
thinking
you
about, like,
you
August.
told me about that.
Yeah, August or October. So as soon as I can get Tiffany, my
Well-
wife just had surgery this week, so we're gonna try to
Yeah.
plan out
By
some
the
stuff.
way,
Yeah, how's she doing, man?
Give my
Sure.
best to her because Heather
Thank you.
had the same thing in December.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
She's doing really good. She had a partial hysterectomy. They were able to keep her ovaries and all that stuff, so that was good. But she's doing really good. There was no complications. There were no
Good.
issues once they got in there. They
That's
didn't
good.
find
Was it
anything.
was it
you know.
was it a
Very
micro? Was it robotic? Was it microscopic?
Yeah, where they used the so that was all good. She got through it really well. They did keep her overnight the first night just to make sure that her pain was under management, you know. But other than that, I mean, you know, she's home now. She's upstairs and she's recuperating and stuff, and so yeah, so she's a tough cookie, man. I'll tell you what, they don't come much tougher than Tiffany. She's
Make sure she doesn't lift anything heavier than 5 pounds.
I
Just
know. I
saying.
have to keep telling her, like I have to keep telling her. You know?
So that means she can't touch her. You know what?
Enosh, where was she? Was she at like Hurley or McLaren or
No, she was at Genesis.
Genesis? Okay, all right,
Yeah,
good.
yeah, she was at Genesis. Yeah. So,
You set
yeah.
yourself up for that.
I'm sorry.
You
What?
can't lift anything over 5 pounds, Scott said. So you know what that means, Enosh.
Well, the doctor did look strictly at me in the recovery and said,
Oh boy.
"Nothing in the vagina for 6 weeks.
Wow, holy shit.
Nothing."
And then
And
you're
I
like,
went,
are you the actual doctor? Or
"Okay.
I'm just gonna go play my Batman toys for 6 weeks.
I know, right? Yeah, it's like.
Does that
well,
include Boba Fett? I don't know. No.
Whoa!
Damien, I got something for you. I wanted to show you. As your
Oh, yes.
son, I think is your son hiding behind you right now?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, there he is.
Great. Awesome. Thank you.
He's got headphones in. He's got headphones in, guys. He's got headphones in. Relax.
Good,
He's got the
good.
headphones in.
Oh my gosh, I'm having flashbacks of
Wait.
last night, Saggy.
Wait, pause. I know that was
Hey.
awful, but like when he said, "Is your son back there?" and then there was nothing back there. As soon as he turned his chair, you just see a random child. It threw me all off.
No,
It's
no.
like a horror
I got
movie.
eyes.
Just
I'm
appeared.
watching. I'm Batman.
I'm Batman.
Mind your
It just
surroundings.
appears like the bat.
Oh no, just deafen your kids' ears by putting that earbud in there so he could hear us all yelling and talking over each other. That's.
Say hi to everyone.
But no, but Damien, I brought
What's
something.
going on?
Hi.
Oh, he's so adorable though.
He is.
Oh.
what's up, dude?
It's a mini Damien.
Hi.
Yeah.
How's
Hi.
it going?
Hi.
Why is it like the child's voice is so much cuter with the accent? Is it just he's like so adorable
Oh.
with the accent?
He's a bit embarrassed. He's left.
Oh yeah, we get it. We get it.
No, we totally get it. We
Yeah.
understand.
So
Yes,
Damien, I'm not
absolutely.
sure if you saw this, but did you ever see this variant, the Speed Force Flash McFarlane?
Oh.
I don't have that one. No.
Yeah, it's the backside, like the stuff that would be.
The backside as in his
Whoa.
butt.
He's got a butt on.
Ezra
him.
Cake.
This
Ezra
one did
Cage.
more squats.
Because you see how
Ezra
like there's
Cage.
that darker like black around his waist and in the
Yeah.
cake area.
Look at the plums on that guy.
In the
Well,
cake
he-
area.
He shit his pants on that run. All right, give the guy a break.
If you look here,
Wow, in the
it's
cake
lighter and it actually fades to blue because when you put the lightning on, the idea is that he's one with the speed force. So it's got like that blue tone.
That's very impressive. I'm trying to get
Yeah.
all the new McFarlane stuff that's just come out. But
Dude.
Ooh, Jay
look
Garrick.
at that. He's got the
Look at
Jay
that.
Garrick version. Look at that.
Dude, the
And
Jay
not,
Garrick.
not that terrible metal version. The actually good one. Hey,
The
Eradicator.
Eradicator.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
That's pretty cool.
I know what that is. I know who that is.
Oh,
And
go.
there's Dark Flash.
You guys
I got
opened up a
Speed.
Yeah,
Pandora.
yeah,
Dark
that's that
Flash.
I got two more. Here you go. Here's Superboy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Go, Connor.
nice.
James
What up,
Gunn
Connor?
Superman.
Here's the. Here we go. Here we go.
Hey,
And
Cara,
Justice,
what's up?
Justice Supergirl. I really like.
This
I'm
is
gonna
the
tell you,
best Supergirl.
Yeah, Injustice.
Supergirl and Injustice 2 was like one of my go-to
Yeah.
characters in that game because it was like Flash, Wonder Woman, and Supergirl were my go-tos, and that I could kick some ass with Supergirl. She was a great
I went
character in
old
that
school
game.
today.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I went old school today, actually.
Oh,
So I got-
we're in the show and tell
Ooh.
portion of the
He's got
show.
a bag. He's got a bag. He's got some fresh stuff. Look at that.
Nice.
Oh,
No,
Nightwing.
Wow.
Nightwing.
Nightfall,
That's like-
night. I had
That is
that
great.
one when I was a kid.
Nightfall.
Oh my god.
That's
Oh.
cool.
Oh wow, I had that.
What did that run
It
you,
cost-
dude?
I had a version of
69
that.
Australian dollars.
Wow.
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 So that's about like 45
Yeah.
American dollars.
It's cool.
To be about 45 American dollars. And then this dude here.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
That's a nice one. That's a nice one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I
a good
still
The
have
Batman.
Mattel one.
I
Yeah.
still have this from what I won from William for doing a donation, but
Oh, that's.
Oh, look at that.
That's not Hardak Batman, so I don't give a shit.
no, this is season. This is specifically season 3 Batman because
Yeah.
you've got Tim Drake and
Yes, it
Nightwing
is.
Nice.
on the back.
Yep, when they
Oh,
ruined
it
his
is.
car.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't like the car as much in season 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, they.
I kind of like the
I love-
Batwing more, honestly. But
I love that the car from the original 85 episodes is still my favorite Batmobile. I love that car.
okay,
so
so Damien, I
much.
gotta ask: are we going for
Well,
the full
isn't it
Dark
season
Knight
4?
trilogy bundle? No, it's season 3. It was what you're thinking about, Seek, is that it was released in 4 DVD volumes, but if you go by production, there's three seasons. What happens is that because season 1 was Dave, was it like 63, 64 episodes?
Mhm.
Season 1 was so huge
65.
of a production order, it gets
64.
broken up over 2 DVD box sets, but it's the
Gotcha.
first, but it's only 1 season order.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But so the season you're referring to is when the animation style changed, though.
Yes,
Yeah,
the
Mhm.
post Superman the post Superman
Yes,
the animated
the
series.
new adventures of Batman.
the new
Hey,
Batman
hey.
adventures. Yeah,
We have to remember that Enosh was trying to leave.
Sorry, didn't mean to bring
Enosh
that. No, I
always
love.
stays
I
trying
I
love.
forgot he was leaving. I forgot
Yeah.
he was leaving.
Yeah.
I love spurring the toy show and
show
tell.
and tell.
Of course.
I love the show and
It's
tell.
awesome.
Brings me
awesome,
back
but,
to school. It's great.
They absolutely, man, absolutely. It's good stuff. But hey, love you guys. Love you, Dave.
All
Love
right.
you guys
Thanks a
all.
lot.
Thank you
Thanks
guys
for
for
showing
having
up.
me.
Yeah, have a good one.
And,
All the best to you.
Bye,
later. Peace out.
Enosh.
Peace out.
Bye.
So Damien, I did want to
Easy.
ask you: are you going to try to
Yeah.
pick up the Dark Knight trilogy bundle of McFarlane figure? Hey, Dave.
I think he was about
It's
to
like,
moon us.
Scott,
Yeah.
So he's going to flash us, Seek. He's going to flash us. Come
Right.
on.
I'm sorry.
Come on. Work with the puns, man. Work with the puns.
I'm a Moon Knight fan, so I was, but
Well, you
I
got,
tried to
you
pre-order the Dark
Okay.
Knight stuff last week, but I can't find an American site that'll now ship to Australia without an exorbitant fee. So
Sure,
I
right.
walked into a collectible store here in Melbourne today with Eric, and I've pre-ordered. So we're not getting them until I think April. So I'll get them a bit late. But I used to get them everything from bigbadtoystore.com,
Mhm.
but all the McFarlane stuff sells out super quick now for some reason, and their international shipping fees are almost the same as
they don't get as many as they used to get either. Like the stuff that gets allocated to them or what they can order is less than it was before.
Well, that makes sense because up until last year, I was able to pre-order and get everything, and then this year, from December till now, everything gets sold out super quick. And hi, Dave.
Oh, wait, sorry.
What kind of cockamamie operation are you
that
running
one was
here?
on purpose. That one was on purpose.
You can tell. You can tell. That was good.
And then I tried to get there's a Batman that's come out that you can only get exclusively through Target.
Which one's that? Is
Vampire Batman? Is it the
well, I haven't. Oh, the Red Rain Batman.
The Red Rain, yeah. This guy, right?
Yeah, that guy.
And then there's that Jokerized Batman.
The dark detective.
Yeah.
I got to the checkout card at Target.com, and then that ain't shipped to Australia, so they can get fucked as well.
Oh no, Target can be fucked 6 ways from Sunday.
Oh God, I love cussing and
Damien's base.
That's great.
Yeah.
No,
I'm trying to give people my money. No one wants it.
I'll take it, Damien, if you want to really.
I don't know. They probably don't do the international, but I'll tell you what I've learned to do is I buy them directly from McFarlane, and because when you go to the McFarlane Toys website, they'll offer bundles where you get all the figures in one shipment. It's usually discounted. And they'll ship it FedEx, so I'll get it faster. I'll get it directly from McFarlane, and I'll get it cheaper.
This sounds really logical, and I can't believe I haven't thought about it yet. So just go direct to the source. Do they ship
McFarlaneToyStore.com.
Yeah.
I think I think because he's located on the West Coast.
Yeah.
His main facilities are over there.
But I've done that basically for all the McFarlanes I've wanted to get recently. I just wait until there's a wave bundle, and I just buy the wave bundle.
Yeah. I bought the Blackest Night wave where the Build-A-Figure was Atrocitus. I bought that wave. They were 50% off each figure from McFarlane's website.
Yeah,
each figure was $10.
Yeah. I got the Arkham Knight one, the Arkham City one where I get to build Solomon Grundy. I did the Dark Knight Returns where I love to build a horse. And
yes,
and I
my
also
son
got
delivers me alcohol. My son delivers me alcohol.
Oh,
that's good
son.
Wow.
Good son. Cheers.
Good job,
Cheers
Robin.
to Eric.
Cheers.
I also ordered all the Princess Bride figures from them too.
That's pretty awesome.
That is inconceivable.
You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Oof.
I just heard Sega go the like that.
Sag, no, you understand.
Damien,
I
what is
love
going
no Saggy. You gotta understand. I love the Princess Bride.
I'm not judging.
I think it's one of the greatest movies ever.
Everyone
I'm
loves
not
Princess
judging.
Bride.
I'm not judging.
I
I'm just
remember
giving you a
watching
hard
that with my
time.
sister.
It was just funny the way you were like the, and then you.
I remember
You like,
watching it with
I-
my sister. Good movie. Isn't Val Kilmer in that? Is Val Kilmer in The Princess Bride?
No,
Willow.
That's Willow.
He was
That's
in
Willow.
Willow.
That's
Willow.
Willow. Yep.
That's what you're
Because they
thinking.
came out around about the same time, didn't
They
they?
did.
Yeah.
Yes.
Early mid '80s. Yep, totally. Yep.
Yeah,
I
because I
love
would
that
watch Willow,
Damien.
and my sister would watch The Princess Bride. And I'd be like, what's this shit? I don't watch that.
Oh no! You know what won me over? I watched The Princess Bride in school because we were in reading class and we did a fairy tales and mythology unit, and we got to vote. It was either watch The Princess Bride or watch Jason and the Argonauts. I had never seen The Princess Bride before. They voted for that because some other kids had seen it. And I'm going to tell you, as soon as I see Carrie Ellis and Mandy Patinkin having the most awesome duel on the cliffs of insanity, I'm like, damn, this movie just like won over 11-year-old me because that's one of the greatest sword fights put on film.
I like that you started that story like I was in reading class and we were watching a movie.
Right.
Yeah.
And at that time,
learning how to
even
read.
we were all, I think, even fans of Zorro, and so sword fights and stuff like that always used to appeal to me.
Oh, Mask of Zorro! When Mask of Zorro
came out, like what was that? Like late '90s, early 2000s.
It was late
Maybe
90s.
Zorro.
It was like mid 90s.
Yeah, it was like 97, I think. 97,
Right.
98.
Yeah.
Movie.
Like,
Yeah.
But
Oh, it was a good movie.
We have to ask now, Damon, you're here. What are your
Yes.
thoughts on the Flash trailer?
Do you know what? I
Uh-oh.
watched that trailer, and I reckon I got. How early was it in the trailer when we saw Keaton come on? It was about 20 seconds into the trailer, wasn't it?
Probably like halfway through.
When we
Well,
actually
halfway
saw him,
through
it was
or something
like
like that.
halfway through. Yeah.
Yeah, like
It was about halfway through. When we saw him, and then he said something to Barry, and like, you need some help, or you want some help, or something. I actually started crying. I legitimately,
Oh, yes,
I had
same.
tears in my eyes. The hairs on the
Same.
back of my neck stood up, and I had tears in my
Samesies.
eyes. That's how happy I was with
That
that
music,
trailer,
man.
and the nostalgia. And then when he drops down and he takes on whoever's at the bottom of that funnel, and you hear the
Yeah.
old school Batman music, I
Yes.
cried even more. Like I literally, it wasn't just a few tears. I was actually crying. Like I was full on. If anyone saw me, they'd think something had happened to one of my children or my dog or something. But that's how happy I got. The nostalgia of that and that music, it just brought me to life. It's like someone stuck me with adrenaline. Fuck, I couldn't believe it. So I cannot wait for this film. That trailer was unbelievable. And then you got Ben Affleck. Ben Affleck looks more like Bruce Wayne as he gets older. Like it,
Right?
It is weird, right? Like, how does he look better
just
as Bruce
looks-
Wayne now?
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
can
looks
we
like
just
Bruce
say that Ben
Wayne.
Affleck
Like-
owned the Super Bowl because he had his movie trailer air. He had
Which
the
was
Flash.
fucking
Flash.
amazing.
And then the
It's great.
Dunkin'
The Dunkin'
Donuts.
Donuts
Then the
commercial.
Dunkin' Donuts
Yeah.
thing, yeah. No, that is the crazy. Who's gonna see Air? I totally want to watch Air.
Hell
Me?
yeah.
I'm gonna see it.
Me.
Yeah,
That looks
gonna see
great. It looks
Some-
fantastic.
I mean, somebody did already make the joke about how, oh great, now we're just gonna watch the movie about the white guys that cashed in on Michael Jordan. And I was like, yeah, I get that, but it's
Welcome to the world.
right.
You get
like-
Viola Davis playing Michael Jordan's mom.
Yeah. See, that's right. As soon as like the movie was already interesting, and then as soon as she showed, I was like, oh well, that's a day one watch.
Another interesting
Right.
trailer that just got me was the Tetris trailer. I don't know if you guys
I
have
haven't
seen
watched
it.
Oh,
it
yeah.
yet.
I
Okay,
watched it,
so
yeah.
so I saw that
It's
the other day.
completely not what you're expecting. It's so good.
Because the problem, Casey, is that we're used to like the Battleship movie, right? And like things where they actually try to make the game into like a thing, and it's like don't do that with this. And fortunately, no, it's a biopic. It's the story about how it was
Tetris.
about the game
creation
being
of
made.
Tetris.
So as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh thank God. Okay, no, it's one of those.
Yeah, you're not
Tiny
gonna
blocks
see
dropping.
Rihanna behind like a gun going, ah! Like what? The fuck?
Right.
It's like
And it's
Tetris.
gonna be
me,
on Apple
the
TV
red
Plus
block
the
is
day
voiced
after my
by
birthday.
Timothy Oliphant.
Oh, nice.
The what?
Is that on your birthday?
It's the day after my. It's on Apple TV Plus the day after my birthday.
Oh yeah, that's right. 31st. Yeah. So
What'd you say, Sig?
I was just probably making a stupid joke.
Oh,
I was
okay.
like, oh, Tetris. The red squares are played by Timothy Oliphant, and the green squares are Charlie Day. And
yeah, and the long
I'm
skinny
not-
one is
I-
Timothy
I-
Chalamet.
I'm
Dude,
not kidding. That's what I thought. Like in the
I-
beginning, I thought, why
yes.
would they make a Tetris
yeah,
movie?
yes, exactly. No,
Well,
seriously.
do you guys
I was in
remember
this.
Pixels? Remember
I-
Pixels?
I actually
Oh,
liked
no.
Pixels. I will defend Pixels.
Oh,
I
fuck
enjoy them.
that shit. I
But,
did
but
not. like that shit.
I was in the
Never
exact
seen
same
it.
mindset as Casey. As soon
Pixels
as I
was
saw
vomit,
people,
mate.
I saw people tweeting about a Tetris trailer, and I'm like, "What the fuck is this?"
I know, right?
Well,
then
when
it
it
was
was
like-
announced, everybody was like, "What the fuck? What are you doing?" And then it was like, "Ho, it's a biopic about creating." And I was like, "Okay, cool." Yeah.
I think my
Scott, we would have to have a debate on that because my God, Pixels was frustrating.
I
And
think
I
my
like
fa-
Adam Sandler.
I think my favorite shot in the Tetris trailer was like, them unveiling the Game Boy. Like, have you ever seen this? It's called a
Yes.
Game Boy, and I'm like, the game. I don't. That's the most reverence a Game Boy has ever been given.
It's like the reference that the Power Glove got in The Wizard.
Right.
And also,
Yeah, I like
right
that.
after that, it
The
was like,
Wizard was a great
do-
film.
Thank you.
The
Thank
Wizard's
you.
The
great.
Wizard was
Wizard's
so
great.
good.
Fred Savage
love
and
that
Luke
film.
Edwards. Luke Edwards.
Oh my God.
Who
Oh,
was the
and
kid?
Bo Bridges.
Yeah,
and
with the dad, right?
Christian Slater.
Christian Slater was the older brother.
Christian
Yeah.
Slater was the man. He was the man. Remember, he was in
Late
Broken
90s,
Arrow.
late 80s. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
he was in
Wasn't
Broken Arrow.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That was a good
which
movie.
Yeah.
Just
I missed
quickly,
that
on the
drop,
Flash-
Dave.
I do have a
missed that
drop for Broken Arrow. I do have a drop from Broken Arrow, which is I
nice.
can't even find it. It's so quick. I can't find it. I can't find it.
What is it though?
It's John
there it
Travolta
is.
going, fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck. There we go.
Yeah.
Yes.
There it is. Found it.
I was like, it has to be from Travolta.
Dude, because it's him and Howie Long. He and Howie Long are the bad guys.
I know.
It's like, what the?
Howie Long has not aged since, which is weird. You
No,
watch
Howie-
Howie Long doing the football stuff?
Yeah,
he
like
looks
how
the
is
same.
he's right? Like he
has the same haircut.
he
Everything's the same.
And you know
No
how you can
combat.
tell, Dave? You know how you can tell he hasn't aged? Because everybody else around him on that set has
Yes.
aged.
Has aged like
is
crazy.
aging really badly. Like
Crazy.
Bradshaw's aging, my
Yeah,
Strahan's
Bradshaw
aging, like everybody.
really
Like,
aged.
oh man.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, Howie Long is almost exactly the same. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But you know a trailer that was really awesome that came out yesterday?
Hmm.
John Wick 4
Oh
trailer.
yeah, the John Wick 4
yes,
trailer.
Chapter 4.
I haven't seen that
Oh,
yet.
I haven't seen that.
Oh
trailer.
no! Oh, you gotta watch it.
John Wick.
Yeah, I haven't
John
seen it
Wick,
either.
yes.
Cool, man.
Well,
Oh,
the
yes.
biggest thing that I'm taking away from this new movie, especially when they released the posters, Scott Adkins in a fat suit. What the fuck? What he's playing?
He went Penguin.
He went
He
Penguin.
seriously went Penguin. He went Colin Farrell Penguin with.
I
like,
love
that-
it.
whatever
I love
that
it
is.
because we're gonna see him do like his moves in a fat suit. What? That's insane. Insane.
Who here are big John Wick fans? Just with so
like
do
John.
any of you?
I'm
do any of
raising
you-
my hand.
Okay, you're. I saw that in your drawing, so I knew.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
But I was gonna ask, like, who here gets the text messages? Yeah.
Text
Okay.
messages.
That
No,
dude-
because I'm in Australia. I don't get
Yeah,
shit.
I gotcha. So like they
Mhm.
did this
We don't get
marketing
shit.
thing. I think it's-
They've been
Yeah.
doing it for the last couple of years, and I do it every
because
year.
I've been getting texts all through the
Yes.
pandemic where they're like, "Hey,
Yes.
in 2 days we're gonna drop a trailer. Here's a sneak peek at it, or
Mhm.
here's
Oh, I did not even know that was
here's
a
an
thing.
image."
Wow.
And
I didn't either.
it's from the hotel.
Look at that.
Like it's from the
Continental.
The
Continental.
Continental,
yeah,
yes, totally.
So,
yeah.
so they're
I mean,
so
the
they'll send you
fact
stuff
that
like
that's Scott
John.
Adkins.
They'll
Scott
send you
Adkins-
I'm still
stuff.
fucking waiting for my first one.
that is
Nice.
insane.
Wow.
That is
That's
utterly
pretty
insane.
cool. That's
but
But
no,
amazing.
that's
see,
Scott
it-
Adkins, who is like ripped and fucking like a stunt dude and a
Yeah.
like,
yeah.
fight
And his
choreographer.
name is Killa.
Yeah.
His name in the movie is Killa. So
That's cool. He looks like
Oh.
the guy from Res Evil 8 Village, where he's like selling you gear.
yeah.
That's cool.
No, but Seek, no, you like the marketing, the interactive marketing that
He
they've
was
done
standing
with
just off screen.
those with those text messages has
text
been
and
really
stuff.
cool.
It's cool.
I really like that.
Yeah, because I'll go, wait, who the hell's texting me? And then it's like, click on this. I'm like, fuck you, spam. And then I'm like, oh wait, no, this is the John Wick thing.
No, it's John
Right.
Wick.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go there.
Just quickly on the Flash trailer, the 2 second or 3 second footage that
We'll
we
go
got,
back.
I think it pans left to right very quickly when Affleck's on the motorcycle,
Yes.
and you
Mhm.
see the attacks. Like the way the camera pans left and right, and you see the back of. I wasn't staring at his ass, but just the cape flipping back and that
Yes.
Don't
lie.
4 second footage that just got me fucking pumped.
So
Yeah.
so
Oh,
here,
yes,
here-
Damien. Yes,
so
King.
here's
Hold on. We got somebody else that's joining right now.
Why are you the way that you are?
Travis.
Travis.
Hey.
I'm glad I'm
Gotta chime in.
glad he's here. I'm
Yeah.
glad he's here because we haven't.
Travis.
We're probably not going
Uh-oh.
to talk about this tonight, but
Uh-oh.
he knows why. He knows
Uh-oh.
exactly why.
Have you
Oh,
seen
shit.
Ant-Man?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about the worst MC movie to ever release.
Oh,
you
fuck.
know?
That is
Really?
absolute
Yeah.
bullshit. That is
You
such
know,
bullshit.
King
God
Kevin is great, but we
damn.
all
Oh
we all
my
have a
God.
rainy day, and apparently, you know,
I want to hear your thoughts on
I
that.
do not
Oh,
know.
we'll
seen
talk
the
about
movie,
it.
I
We'll
don't
talk
know.
about it.
Yeah,
We'll talk
Bubba,
about it.
yeah.
We're talking.
Hi
We'll
everyone,
talk
good to
about
see you.
it.
Yes.
Yeah, good to see you, Travis.
Travis coming
Oh
in
my
shooting
God.
I
Marvel
heard Damon
shots.
talking about some ass, so that's why I was talking.
Yeah, we're still talking about
Yeah,
Flash.
that's cute. It's
Let's
like
talk
the
about-
bat signal.
Hey,
Yeah.
let's talk about some Flash stuff. We'll get to some Ant-Man stuff
Yeah.
because
Because
I've
let's
seen
talk about
it.
that
Travis
badass.
is getting
Seen it.
flashed with some badass. I see.
Oh
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
BVS,
Show
remember
Flash.
Affleck just naked?
Nobody
red?
gonna
Butterfly.
talk about
Okay,
the
I was,
Ezra
okay,
King.
I was
yeah.
gonna say this though, the shot that Damien brought up, like when he was on the bike, the one infuriating thing about that is that apparently if you went IGN like shared that image And so there's a bunch of comments underneath that are like convinced that that's like Christian Bale.
I know, right?
And it's like, oh my god.
I guess like
It's a bike, so it has to be
bike,
Christian
right?
Bale.
Yeah.
Right.
Because if you've not picked up a single Batman comic or haven't watched any animated thing, you associate the Bat bike with Bale's Batman.
No,
So
Dave and I know he rides the bike when it's raining, and we don't know why.
Exactly. In the animated
It's
series,
dramatic.
he always rides the bike in the rain. I think
Very
Bruce
risky
is just, like,
move.
he wants to feel the rain on his.
He's
I
got
don't know.
tank tires on it.
'Cause he
That's why.
lives
There it
life
is.
on
He's
the edge.
depressed, man. He needs that.
Life on
Robert
the edge,
Pattinson's
baby.
Stunt double.
That's how
rode the
depressed
bike.
he is, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
That's how
Dave.
crazy he is. He got nuts, guys. That's the thing. He got
Yeah.
nuts.
You want to get nuts?
Let's get
I really thought that would be in the trailer instead of I'm Batman.
That's what that picture looks like. The picture they
I
released.
really thought it would.
Somebody says he's gonna say. Someone said he's gonna say that. I don't know if it was the same person that read what you read, Casey, but somebody says he's gonna say that.
I
in the
will
movie.
neither
gonna-
confirm
he's
nor
gonna say it.
deny.
He's gonna say it.
Oh, it's happening.
He might
He's
say
gonna
it.
say it.
Well, let's get
He
nuts.
did the
He's gonna
same
do
way
that
in No Way
as he
Home,
as he
right?
throws that switch, probably.
Yeah.
Let's get nuts.
Well,
That's
I know,
probably
but
the thing right there.
but that's like his Beetlejuice moment in the movie, right? Because he goes into Beetlejuice for like 2 seconds.
100%. He
says-
becomes Michael Keaton, not Bruce Wayne, for a second. They're like, again, I'm very excited. I love Michael Keaton. He's not my favorite Bruce Wayne for moments like that in both movies where he just acts a little odd. Like he steps out of Bruce Wayne for sometimes and becomes Michael Keaton. And I love Michael Keaton, so I'm down for it. But those moments, like, why is he yelling like this? Why is he doing like some like even the conversation he has with Vicky Vale and
Yes.
what's his name at the beginning? What's reporter Knox?
Knox.
Right? Yeah. Just the whole like he's just so awkward. He's like creeping up on him and stuff like that. But I'm ready for Keaton. He looks great.
So I'm
and
unfollowing-
Saggy.
I'm unfollowing Travis on Twitter. So
Saggy.
Go do it.
What's up?
So you said that the Keaton cow is still, like the old one where he can't move his neck, right? I think
It
that's
looked like
on.
that,
I think that's on purpose. Firstly, to keep his aesthetic, but also when he'll give that suit to Barry too, I think he'll make a joke about it.
Mhm.
He has to, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, how do
Yeah,
you
no,
move in
that's-
this thing? Yeah, he's got something
Well,
like
that's
that.
totally-
Yeah.
I mean, that's possible.
We're
but
totally gonna see young Barry go like, I can't move my neck in this thing.
Yeah. Well, and he might also have trouble because that was I think one of the other things Keaton said was he couldn't hear shit in that cowl.
Yeah, but you
so
can't
he-
say that because that's a thing for
Outside the
for
movie.
the actor,
Outside
but
the
Batman
movie,
needs to be able to hear things, so they
Yeah,
probably
that's
won't
true.
mention that.
That's true. That's
You
a
know?
good point. Yeah.
So, but they'll
I mean,
probably mention the neck.
He's got
thing.
sonar like Morbius.
I'm just
so-
saying that. I'm just saying Travis totally broke my heart. This Keaton hate, I will not stand for it.
I love Keaton. No, I
You
absolutely
take,
love
you take
Keaton.
all that negative criticism back. Keaton is flawless.
I think he's fantastic.
Well-
He's just not my favorite. I
will fuck you up.
I wasn't even as mad as when, at one point when he's going to be like the Nick Fury of DC. That I wasn't mad about that. There's certain things about him
Did
as
you-
Wayne where I go, okay, I don't like that, but that kind of has for I think every Batman. I think there's little things where it's like, okay, you could change that a little bit, but yeah, Keaton, I love him as Batman. His Bruce is just a little like Desert Eagle pointed out in the chat. Like there's one point where Vicky Vale just wakes up and he's just hanging upside down in the room like a fucking baby.
That was really that was a little too over the top.
My
Really-
thing about Keaton's Batman is everybody in the world would know he or his Bruce Wayne. Everyone would know he's Batman. They're like, this guy's fucking weird. He's
Yeah.
definitely Batman. Like every other Bruce Wayne, I feel like Passons doesn't really count because he's just like hidden so far. He hasn't really been the public. But everyone else, Affleck, Bale, Kilmer, Clooney, they're very suave, very smooth. But Keaton is a fucking weirdo at any point. Even in Batman Returns, he's like, hello.
I don't like this
No.
weirdo talk about my
Even
Keaton. I don't
even in
think
Batman
this.
Returns, he's not.
Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
Jack Nicholson was
That's
scared
Shaggy.
then.
Love it.
I love
Shaggy
that.
right
Love
there.
it.
But
That's
even,
why-
even in Batman Returns, he's just outright like calling Max Shrek out, just saying you're working with the mob and stuff. Like I love Keaton, but there's just some Bruce Wayneisms that I'm not a big fan of. But
What I love
Well, you know
about
what?
that
I'm not
Let's
a
Get
fan of
Nuts
you.
scene is that Joker is just standing there. Like the Joker is perplexed by what's happening. Like imagine.
Well, that was
Well,
the
he
point.
wouldn't
Is that he
expect-
was
he wouldn't
matching his
expect-
energy. Yeah, he was
and
matching
that's how he
the
got
energy.
he got the metal thing there because he's
Right.
distracting him, right?
Yeah.
I get it. I get
He
it.
wants him to shoot him
Yes.
to leave Vicky alone. alone.
Exactly.
It's just an acting choice.
Like I think like what you were saying, like
Travis
Bale's kind of thing. Christian Bale was more of like I'm gonna make Bruce Wayne kind of a dim-witted rich boy. But Keaton's approach to Bruce Wayne was more like, I'm this eccentric billionaire that thinks everything I say is what normal people want to hear.
And so I think that for that time period, 1989, it works.
The aesthetic of the film,
but you're absolutely right. Today, everybody fucking knows.
You're talking about a city in that movie that has like. You're talking about a city in that movie that has statues literally jutting out of it and stuff. So it's like the aesthetic of that world also kind of works in, you know.
It also works so well, like when Keaton, I will love Birdman to the day I die. Keaton, and the way that Keaton brings that energy into Birdman, especially in that scene where he's walking down that New York street and Birdman is like
right and breathing out down his neck.
I still love that when Inarritu sent him the script, he called him and asked him if he was making fun of him. I love that.
I have a question for Damien.
Yes.
What's your I'm sorry, we didn't get introduced. I don't know who this is.
This is Eric.
His name? Eric. Eric. Who is do you have a favorite Batman or favorite Batman movie?
No, you do.
No?
What's your favorite?
Like, no, my dad watches them all alone in the other room. I'm not allowed in.
Leave me alone. It's dad time.
You have a favorite Batman movie? The one with which villain?
Say BVS.
The Penguin.
Penguin. He likes the
Batman.
Batman Returns.
Yes, good choice.
Are you talking about the Batman?
Fantastic.
You have raised your child.
No, he's talking about Batman Returns.
Yeah,
Batman
good
choice.
You have raised your child properly. I
that is
love
not a bad pick.
Okay. So I have a question here too. Do we think that Michelle Pfeiffer is going to show up in the Flash?
I wish she would.
I
wish she would. I would love to see that.
I think you'll get a mention. You'll get a mention the same way he mentioned Vicky.
You remember? Okay, Dave, you remember in Crisis? One of the there was an Earth 89 that Knox was in. It was Robert Wool, right?
Yes, right.
And the newspaper showed that they were married. We're probably going to get something like that.
Blah blah blah. Yeah. And that's where saying to give credit. I think Keaton, when you got Bale and Hathaway, which I didn't think was great chemistry, and Pass and Zoe Kravitz great. I think Keaton Pfeiffer's chemistry has been the best, like Batman love interest lead, like that. Every time they're on screen together, it's just so good. So I would love it if they had Michelle Pfeiffer in this movie. That's one of my ultimate wants, but I think it's just a mention, an Easter egg.
You know what? I think she's gonna show up. You know,
I hope
you're right.
I want to be wrong.
If she showed up in that Ant-Man fucking movie, come on.
She was great. She delivers every time. Like since Scarface and on, she's been very underrated. People don't talk about her enough. I feel Pfeiffer.
I mean,
she's awesome.
I love Fabulous Baker Boys for her personally.
Oh yeah.
I mean, and I'm sorry, you can't beat her in the red dress on a piano. I just.
So I got a question. Oh, go ahead. Sandy.
I was gonna say the reason why I disagree with Travis's points because I don't know. This is reverse Travis today. I don't know what's going on, but I disagree with the Keaton thing because here's the thing.
It's quantum Travis.
Yes, quantum Travis.
Fuck the MCU. I'm over it.
Well,
hey, Travis, the 9-year-old is listening.
Oh, sorry.
He can't hear because I've got the earbuds.
Okay, good.
The thing with Keaton's Bruce Wayne, especially in the first movie, was to match Joker's like craziness. Like the whole point of Bruce being like that is like he was going to therapy for crying out loud. He was talking to a therapist who was trying to and that like analyze him. And that was the whole point of the movie. You have a crazy person like Joker running around. Bruce was trying to match that crazy energy. And I understood that even when I was younger, and I was just like, he's overacting this craziness because he's dealing with a psycho like the Joker. So that's why I love that little attention to detail. It wasn't because he was just acting like a crazy bad Bruce. He's supposed to be a billionaire because he was dealing with a psychopath.
My
my
therapist would love. She'd be like, because we don't use the word psycho or crazy, so she's with our condition. So I love that. I just heard those words like 50 times.
I don't think you're wrong, but then it's like I said, just more the sense of everyone would know he's Batman. Then, like he doesn't act like he just is such an odd individual. Anytime I'm fine with him acting like that in the Batcave, even the moment he gets shot, that works for me. But all around, he's always in returns, and that he's just such a weird, slinky guy. But I love that. It fits the aesthetic. I love what he looks like.
So did
so
he
I'm-
just like scale the building outside? Is that where remember how he disappears? Like when the Joker leaves and she like looks back and he's gone. It's like, is he like outside going?
You know, it was always a weird move. And Travis, I'm wondering if you caught this, and maybe this is just my word brain. You know, it was a weird move for me. Was in the beginning of Returns when he walks into Shrek's office and he's got the file about the power plant.
That's
and
what I
he
was
just
bringing
tosses,
up. Yeah,
he tosses it across the table.
And that's what he brings up. No one's talked about Cobblepot at all being a crime boss. He's like, "Oh, you working with crime bosses now?" It's like, what are you doing, Bruce Wayne? Why are you just like? He shows his entire hand the first time he meets Matt Shrek in the movie. He knows everything. It's like, dude, like calm down, like play it out. But
he's excited. He did a lot of hard work.
Yeah, because he was a little more snarky about it because you know because that's the other thing is in that scene he's got to match Christopher Walken.
Oh, who's so good in that movie.
So Walken is like, you know, mayors come and go.
If I
Blue
had
Bloods tire
my
easy.
secretary was here,
He's
he'd walk
like-
you out right now.
So you remember that scene? He's like, you think you could go 15 rounds with Muhammad Shrek? And he's like, well, I guess we're gonna find out. Of course, I don't have a crime boss like Cobblepot in my corner. And that's when he did it to rattle him because that's when he gets his crime boss.
Bruce
Shows what you know,
Bruce
mister.
straight up was like, here, you know, big dick energy, boom, right on the fucking desk. He's just
And
like,
then I love when Selena walks in, he gets so like twisted, and he's just like, "Oh, sorry, mistook me for someone else." She's like, "Pardon me?" Like, "No, mistook you for." Like, I love all that little back.
oh yeah, then all of a sudden
dialogue.
Bruce is like, "Oh, beautiful lady,
Yeah.
pretty
Well,
lady,
pretty
pretty lady."
Dark, pretty lady.
They were both a deer in headlights for like two different reasons. Bruce because holy shit she's pretty, and Shrek from like oh my holy shit she's alive.
If she talks next time, I'll throw her from a higher building.
You know, he's all Selena. Like,
I really appreciate
Oh, a gift.
seeing.
I like to give to the
I
city.
appreciate the opening scene when she's Catwoman and she breaks into that store and she's got the whip because Michelle Pfeiffer actually
He
does
did
that.
Yes,
Yeah.
She can still do
does
it.
that.
Yes, she can still do it. She has. She's done it. She did it. I forget how many years ago she did that. She did recreated
so
it
gonna
herself.
you know, I'm gonna call it right now. I think she's gonna have a little cameo on the Flash.
And
I don't know anything. I swear to God.
It would, Dave. It would not surprise me. If it happens, I would be pleasantly surged.
I know my wife.
I'm trying.
My wife will lose her mind
I
because
think she will. I think she will.
Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman is her absolute favorite.
Good
All of
choice. Yep.
And I hope it happens just because when I go see the movie with her, I'm just gonna sit back and just like I'm just gonna do I'm gonna do this. It was like last night we were watching. I showed her last night in Soho for the first time last night, and
Nice.
she was like, "Stop looking at me like the cat that ate the canary." And I'm just like,
The cat that ate the connect. No. I mean, come on. Let's face it. That shot of her on Penguin's bed that made us all a man.
I mean,
Wow.
Did
it
it make
really
you a
did.
man,
It
Saggy?
did. That was the first time I
It
started
did not
liking
make
women.
me a
was
man.
that-
It did not make me a man.
Come on, it's a good shot.
okay,
No, man, the shot was
I
she-
do appreciate the eat floor, more fiber.
No, this
Oh,
whole
yeah.
I
time
like
you guys
that,
have
yes.
talked about Michelle Pfeiffer and no one mentioned. So here's an honest question: how many takes, like as far as cut, reset everything? How many takes do you think Michael Keaton purposely screwed up on the scene where she licked his face upside down?
I
I'd be
always,
like,
I always feel that.
sorry guys, we got to go
Oh, I
again.
love
I think
that
I licked her
scene.
back.
It's so good. And then you get there's been no better, I don't care, comics, animation, no better Catman Batwoman reveal of the mistletoe can be dead.
Oh, yeah, that was
It's
pretty
like-
cool.
When we reviewed this at Squadcast Media, like one of the biggest things that we noted was just all of the sexual energy in that movie that we did not know, we did not detect when we first watched it as kids. We watched it as adults, like, oh, what? Like everyone is horny. Everybody is horny.
I like that Ray froze there too.
I know you froze there a bit for Ray.
That's a horny
that's
Ray
funny.
is right now.
That's a
He's-
horny Ray.
He's top time. He's like the Flash. He
The
fades
internet's
time
like,
with
capture this. I
No,
screen
but
grabbed
it's
it for you.
like
Thanks,
no,
internet.
but certainly like the Penguin's horny, she's horny, and like everyone is just the energy is everywhere.
Yeah.
Like you,
Well,
the-
you know,
the-
everyone's in their early
horny.
30s.
Batman's killing people, sets people on fire, explodes
Oh, yeah.
villains.
Penguin has robot penguins that shoot rockets.
He has
off them and stuff
cyborg
like that.
fucking.
He has a giant rubber duck that he drives around.
Remember that turns you on?
Yeah.
Wait. And remember the radar actually, when he was looking at the duck on the radar, quack.
Quack.
That's how good Batman's gear was in '92.
No, the fact that the penguin actually has like a outside the grocery store like Batmobile ride when he's like taking control of the
good. It's so ridiculous. It's so again. I always say like when it came to the first Batman '89, they're like, "Hey, Tim Burton, do something like," and they like they collaborated, and then when it made a bunch of money, they're like, "All right, Tim Burton, do whatever the fuck you wanted," and he did whatever the fuck he wanted because that is a Tim Burton movie, 100%. Danny Elfman's score. It takes place in a snow globe. Everything is just so fucking.
We need more Batman in the snow, though. We need more.
And the Batman Returns
Batman is
soundtrack was my very first CD ever.
Oh, really? Wow.
It's a good score.
Which is
It's a
funny
really good
because
score,
there's that scene where somehow Alfred's able to do like a DJ with a CD. I'm like,
Bruce did that. But
Bruce did- no, it was Alfred.
When he was spinning the CD, because he was framing which you
funny
do
is
that.
the CD holder has a bat logo on it.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. One of my favorite lines near the end is when they're all like, it's the final battle's going on, and there's the penguin there, and at one point when Keaton, it's Pfeiffer and Walken, she's gonna get her revenge, and Keaton, he lands, he does his big speech, and he takes out the mask, and Walken's just like, Bruce Wayne, why are you dressed like Batman?
Because he is
Batman, you idiot.
And then he goes, was.
Yeah. Oh my god.
That was my first Christopher
at
Walken
first he
movie.
goes like, Selena Kyle, you're fired.
You're
fired.
Walken's 10 out of 10
Wayne.
in that movie. Yeah.
Why you dressed up as Batman?
And the fact that the actor playing his son is doing like an on-point Walken impersonation.
He's trying to be like that. Let's go.
Andrew Brandiarski is like trying to like and you see him trying to fix his mouth to like sound like him. It's just like, okay, there was a lot of try hard in that movie.
How mortified do you reckon the Warner Brothers exec board would have been watching the final cut of that film before they released it?
Oh man,
they would have.
They probably shit themselves.
They're probably like, oh well, Burton did so good with the first one, so I'm sure this will hit. And then after when it released, I think
they're like the penguin bit somebody's nose off.
Yeah, well,
they ate a raw fish.
Yeah,
and we talked about this like to fill her void.
Void, yeah, the void. That's what it was.
But like we talked about this with Batman Forever about how like the reason they pivoted so hard into like the Schumacher territory is they did pivot twice, but like they pivoted so hard after Returns is because they were getting blowback from like McDonald's and like retailers that are like, we will not sell your toys if you keep doing this.
On Twitter, that clip circulates, I feel like every 6 months of like there's some talk show and they interview the kids of like, I couldn't sleep after I saw Batman 89, like whatever.
Oh, that was so true, but
that's one of the funniest things.
That is their moms going, say this, okay?
Yeah, oh my God,
yes.
But that's what it was. That was like, hey, this is too dark, and get more colorful,
Those
get more
kids
colorful.
were totally programmed to say that by their moms.
Of the too dark. I mean, I just look at that and go, I watched RoboCop as the ABC.
I watched the Terminator and Alien and Predator.
We had RoboCop, and they sold us toys for all three of those.
And I feel like
RoboCop toys, Terminator toys, Alien toys, we all had them.
And the thing is, I've watched Returns with my kids. They're 5 and 3, so don't judge me. But still,
I'm judging you hard.
But they don't pick up like when we talk about the sexual tension stuff that we talk about.
They don't
pick up on any of that stuff. It's Batman and Catwoman fighting. We
didn't pick up on it either. When we saw it as kids, we had no idea. It wasn't until we became horny adults ourselves that we're like, holy shit.
Yeah, like when Penguin's talking about lubrication ointment, I didn't know what that was. Like at 7, I didn't pick up on like he's trying to put the moves. Yeah, like I didn't pick up on any of that. She's like, okay, Penguin's a weird guy. Like that's all I thought.
Right. When he's like, so what are we waiting for? Let's consummate our fiendish union. I don't know what consummate is. Like what is that?
My French flipper trick.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, Penguin.
DeVito was like
He committed.
He was.
Oh, he goes down as one of the best.
You want to talk about a 10 out of 10 performance?
Yes.
That dude.
Pfeiffer did, like, Michelle Pfeiffer did such a great job of like being like the nervous secretary all the way to going like, just flat out, holy shit.
She's got two roles in that movie, really. If you think about
oh yeah,
it.
so
The
yeah,
Divide,
big time.
Yeah.
The transformation was awesome. It was great. It was fantastic, and it was just like, holy shit, It's Michelle Pfeiffer. I think she's gonna show up in the Flash. Anyway, I'm just saying it now. What are you saying, Damon?
The original Batman made 411 million worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then Batman Returns made 266 million worldwide.
Yeah,
so it's a fair drop.
Yeah,
it scared them big
like,
time. Like we got it. And then Forever goes past Returns.
Yeah, that's why Nolan gets so much credit because he literally resurrected that franchise.
He did.
Yeah.
Well, after the debacle,
Batman wasn't easy, wasn't hard to do, really.
Yeah, because Forever wasn't a failure. Forever, Batman Forever was not a failure.
I walked out of Forever really enjoying myself, but I remember walking out of Batman and Robin with my dad going, "What did we just watch?"
Batman Forever, man.
Dad burned my DC comics.
Yeah. Well, what Ray was saying is like they pivoted. But they pivoted again because even Joel Schumacher and the writers, it was still a dark movie.
It was.
But like that's too dark. That's why we're still going. Hey,
when we eventually see the Schumacher cut, we'll see exactly how much darker it was. But yeah, like
it was a dark movie.
Yeah. We were also talking about this too, Dave. Like about how like even with it, like because I still believe it's I think it's gonna be like the Donner cut. Like years from now, we might get it right.
Yeah,
we're still gonna see all the campy shit that was in it though. Like that's not leaving, right?
Yeah,
so like all the like,
gonna be there, but there's gonna be those dark moments.
Yes, definitely. But it
balance it out.
Joel Schumacher, may he rest in peace. I don't know how he found the perfect balance. We were talking about this, like how he was able to balance Batman 66 with like serious Batman. It's like because Pat Hingle is like. Neil Hamilton level Commissioner Gordon, like running up
worthless.
to the,
he's oblivious,
running
to
up
what's
to the
going
roof
on.
in his pajamas. I saw the signal. What's going on?
Yeah. This man's letting Gotham go to hell. If Batman's not there, it's over for Gotham.
Which is how it was in the show.
Yeah.
That's exactly how it was in the TV show. Anytime Batman didn't show up, the police freaked out.
And they just call him first. They don't even try. They
oh
just
my lord! Oh my saints preserve us! What are we gonna do, Commissioner? The only thing we can do. And they dramatic stare at the red phone.
All right, we got somebody else running right now.
Oh, great Odin's Raven.
I loved Batman Returns and Batman 89.
Who the hell asked you?
Nobody did. I asked myself.
Hi, Andre.
What's up, you guys?
Andre, you've just been picking fights on the internet. What are you doing?
Me and Andre are tag teaming.
Yeah, we're tag teaming just a little bit. But no, I just having some fun.
Yeah.
You want to get nuts? No.
Let's get nuts.
But yeah, no. Yeah, Batman Returns is pretty. I was waiting the whole time. I was waiting the whole time to say that line, and then the French flipper trick, and then Scott said it. I was like, damn it!
I'm showing my French flipper trick. Yeah,
like even then, like as a kid, I was like, oh, that's cool.
Saggy, I want that too.
Why is everyone coming for my cake right now?
Y'all walked into that one. Y'all walked right into that one.
I'm not getting canceled tonight.
They tried to steal my cake. Now Casey's it. Listen, Casey, I'm okay. You can have some of my cake.
I'm a happily married man.
The cake is a lie.
I'll have some of
I
Casey's
played
cookies.
Portal.
Listen, who said I'm a happily? Oh no, wait. Who said I'm a happily married man?
I am.
Nobody offered you any cake, anyways, Travis.
I'm making it clear before someone unedits something in here. I have cake in the other room. I ate it already.
Wait. Casey, are you a happily married man? Casey, are you a happily married man?
No, I want that lava cake.
Casey gonna get that lava cake, and he's not married. He can get the lava cake.
There you go. Yeah.
He wants that chocolate sauce. I know that's it.
Oh boy!
I mean, I am black.
It's the Flash trailer.
He wants the warm filling.
We have lost cabin pressure.
I'll heat it up for you, Casey. I'll heat it up.
The
Very excited
simulation
for
is
Flash.
breaking down, as Dave has tweeted like 2 or 3 times the past couple of days.
Can't wait for June. Can't wait for June.
Can't wait for
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's get back
Here's
on
an
the
interesting
Flash.
stat.
Yep.
Not
There we
flashing.
go.
Flash.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'm trying to break this up because Eric can hear everything.
What you got? What you got,
Here's an
Damien?
interesting stat. Batman Begins made
Okay.
373 million worldwide. It actually made the same amount of money that Batman Forever made 10 years prior, but the budget for Batman Begins was a lot more at 150 million. So really, you could argue and say Batman Forever was actually more successful than Batman Begins.
It
Meanwhile,
was, but also Batman Begins had the
Critical
it
reviews.
was bad.
Yes.
Yes, it
Yeah,
was
yeah.
bad for Batman Begins because of the previous movies.
And it
then
is
the Dark
so-
Knight
yeah.
just
It is impressive, like when you're pointing that out, Dean, when you look at that, and then when you jump to the Dark Knight, when that was in the back in the day, when making $1 billion was like it was
Comic book
rare.
movies didn't do it.
Yes,
Yeah. Just
And
that was the first one to break through, because up to that point it was like what, Titanic?
Yeah.
Right. Because we hadn't even,
you know.
'cause we didn't even
Well,
have Avatar at that point.
The Dark Knight was like the first film where you had a superhero movie that was taken like seriously, and so it, like when Christopher Nolan took it seriously and wanted to make a really good movie out of this with a story. Just everything was really good about it, and people will say, "Oh, I didn't like it," or some people say that I don't like the suit, but I thought the whole movie was great. I loved it.
I still remember my wife looking at me during that movie going, "You look like a 12-year-old watching Saturday morning cartoons." And I turned to her and went, "I know."
Well, okay, it's like when we were talking earlier about the John Wick marketing. I have never seen to this day a marketing campaign as incredible as the one for the Dark Knight. That interactive marketing campaign that whole year, no one has done that. No one has gone to that level with all the games and the puzzles and.
I think. Oh, go ahead.
And I remember when the Dentmobile was going around, and like me and my buddy actually chased it in Ann Arbor and like found them in a Lazy Boy parking lot, and that's where I still have like the bumper stickers and the I Believe in Harvey Dent shirt and all that, and they played it up too, right? Like they gave us a petition to sign, and we're like, we're coming from Gotham, we believe in Harvey Dent. Like they were in character. It was so amazing, the marketing for that movie.
I think I told this to Dave. So unfortunately, I don't remember any of that time, so I can't comment. But I'm sure, it must have been, because that movie it absolutely exploded. With talent for sure, but it was just well constructed and it brought comic book movies. It made people who probably normally go, "Oh, those are fun. I watch them from time to time," to go, "Oh, wow, okay, they can actually be something more."
Yes.
But at the time of Heath's passing. So I don't have any memories before 2010, obviously, because my aneurysm, but I surprisingly kept journals from my first day on my first production set ever. And I just had all these binders just full of, of stories. And one of the stories, I worked at Sony, and I was working there before Disney bought Marvel and stuff, and they shot the post-credit scene of Avengers of Iron Man 1. That with Nick Fury and stuff, saying, we're going to welcome you to the Avenger Initiative. They shot that I think a month and a half before the movie hit theaters, and it was that close to that. And on that same soundstage, a couple weeks later, I guess, according to this journal I had, they did a memorial for Heath Ledger. So they had on the Sony sound stages, they brought right across from where they were shooting Green Hornet, and they brought people in, and they had everyone was apparently there, and they, in the journal it says someone came to your desk today and made you sign a stack of papers, saying that you'll never speak of this until past a certain date or whatever.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But it was this little secret thing, but apparently a lot of celebrities showed up to just go and honor Heath, and they did it on a soundstage where helicopters can't fly overhead and check it out, and did it in secret. And I tell that story sometimes to people, and people just go "Holy crap, I've never even heard of that thing happening." And it's well, that's what his presence did, just his acting ability and the way he worked with people. He made a lot of friends in the short time we had him.
when the movie, like, because I was a midnight showing, I was in line for 4 hours, like, and our theater was open for 48 hours straight showing that movie, and so I was at the very first showing, and I remember when his name came up in the credits, whole theater applauded. Whole theater applauded.
Post aneurysm, the first Batman thing I watched was the animated series, but the first live action Batman I watched was actually the Christian Bale, the 2 movies that were out at the time. So so it was like,
wow,
it's really weird because like when I tell people like, what's your first Batman experience? I'm like, oh, I went right from the animated series to the Batman Begins and Dark Knight, and they're like, what? And I go, yeah, I know I'm older than that, but I know I watched the originals when I was a kid. I just don't have those memories. So it's like,
that's crazy, man.
It's so weird to come in at a time where people go, what are you, 12? And I'm like, that technically.
And for me, the Dark Knight hit at a weird spot because that was the summer of 2008. I got married in the summer of 2009, but I was already engaged. And I saw that movie with my mom, my dad, and my fiance. And we went to go see the movie together on that opening Friday in July for a matinee. And it's just a weird thing to think, my mom saw this movie. Like, because when I saw Batman Begins, it was my mom, my dad, me, and my sister. And then 3 years later, it was my mom, my dad, me, and my fiance. And it's just like, and then weirdly enough, it was my mom, my dad, my fiance, and me. We went to go see The Dark Knight Rises. It's just like Nolan did that. It's like my mom saw these movies.
You know what? And I mean, for me, for my family, like Batman does that. Batman's the one superhero that my parents will see in the theater. Does not matter, because my dad saw Begins 4 times. My dad doesn't see movies repeatedly in the theater. He saw Begins 4 times. Wow. They saw it. They watched.
It's a good movie.
It is.
I love Begins.
Sometimes I go back and forth. Sometimes I feel like Batman Begins is better than Dark Knight.
I believe I believe the Begins is better.
Batman Begins is more of a comic book movie adaptation, while like the Dark Knight is more of just it's
cinema.
It's more cinema. Yeah. I mean, the Dark Knight had so many scenes that were very climactic and were very powerful. You know, with Hans Zimmer's score. You know, like I always say, like the last scene of the Dark Knight, and for me at least, it used to give me chills just watching it. You know, when he rides away and you have Commissioner Gordon kind of narrating as they're going after him, and the music is hitting really hard. You know, and the way it ends, he's like, you know, a dark night, and then dun dun dun. It was just like
Zimmer's going hard.
Yeah. And then we watched, and then we saw Dark Knight Rises, and I was like, oh fuck.
No, but for me, I like that.
Rises is good, but
I still like Rises.
It was not as good as the Dark Knight.
No, it's not.
It's the weaker one of the bunch.
It's the weaker one.
Yeah, out of the 3, that's the
weakest
one.
Ledger. You know, there's a. Would you like to see a magic trick?
Oh yeah.
Where did it go?
Like
the full cues. It's like we're gonna have tryouts.
Yes.
Because we had heard. I remember like a week before the movie came out, we had heard about this magic trick, and all we knew was that it had to do with a pencil, but we didn't know what it was.
Oh, I had heard a thing. So
and so when we get to this is back when I was on like message boards.
You
like
and Casey looking for spoilers.
And all
Unbelievable.
No, okay.
Looking for the Dark Knight leaks.
When I was Casey's
explain
age,
your
I did
behavior.
I was your age. That's why.
Does this kill the continuity of Batman Begins?
Are you saying people my age are dumb?
No.
Trying to find leaks back then.
You're impatient. Can't wait.
Thank you. I'm saying people your age are impatient because I was that impatient 15 years ago.
What were you on, like AOL Instant Messenger trying to find out leaks?
Oh boy.
He was on LimeWire.
He's on LimeWire.
It was superherohype.com. Somebody, and I'm not kidding. Somebody went and posted.
Superhero hype, yeah.
Someone posted a bunch of shit. Like there were things that were posted on the message board that did happen in the movie. I was like, oh shit. Okay.
Aww.
Somebody knew some things.
Damien's leaving.
All right, Damien, you got to take
I
off.
have to go. Sorry, family dinner. The only thing I will say is Batman Begins in the cinema to me was extremely special because I was at Disneyland in Anaheim by myself. I went to the AMC theater in Disney Strip because I went there off the back of a business trip. I was in Philadelphia. And then I went to Anaheim to go to Disneyland, and Batman Begins came out. So I went to go watch it by myself in the US. I was on my own.
I was sitting right behind you, Damien. So.
One of the great moments in my adult life. What did you say, Sig?
Awesome. I said, no, you weren't alone. I was sitting right behind you.
He remembers that. He remembers
Who
seeing
knew?
you.
Who knew?
Bye, Damien.
It's in my journal. It's in my journal.
Yeah.
Bye, darling. Have a good dinner. Take care.
I still remember seeing Batman Begins and the Liam Neeson twist getting me, and I remember sitting in the theater going,
God damn it.
You got me.
Yes, because we were all excited. I remember when they released Ken Want to Be, they were like, "Hey, he's Ra's, look at him, it's Ra's al Ghul." They went with that guy, and then all of a sudden when it went to twist, and then we're like, "What'd you say?"
He called you racist. Nolan, big whitewasher, you know.
Yeah.
Ross is white, Bane is white.
Say that now.
There are people that definitely say that now, yes.
Oh yeah, now back then people didn't
First
care.
of all, he played Ra's al Ghul, okay, not Ra's al Ghul.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a different version.
Ra's is white in the comics.
Ra's is white.
Yeah.
He's a Caucasian.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's
one
a
of the
different.
best. I was gonna say one of the best things that happened, not because I wish COVID didn't happen, but when they were doing the theaters were back and like limited seating, they're doing movies and whatnot. I got to see The Dark Knight for the 16th time in the theaters, and it was myself and just my wife and just us in the theater. I got to see The Dark Knight like us alone. It was just, oh my goodness, it was the best experience ever.
And you still did the popcorn trick on your lap, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. She's like,
the
no, I'm
whole
watching the
popcorn.
movie.
Yeah, you're like, come on, sweetie.
Thank you
Come
for
on.
doing that. By the way.
But no,
Come and get it. Come and get it.
I was someone because that movie for me came out in grade 8, and I was just the kid in school that if I had a friend who hadn't seen it, be like, "Oh, you haven't seen it? Well, we got to go see it." And I just took everybody to that fucking movie because I just want to see it. And the first run, I saw it 11 times, and my parents paid for it all.
See, I was in college, so and this was like later years, so it was like I was turning into a non-traditional student, so I had no money, so yeah, I may have rode the high seas to watch it after seeing it in the theater. A week later, that might have happened. Totally.
I keep thinking about Seek's comment about the journal.
Oh yeah. Oh, and by the way, Travis,
I can imagine you reading it to yourself, like, he's like, 2nd of July, 2008.
Yeah.
A tall Australian man sat in front of me.
Yeah, I played with his hair.
Yeah.
He bought me popcorn. I poked a hole in it.
Yeah.
I can tell by his accent he was from the northern side of Australia.
Travis, I was sitting right behind you during your 12th and 14th.
Oh, damn it. I thought I was alone. You came to Canada just to take that experience.
I sure did, man.
It was so weird, though, because I saw what
he was in the corner.
Well, that was weird, yeah. But
I was writing about it in my journal. I'm like, he's got a hole in his popcorn bucket. I'm going in.
Blackmailed at some point. It's like a you situation, but
extra butter was needed.
I saw Batman Begins and that back to back, and Batman Begins, the theater was like 25% full. So I'm like, okay, all these people are going to carry over with me to see The Dark Knight, and they didn't. I was just
all
alone.
left.
So it was really weird. I wonder if it was like tons of people because I feel like didn't see Begins when it first came out. I feel like that was a movie that tons of people saw after the fact.
I think
they were like,
I think you're right. Yeah.
I feel like it was just like, well, I don't know who Christian Bale is. I didn't really like the last Batman movie. And then I think enough people saw it at home. I was like, oh, I can't wait for the next one. And like, what do you guys talking about Heath? I was just gonna say quickly, Dave, you shared that video earlier of like that someone did that deep fake of him without the makeup, and that's why like I know people are gonna say, well, Travis because he has paint. I know that, but it's just like every time I watch The Dark Knight, I just don't see Heath there in the best way possible, like voice, mannerisms.
It's more than the paint. It's way more than the paint.
It was so weird seeing that like it's a deep fake, but still seeing that because I never see Heath Ledger in that performance.
You really don't. He didn't do anything else like that up to that point.
When you watch anything else that Heath Ledger was in, you go, this motherfucker played the Joker?
Wow. Yes. When they announced that Heath Ledger was going to be the Joker, I remember I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, what the? I don't get it. Why would you cast him? Everyone did. And then when you saw it, you were like, wow, this is amazing. It
was really funny. My mother-in-law is a nurse, and she told me a cool tidbit that I think Heath Ledger possibly, like she picked up on, is that antipsychotic medication dries out your mouth. So that whole thing where he's like
he's like a dog the whole movie.
She picked up an idea that if he was someone who would have been on antipsychotics, that would have been part of like the side effects.
I like that better than the story that I've heard, which is that the scar makeup actually hurt. And so he did that in order to like make it feel comfortable, and it just became part of the.
That just sounds fake.
That he was doing. So
either one's cool though, you know.
But I still love the fact that my nurse mother-in-law was like, "Oh, that's really cool because antipsychotics dry out your mouth." And it's just like that's kind of cool story.
Well, you know,
it's my headcanon at least.
No, it does. No, because that's the thing is like and I remember back then on superherohype.com, like for months there was a massive argument about the fact that it was makeup and not acid.
Yeah.
Like the fact that it wasn't Killing Joke. Like people were legitimately pissed about that, like gatekeeping pissed about that. And then you see what he did, and it's like, oh no, he's not doing a class. It was scarier because it wasn't he was doing a classic comic book interpretation of the character. He was doing a version of the character like if the character actually existed.
Yeah,
which is
it
terrifying.
was like when we first saw that remember that first image they showed of him of the makeup, and he was just like this, and he was just looking, and all of a sudden it was just you saw that. I remember seeing that, and I went like, "Holy shit, they're going a different fucking what?"
Yeah, he had the long hair, or you know, that was
you couldn't really see the hair, but you just saw the
and
face.
the second, I don't know if it was the second or first image too. Then after they released an image of Nolan directing him, but he was behind like a sheet of glass, and you couldn't. You could just see the figure of him, but you couldn't see him. Seem like that was the great thing. Like we knew, like okay, he's gonna have green hair and white, but like they did such a good job of like building up to the marketing of like you have even when you saw the movie, you saw a poster like okay, we're finally getting to like see him, and there was such an energy, and like what Ray was talking about. There's like only a few of them, but when he was doing the press for I'm Not There, the Bob Dylan movie, he said that like if he talked to Nolan, he's like, if Nolan would have pitched me to play like a Jack Nicholson type Joker, I would have said no because I can't do that. But then when they start talking like, well, we could do this, and that's exactly what they did. Is they just sat in the room, hashed out, okay, let's play it like this, let's do it like this, because they didn't want to try, because like you're not gonna out Jack Nicholson Jack. So it was so smart from like both of them, and I would love to just like all those conversations like it deserves, like he should get like a documentary here soon. It's just like it's such a shame every time I see these movies. Like me and the wife we saw.
This was the first image right here.
Oh, here
like,
it is.
You only saw his face, and it was like this image right here. That's all. You
Oh
saw.
yeah. And this was part of the marketing, the interactive marketing I was talking about, because there was a puzzle that you had to solve to get to this, like online, like, and there were a bunch of different puzzles, and they hid phones and cakes at like bakeries, and they were like, people had to. I'm serious, like go fucking look this up. This marketing campaign was insane. I remember there was a phone number that you could call, and when you called this number, it was a dude on the other line that was being held hostage by the Joker and being forced to
really?
Yeah,
I remember they were doing some kind of marketing like that. It was great.
I wasn't held hostage. I was there by choice.
He knows that it was in his journal.
Playing a role, just playing a role.
Fake no.
No, but then we got that first teaser, which was just the Bat logo, and you heard like dialogue from it, and then the last part you heard the laugh,
and that's.
And I remember that's what sold me big time. I was like, oh my! First it was that image, and I was like, oh, well that's interesting, and then all of a sudden. I was like, but I wasn't fully convinced yet. But then when I heard the laugh in that little teaser that had like barely, I was like, okay.
I saw that teaser in front of the Prestige.
Oh, really? That makes
sense. All right. Well, I mean, like, there's a lot of trailers that were released, throughout time that were like, lately, especially that were like really, really good. I remember The Dark Knight, like its first like full trailer. I remember that one was done so well, and the music hit so well in that trailer. And I remember thinking, I was like, dude, this movie is going to be fantastic. And it felt so different from Begins, because Begins had a much like how do I say it's like the look of Begins. It just had a different feel than The Dark Knight. The Dark Knight felt like you were watching it's as if. Yeah, Heat. It's as if they took Heat and said, okay, we're going to make it like that. But I mean, this
more real than Batman
Oh,
Begins.
yeah, definitely. But the scene where Batman talks to him in the interrogation room, I mean, that was just, for its time, that was so good. And, you have Gordon on the other side saying, he's under control. And all of a sudden, like, he grabs a chair, and they're all trying to run over there, to get to the door before he blocks it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And like whoever wrote
the
the
Joker's
line,
like he's egging him on, like
Yeah.
look at you go.
yeah, like whoever wrote that
beautiful.
line.
Well, and then
power you
apparently Christian Bale actually punched Heath Ledger in the face. Apparently, he
Well,
wanted that-
and Ledger was egging them on, like, no, keep
Yeah.
doing it. Like, let's go,
Yeah.
let's roll with
like
this.
that scene
right?
is
Yeah.
like so fucking real. It's ridiculous.
Well,
Did you guys watch?
complete.
It's crazy because like if you watched shows like, it's gonna be funny, but like Jackass, like sometimes those guys would hurt themselves, and the way they kind
Sometimes.
of get through it is the way they get through it is they would laugh. They'd be like, they're like, and so like when he's punching him, he's laughing through the pain, almost like that's how he processes the pain, by just laughing through it. And it was just so awesome. And in the end, it's like, what did Batman have on him? He had nothing. He was just trying to use his brute force intimidation to get the information he wanted out of him, but he knew that like that it's not going to do anything. It was like, you have nothing to bargain with.
Well, what was so great about it is like that scene just like exposed, Batman's wound of like, he was just basically saying like, hey, yeah, they're gonna cash you out like a leper,
Oh,
and he kept on
God,
saying
so
that stuff.
good.
He's like, yeah, I mean, that's what's so funny is like, it was Heath Ledger played it where it was funny, but also like, Jesus Christ, this guy is like, he's saying some real shit. He's saying some real shit.
The scene that still gets me is like their very last conversation where he's hanging upside down and he's like,
oh yeah,
you won't kill me out of some sense of self-righteousness, and I won't kill you because you're just too much fun.
Yeah.
I think you and I are destined to do this forever.
It was such a Joker line,
and it's
Oh,
heartbreaking
yeah.
because it's like, that would have been
he's
so
dead.
good.
He's dead. But it was cool that he didn't kill him in the end. Like he got apprehended.
Right.
I remember thinking, I was like, oh, they didn't kill him. Like that's awesome. Because I mean, how many movies have we seen where the villain dies at the end? You're like, well, I guess we'll never see that guy again because now
Lex
he's dead.
Joker died at the end.
Well, that
Lex
same
Joker
movie,
totally
Two-Face
died.
dies at the end.
Right.
Yeah.
In that same movie, yeah.
Yeah, it's all crazy.
But no,
I mean,
that dialogue scene was like, no, one, it was like, like to your point, Andre, they didn't kill him, but then it was like, oh my God, that's such a Batman Joker thing.
Right. That's the scene. Like, I mean, there's so many scenes in the movie that really encapsulates like the essence of the relationship, but that one is like the big one for me. Like, that's the one where it's like that's perfect. Like, they could have ripped that from a comic page. Seriously,
100%.
the way that it was
It's
written.
just like if you told someone, sell me on the relationship of Batman and Joker, you just show them that 3-minute scene and that tells you everything you need to do.
Well,
because same thing when Batman's won, he's like, oh, you think you've won? And he explains about, oh, what if I take Gotham's soul? And then like Batman, I just love Bale. Like Bale doesn't get enough credit in that movie because I love when he looks up at Ledger and he's like he just has this expression of like, when he asks him, what did you do? But he just has this expression of being so tired of like, oh God, like what have you done next? And then he gives away the dent thing and then he runs off to go save a child and kill the fucking DA, but it's what you gotta do as Batman, so.
He's like, which one are you going for? Rachel! Like, oh, okay. It's kind of weird. Like,
That was see, and that was the one where I'm like, okay, dude, watch yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, because seriously, you almost gave up the ghost
Yeah.
with that one. Why are you so invested in the DA's assistant as opposed to
Commissioner
the DA?
Gordon's like, mount the curb.
They're lucky people were so busy, they didn't question Batman, like, why are you going for that? And also I like that
that was weird. Why did he go for her?
And I feel like it kind of always insinuates it. Not that Joker knows it's Bruce, but it's like Joker in many comics has said like he doesn't really care who Batman is. And I feel like in the Dark Knight he has that type of vibe of like Joker's a smart enough guy who could probably start to pick up on why is he so invested in Rachel? But that's not a thing for Joker. He's not like, oh, I have to expose him now.
Because Batman's who he is. So he's like, no, you're Batman. Like you're not.
Yeah.
There's underneath there is just like the guy you pretend to be. Yeah.
There's that one good joke about that thing in Harley Quinn when Joker discovers.
Oh, with it when Scarecrow, Casey, that scene is perfect because I love his reaction is
Where's
like,
my
perfect.
flying car,
Like,
Bruce?
but I mean, even before he gets like how pissed he is at Scarecrow, like, are you shitting me? What is wrong with you? Don't you think I would have done that if I wanted to? Half the fun of our relationship is a mystery. Now I know Batman's just some boring ass rich guy with parental issues.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I was gonna say not daddy issues, parental issues, because they're both gone.
They're both gone. Yeah.
But I mean, hot take for me. Hot
also
take
wanna
for
talk about
me.
the
I
low-key-
don't care for Christian Bale's Batman.
Oh.
Yeah, I was
Is it
never
the
a
voice?
fan.
You only did that to
Voice-
get back at Travis.
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not saying it to get back at Travis. I thought he was.
Where's Rachel?
You're right. I think he's a fine Bruce Wayne, right? I love it. It's like the opposite for me with Travis. Like Travis is like really Keaton as Bruce Wayne. I don't like Bale as Batman. Like they overdid the whole "Where's she? Why do I sound like I need a laundry?"
I will say that
the voice did get
really,
worse.
I mean, that's how casual
Yeah.
Batman formed. You know.
Oh, yeah.
But that's I hated it. It was like so extra. Every time he was in the bat suit, it was just like I need a laundry.
But I do love in the Dark Knight when they're in the penthouse and the Joker goons attack. I still love the scene where he takes out the one Joker goon. And he's got the shotgun and he just like disassembles the thing like piece by piece.
Oh
and
yeah,
just,
that
like,
was so
drops
Batman.
the
That was
pieces
so,
as he's walking down the hall.
Batman right there.
Oh, yeah,
he's,
such a
he's so
badass.
casual. He's so casual, and that the way he does it is just so fucking.
I thought,
good.
Scott,
Where you going,
were
pretty boy?
I thought you were gonna bring up. I love when he's looking when I guess not the parade. It's a funeral. When the funeral's happening, he finds all the cops. But I know people don't like the voice. But I love that when he talks to the cops, he disguises his voice, but he's just as Bruce Wayne doing it. And that's what I liked about the voice, that it was just a throw in at any time. And it's like you wouldn't know it was Bruce Wayne. Like it is very over the top and it's very loud, but at the same time, like you're not gonna hear them be like, "Oh, that's Bruce Wayne." So like in a world where he's not using tech to hide it, he just sounds like some fucking monster. And stuff.
Well, because it was clear that his mechanism, his tech, if you will, was the ditziness. You know, like remember the whole thing where they were trying to kill the one dude. You know, they like it. If Coleman Reese isn't dead in 60 minutes, then I blow up a hospital. And, you know, he rams the Lamborghini into the car, and Gordon's like, "That was a very brave thing you did. Trying to catch the light?
Yeah.
You mean you weren't protecting the van? Why? Who's in it? You think I should go to the hospital or
You don't watch the news much, do you, Mr.
Wayne? Travis, I also want to say, right, and I get like some people weren't bothered by Christian Bale's Batman voice, but like my whole thing is this isn't the same universe. Like it's DC. Hello, Superman's secret identity is hidden behind a pair of glasses. Okay, so there's no reason for me to really say like. I mean, I get that logic. Like he needs to over exaggerate.
But that's what Nolan's trying to do, though, right? Nolan's trying to ground it. And if Nolan were to make a Superman movie, I don't think Nolan would have it in the way of like if it's in the Bale universe, he probably wouldn't interact with many people for that reason. I think Nolan would try to find some sort of mechanism. And I know he's still a producer of Man of Steel, but like that's not the same universe as the Dark Knight. Man
But
of
he
Steel
had
is grandiose and the world end.
He had so many gadgets. A voice modulator is nothing.
But I like the idea of a guy.
Maybe it causes cancer, Casey. Maybe it's maybe it just hurts. Maybe it's just and he can't use it all the time.
The radiation from it. Yeah,
it
hurts more than doing that voice.
I'm with Travis on this because for some reason, like the voice modulator, you know, like especially when you see like Alfred working on it with Funnel Fairy Butter Bar. Thank you again. Scott, for that. You and Tim for that.
You're welcome.
Because for the whole summer I had no fucking clue what he said until I listened to that episode.
I thought he said something about a
of
bubble
DC
bath.
Squadcast. But like,
bubble bath. Take a fucking bubble bath. Yeah.
I thought he said something
bubble bath.
Like, strawberry something bubble bath.
But it does seem like the voice modulator belongs in the more fantastical Batman. It does.
Of course.
Yeah. It just
I
feels
mean
like
that
fits
first teaser where you heard Batfleck say, tell me, do you bleed with the modulator? I was like, holy shit. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but they that trailer made it seem like he said that in the armored suit. So we all kind of went,
right.
That's true. Armored suit has the modulator. We didn't know that like the standard suit had the modulator. And it was kind of funny too because the modulator kind of came before that with Arrow. because Arrow.
did. Arrow did have one.
And
Yes,
that
And
made
I
that is
remember,
true.
watching that,
right
going like,
here.
you know what? Why doesn't Batman have that? And
Yeah.
then-
Well, that was
The
when
funny thing about that
He
is
did. He was
the
named Arrow over Queen.
well, because that was when Arrow was like de facto Batman.
Imagine
Yes.
having
Yeah.
two.
Gonna do a
Right, I was like,
Batman show.
imagine having two Batmans in the same universe. Because I'm sorry, Oliver Queen was basically Batman.
He was
No,
basically
it-
Batman.
He without
He is
question,
Batman with arrows.
the
funny thing
CW
about the
Green Arrow
Bale
was
voice
Batman.
is that everyone at that time loved it, and everyone was doing it when the movies were
Yeah.
playing, and then it got
He
joked
must
around
have
and
friends.
yeah, and then it got
That was the
you
worst
know,
one. He must
they-
have friends.
they joked about it in memes and videos and sketches and all that. And that's when people were like, okay, yeah.
That's when
this
Pete
is
Holmes started
No
doing
cake
it.
for you, Casey.
here-
No
and
cake.
Here's the thing, though, like that, I agree with Casey. That did become jokey, but at the same point, when everyone does a Batman voice, they go to Bale's Batman voice.
Yes.
It's
They
the
do go
same
to
thing
Bale's
as
Batman.
Bane.
Yep.
We get it. You know I'm good at it. I do the alphabet. A is for Alfred. B is for Bat.
It's a clitoris. I get it.
That's one of the funniest.
That's Pete Holmes. That's the
But
Pete Holmes Batman.
It's the same thing as Bane now. That anytime someone thinks of a Bane
Yeah.
voice, go, "Oh, Batman!"
Bane took
Yeah.
over. Bane
Yeah.
absolutely like the torch was
I'm
passed.
sorry, Harley Quinn.
The Harley Quinn
God,
show, they
it's
ripped
my
on him
record.
so hard.
And in Lego Batman, he had that voice. Will Arnett
Bale
was trying to do that.
totally,
Yeah.
Oh,
Bale
yeah.
totally passed the voice joking the torch to Tom Hardy, like
And
in
they-
that movie.
And they are jokes, but they're still iconic in the way of when people do a Bane voice, they're gonna do Hardy, and
They're
if you
gonna
say
do-
do a
yes.
Batman
Yeah.
voice,
Oh, yeah.
they're gonna do Bale's
Bale.
until
Yeah.
and like even Pattinson, like it's not as growly, but he's trying to do that thing.
If-
I'll be
I-
like
I
Saggy. My
disagree.
hot take is I don't like the voice modulator. I don't like Batman sounding like
So
Optimus Prime.
I disagree with the whole when you think of Batman, you think of Christian Bale's Batman because now
That's
you
not
got
what I
that
said.
pic-
I said
you
when people
put-
say do the voice, they always go.
here we
"I'm
go."
Batman."
Okay, but hold on.
Fight.
Now when people say do the voice now, what do they usually do? Ben Affleck's. Why did you say that name?
Yeah.
I don't
I
think.
think
I feel like that.
think
No,
internet
it-
people do that. I think internet
Yeah.
people do that. I think general audiences. probably
Bale
gonna go to
definitely
Bale's
set
voice.
set like
I'm
when
gonna
anyone
test
does a
that out
Batman,
tomorrow.
it's Bale.
I'm gonna literally go around
I,
all sides of my local
Go to a
store that
random
knows
person and
me.
say who's Martha, and
I-
they're like,
I'm-
"What are you
yeah.
talking about?"
Saggy,
gonna
I
do it.
legitimately 100% believe that if you ask 10 random people in the general audience about the Martha scene, they're not going to know what the fuck you're talking
No,
about.
they're
No, I'm not
gonna
even
know.
gonna say that. I'm gonna go up to them and just be like, do a Batman voice and see what they give me. Do a Batman
give you
voice.
Bale.
Get
They will
Bale.
do
I think-
Bale.
They would
will
do
do
Bale.
Bale.
You'll get a lot of
You get
swear to
Christian
me.
Bale.
I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna put this to the test. I'm gonna put this to test. I'm gonna do it tomorrow.
I'm not
I'm gonna do
wearing
it tomorrow and record it. I'm gonna record it.
I do think it is more likely that they'll quote the Dark Knight because they know a line from the Dark Knight,
Yes.
as opposed to a line from BVS or
That's
the
right.
Martha scene or
All
anything.
right, I'm
like
gonna take the
Or even the
challenge tomorrow. I'm
Batman.
gonna do it.
And I love the Batman. But go up to someone and be like, "Give me a Batman line from the Batman." They'll be like, "Well, it just came out last year." Like they're not gonna pull it.
Yeah, it's
Dark
not
Knight's been
that-
out
They
since
know.
2008. You know, it's that
Right.
thing of
Yeah.
it's
We're
just
gonna test
more.
it. We're gonna
My
test it
favorite
tomorrow.
bit was back in October with everyone going, this must be your favorite night of the year. Happy fucking Halloween.
Oh yeah.
Right, yeah. Alex Ferns before he, became, what's his name's flunky in Andor.
Right. Yeah. Drop the first shit bomb in
Yes.
Star Wars and stuff like that.
Because that's totally the same guy, right, Scott?
Yeah.
I haven't watched Andor yet.
Oh, there.
Oh shit. Okay.
I haven't
What?
either. Everyone tells me I
And
need to
what?
watch.
You haven't
Oh,
watched
Casey.
Andor?
Cinema.
I
TV
seen
I haven't watched
Andor.
it either.
Amazing.
Speaking of
Right.
Andor,
I'm so glad you've seen Andor. What else have you not seen?
Okay.
Oh.
I have
okay,
to. I have
here
to
we
pick.
go.
I have to get my victory somewhere, right? I have to,
Andor is so good. I can't
I
believe you
know.
haven't seen it.
You don't know
It's
what's
cinema.
going on.
That's just straight cinema when it comes to Star Wars. Like that is the one show where I'm like, wow, they finally figured it out. Now, can they keep
Like-
this going? Probably not, but
It's-
still.
it-
Wait,
it-
hold on.
Like
Let me ask you a
Ant-Man?
question. Is
Not too much
Andor connected to Mandalorian?
No.
Well,
Then I don't
Prequels
care.
are-
It's
It's
connected
not-
to
I don't-
Star
TBS.
Wars is connected.
It's all Star Wars is connected. It's not directly connected. No, it's
Okay.
connected
Is
to the
anyone in
future.
Andor making a
Oh,
cameo in Mandalorian where I
No.
need to
Yes.
pay attention?
Not
But
yet.
who?
yes,
Who?
Who?
the Force.
It's good. I mean, there's a
He's
whole
not
like,
wrong.
yeah, it's really good. I mean,
I'm
I
not
don't
that
give it
huge
away,
of a Star Wars fan to really care about.
Oh, there's Boston.
Star Wars.
Star Wars
Fucking
fan.
Star Wars.
I like my Mandalorian. I don't like the
get in the
Star
car.
Wars.
Hey, 3 more weeks and it's
Mandalorian.
back, Saggy. So get excited.
I know.
There's
I'm
a lot of-
excited.
There's a lot of good stuff. I mean, you've got Mandalorian, Ted Lasso. Like March is going to be busy.
Wick,
I haven't seen Ted Lasso.
to see the final season of Picard premiered yesterday. I still haven't watched that. I got to watch that episode.
Oh, I hear it's
This is-
really good.
Yeah, well, because everybody's back.
I know the
They're
whole
all
generation.
back.
Oh my
Son
God,
of a
Ray
bitch.
just got super excited. You see it? He's just like,
It's
He's a
okay.
Trekkie. You know,
Saggy, there is no friend. I love DC, love Star Wars, whatever. There is no franchise on this earth more important to me than Star Trek.
You got to do it like this.
my mom would have loved you.
Casey, come on.
My mom would have.
It's
My
gotta
mom
be
was
out.
a
You gotta do it
huge.
like
Can't do this.
My mom
Gotta
was
do
a
this.
huge Star
I'll do
Trek
what Casey
fan.
did. I'll do that.
That's probably why I didn't get to Star Trek because my mom was so
That's
into
his
it.
stuff.
And I was like, oh, my mom's a nerd.
That's the Star Trek Nazi symbol.
Hey, by the way,
No,
I take it back. I take it back.
Random.
I can't be seen on camera.
Disavow!
Someone's clipping it right now.
Random Apple recommendation, by the way. I just watched the first episode of Hello Tomorrow with Billy Crudup.
Oh, I want to
Oh,
watch
that's
that.
a
I
show?
love Crudup, yeah.
It's a
Oh,
show.
hey, okay. Thank you for bringing up Crudup because this actually is something I did want to point out about the Flash trailer. Is I do appreciate that even though it's not Crudup, it's Ron Livingston. They've at least given him Crudup's look.
Yeah, they did.
With
They
the
did.
hair,
He
right?
looks, yeah, they found
Crudup is
somebody that
in the
looks-
movie.
No, they
playing
found a
Dr.
good
Manhattan.
replacement.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's going to be the end credit.
At the end,
That's
the
the end credit
cameo.
stinger, yeah.
Yeah. It's not
Doomsday Clock
Clooney,
coming
it's Dr.
2025.
Manhattan.
In that scene where both the Flashes are getting the electricity, where do you think it's coming from?
Oh,
It's
wow.
Dr. Manhattan.
Okay.
In the
That's Dr.
desert. In the
Manhattan.
desert.
It's 2023. Barry is with Barry. But could you imagine that the next half of chapter 1, James Gunn comes out,
No.
adapting Doomsday Clock, and Twitter just explodes in bad and
There
good
was
ways.
With the narration above it.
There was a Dr. Manhattan meme that works out. It's 1989. Michael Keaton is Batman, and Harrison Ford is Indiana Jones. It's 2023.
Yes,
Keaton
I
is
saw that.
Batman.
I saw that.
Harrison Ford is Indiana
Yes.
Jones.
Hey, because that clip, they did a big game spot for Nile and Destiny, and it was funny. I had a listener actually telling me that he thought that them jumping out of the airplane wasn't very Indiana Jones, and I'm like, oh,
Have
really?
you seen Temple of Doom?
That was the first thing I said. I was like, Temple of Doom. The Temple of Doom one is sillier because they're in a raft. At
Yeah,
least
they're in
this
a
one,
raft.
He's got a parachute,
And they land on a mountain.
Yes.
But the snow in the raft cushion
right?
the
I'm
fall.
like, come on, man. Of course, this is Indiana Jones.
But seriously, the de-aging on Harrison Ford
Looks good.
Looks good.
It looks good. I think part of it is because similarly, because this was with. Have you seen Gemini Man?
Yes.
With so I think part of de-aging is like if you've aged well, it's easier.
It's easier. Yeah.
And
What are you trying to say about Mark Hamill in Mando season 2?
But also if you he gets a pass because of the plastic surgery.
I
and all
know,
that,
I know,
totally.
yeah.
But also not only if
Time
you've
has not
aged-
been on his side.
but not only that, there's also a ton of in Will Smith's case, they basically had 6 seasons of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air to use as the model for him, and in Ford's case, they have a whole fucking catalog of the old movies and
it's
Star Wars and everything to help with that.
Yeah,
so.
it's all gonna get it's gotten better. It's going to get better. Even though I remember when the first Indiana Jones, there's the part when he's on the horse that looked weird because it was obviously
the horse thing. Looks weird,
It's like a
yes,
floating
it
head.
does.
Yeah, it was whoa, that needs polishing, and it will get polished. Just like even shots in the Flash where some people look a little rubbery.
Yes.
I mean, even the Keaton
Raptor
flat
necks.
scene, I'm a little rubbery, and there's some
Little
scenes
rubbery.
where it looks a little rubbery. And I'm like, okay, that'll get polished though. That's just the way it is when it comes to trailers. But the the de-aging stuff and the making people young and stuff, yeah, it's only gonna get freakier and better.
Still, that first Michael Keaton, that Michael Douglas in the first Ant-Man movie.
Yes.
Dude,
Wow, that was nuts.
Yes.
I was like, holy
Yes.
crap.
It was like they just took Wall Street and was like, all right, build it off of that.
Yeah.
That
was nuts.
Damn.
And the best
Yeah,
part
that
was we didn't know. We're just sitting in the theater and we're just like,
it came out of nowhere because it was like the movie started that way, with that first scene in Shield.
The biggest problem though is like what you said, Ray, is like when there's certain actors that have aged well, sure, but when they're still like let's go back to The Irishman. When you have Robert De Niro, at 60, 70 years old, and they de-age his face, but he still moves like a 70-year-old. It's like. That was my problem with Nick Fury, Sam Jackson. It's like they de-aged him a little bit, but Sam
when
Jackson
Captain Marvel,
very well, but he's still he doesn't move like he was 30 years old.
And also they did the thing. He used to do this thing back in the 90s where he would wear these stupid ass wigs.
Yeah,
like in The Negotiator and like some of the other.
Pulp Fiction, he had a good wig in Pulp
Fiction. He had a good wig.
I like the fro.
His Tarantino wigs were great because his Ordell Roby and Jackie Brown was fucking amazing. I love
Jackie Brown too.
But but no, they gave him like the Negotiator wig again in Captain Marvel, and I was like, that's
it doesn't work for him. That
his hair's not like that.
What was that? Like Robert Downey Jr. had one where he was talking to his father. It was like a memory he was watching.
Beginning of Civil War.
Because it's a little off for me.
That wasn't a good
eyes.
one.
He's like,
that one was off. Yeah,
he's like all glazed. But the good thing is, they're like, oh, it's a modulation. It's not a real person, right? Like it's a
they were
program projecting.
So it didn't have to look beautiful.
It's barf.
Yeah.
Right.
It's barf. And then cut to 3 years later, Jake Gyllenhaal.
And
they fucking did the same thing to Momoa in that Fast 10 trailer too, where they just CGI imposed him. He was there the entire time. It's like, oh my god,
I'm not feeling that, by the way. I thought
he was in the car that went over.
No, I'm not feeling Jason Momoa as a bad guy. It just seemed weird to me. It didn't seem. I mean, his bad guy acting in that trailer was just like,
I was like, I don't see a story in this.
His acting as a bad guy it didn't seem good. It's like, no, you can't be a bad guy.
I'm gonna make you pay for this.
Okay, I'm gonna say this.
He was a bad guy in Zack Snyder's Justice League. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna say,
I don't know.
You're out of your mind, Bruce.
I'm gonna say the same thing. I'm gonna say the same thing.
That shithole. You're not gonna say it, Ray. You're not gonna say it.
You're not gonna say it, Ray.
Save it for next week.
No,
Save it for next.
You're 10 movies in. It's the same thing with Ant-Man. You're 10 movies in that case, you're 30 movies in.
This was Ant-Man 10 Ant-Man.
What the fuck? Like you should know.
He's like, what's happening?
You should know what to expect from that franchise. So
I get what he's saying, but yeah, I'm down for Momoa to chew the scenery for 3.5 hours. Like I'm down for him just to be
3.5.
Last one was 3, right?
He's not a good bad guy in the Fast and Furious thing. He's not. He is. It's so like, it feels so forced. Like he's forcing himself to be a jerk. I can't do it. It's so bad.
He's an actor.
Fast movies. It's not about the story anymore.
Not a good actor.
It's about action.
That's what the franchise does, Saggy. This is what the franchise.
Why
does.
stop when Paul Walker died? When Paul Walker died, I stopped.
Paul Walker died. That was it.
I don't blame anybody that stopped after 7 because I totally understand that. I
7.
absolutely get it.
There's 7 of them.
Totally get it.
I thought we did 10.
7 is the last one that he did. That's the year he died.
Yeah,
so
that was the send off. It was it was a nice send off. I cried. Yeah. I fucking cried in the movie theater. Me and my buddy, we're like, because
I watched a review. I think it was like a reaction, and I think it was a joke. But one thing they said is just like, how many times after this, like, why didn't they just kill the character off? Because like now all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah.
That's Brian's
gonna be with the kids while his wife is out doing all the dangerous shit. Yeah, that makes logical sense.
Did you watch my video?
Yeah, men can't cook.
No, that. But see, that's what's so stupid is like when it came to 8, I think.
Oh, I think it was your video.
Maya wasn't in 8. So
no, it was secluded because that's what they kidnapped Dom's kid.
And then all of a sudden it's just like, oh yeah, he's watching the kids. So what's the excuse this time? Because even the director was like, "Oh, you're gonna see Brian in flashback."
His kids are being more troublesome.
I'm like, all right, you should have just did a fucking, you should have did what they did.
His kids are racing the cartel, and he has to
see because it's Fast. Right? I just headcanon it as someone could come and take these kids. He's there secluded to watch them, and I'm fine. And that checks the box. And I go, that's why he's there.
He's doing
There
another show in there. It's about someone stealing the kids and
100%.
he's going out
Separate
hunting.
adventure.
Did you guys see it? Listen, Hobbs
called
and Shaw.
Little Fast. Little
Hobbs
Fast
and
with
Shaw.
the
I mean, the
small-
last
Hobbs and Shaw.
That was the
There we
jump
go.
shark.
F9 would have done. F9 does this too, but Hobbs and Shaw. Listen, the second I saw The Rock with arm barring like 4 trucks on one end and like holding a chain, holding Idris Elba's helicopter with the other, I'm like, I know where this franchise is.
Yes.
Cinematic genius. You're right.
Yeah, I felt that way.
At that point, you're
When
just
I
like
did
turn the
my-
shit off. It's whatever.
When I
You just
did
gotta
my-
turn your brain off. Anytime I see any of those films,
I know
I
I'm
don't
not a
think-
genius. See,
yeah, I don't think about
Okay,
anything.
so why does everybody
I
get
play on my
You're too
phone and
smart.
kind of
You're too
look.
smart.
It's too much.
Yeah.
7 was what lost me. 7 was the one that like when they were in Dubai driving the car through about 3
One
different-
building to the other building. Yeah.
That's fair.
That was
And
awesome.
see, I feel like there's a point where
Unbelievable.
I liked the Fast and Furious movies a lot more, and then I think everyone has one point where they stopped watching, or they went, okay, it's something else now.
Mine
That's why
was
I
8.
still, mine was 8 too. Casey,
The
mine was
fucking submarine
the
in the
submarine,
ice.
yeah, everything.
It
I was
literally
like,
had a submarine that
it's
was
just too
chasing
far for me. It's just too much past the point, but I still watch
And
them.
then
I
they
still
went to
enjoy
5
them.
for me.
Yeah.
I have
It's
not
fine.
watched
5.
Fast 9
5.
or Hobbs and Shaw, but I'm gonna watch Fast 10.
Oh
The
yeah,
hell's a Hobbs and
9 they go to
Shaw?
space.
You won't
They go
have to.
space. They go to space in 9. They go to
Are you-
space.
Who asked
Are you
for
gonna
Hobbs
skip
and
all
Shaw,
these
by the
ends?
way? Who asked for
The
Hobbs and Shaw?
Rock.
'Cause I know
Dwayne
damn well I
Johnson.
didn't.
Well, no,
The
okay.
Rock.
Dwayne
No, no.
Johnson.
Okay,
His
no, no,
ego
no,
is
no,
as
no,
big
let's-
as his pectorials.
We're playing revisionist history here. That when that movie happened, because the scene is The Rock goes to prison, right? And Statham's prison, and they have that breakout scene. Everybody after that fucking movie was like, I'd watch a movie with Rock
Yeah.
and Statham. That was all over. So people say that now, but everybody was like, I need to see these two together.
how-
And then they did.
I
Yes,
used to love The Rock. That's the
I did
saddest part.
enjoy
I
it.
used
I
to
will say
really love The Rock. But
Black
like
Adam
after
broke you?
Black Adam, yeah, Black Adam just
Ah.
made me realize he's just really just he just does shit for himself and he doesn't care about
Well,
fan
that's an
bases
actor.
or anything.
That's
No,
every
but
actor in
no.
Hollywood.
Hold on.
They're
Wait,
playing
wait.
pretend people.
No. Hold on. Wait, no. Here's the
Go ahead,
thing.
go ahead.
Henry Cavill was a fan of The Witcher. He played the games. He loved the storyline. So when he got cast in the role. That's why a lot of
But
people
it's
love
really
him.
rare to find that. Trust me.
But that's
It
what I'm
is.
saying.
It
Like when
is.
you have The Rock saying, "I'm a fan of Black Adam," which is random as shit.
because
Like,
he
okay.
wanted. Okay, what? No,
He wanted to be his own Superman. I get it. He wanted to be Superman, but because he couldn't play
Well,
Superman,
well,
Black Adam was the next best thing.
But it
that's
wasn't.
why.
It wasn't just that though, Saggy.
He
It was.
played Superman on
I mean,
SNL.
he did have passion. I take him at his word for like 10, 15 years. He wanted to play this character.
Yeah.
But in the last couple of years, the situation obviously changed when he saw an opportunity for his production company
Yeah.
to grab control
The
of
business
DC.
mind took over.
Yeah,
Like,
But
hey,
Ray,
this situation
it's
got
not
so
even
fucked
just.
up.
But it's not
It
just
was
that, Ray. It's the fact that this man, he was such a fan of Black Adam that he just decided to skip a ton of Black Adam's lore. Go straight from how are you gonna have a Black Adam? I still can't understand this. My brain
Nobody
can't process
cares
this.
about
How are you
Shazam.
gonna have right?
Nobody
How do you have Shazam's villain movie and no Shazam?
Because
that was the
because
most dumb
and they
thing.
said the word
Venom,
Shazam.
Venom
Thank
fan
you,
over
see,
here.
yeah.
Okay.
They-
Oh, yeah,
everyone
Venom
said the
fan.
same
There we
shit
go.
about Venom. They said the
I'm
same
like-
shit about Joker. Oh,
Yeah.
Joker's
But at
gonna
least,
bomb.
but at
This
least
isn't gonna
Spider-Man
work.
was in Venom at the end. It built up to Tom
Not the
Holland's
first one.
Spider-Man.
No, he
No,
wasn't.
not the first. Hold on,
first one.
Right, not the first one.
And
but
that made
still,
$800
the
million.
Yes, it did.
$800 million.
I saw it.
But
I,
how
I
you-
still love that movie.
But Travis,
I
how
own
do you
it.
skip? How do you skip Shazam as your protect? Like
Easy,
your
there's
thing,
Shazam, and they have
go
a-
straight to Superman, and you didn't even fight that mofo. He was just a 20-second. How are you gonna build up this whole hype of
They-
having
they have
Superman
a
show up?
script with
And he's like,
Shazam.
"Hey, we're not gonna fight. I just want to talk, bro." Like, come on, man.
How do you do
It's
it? How
not
do you, there's a
his. It's not his fault that James Gunn canceled it.
Yeah, James Gunn's
He was
to blame.
setting it up.
He fired
in
Aaron.
KC though.
Yeah.
In KC.
If
stop.
The
Here we
Rock
go.
had his
Why'd
way,
you
we'd be
go
getting
there?
Black Adam versus Suicide
Listen,
Squad versus Superman.
If Rock wanted Black Adam to succeed, all he had to do is say, "Hey, Shazam 2 is coming out.
Let's
How
call
about
him
have
White
Black?
Adam.
How about have Black Adam show up in a post-credit
no.
scene?
But
A post-credit
Shazam
scene.
wouldn't have
Yes,
done
see,
anything
obviously
different went to the box office. Because
you
you
know,
know what?
No, Travis, it would have got the Shazam fans excited to see Black Adam in a Shazam movie.
Yeah, there's so
and then
few of
actually
them.
have
There's so
and then
few of
actually
them.
have Shazam in the freaking Black Adam movie.
I think
You
if
go to a
if-
GA member and you're like, hey, are
Shaggy.
you excited to see Shazam fight Black Adam? They're
Nobody
like,
cares
what?
about
Yeah.
Shazam.
Travis, I'm just
fuck is Shazam?
hold on. But nobody cares about Black
He's a
Adam without
kid.
Shazam.
If Shazam was a runaway hit, I would be completely with you. But it's
Yeah.
a movie that didn't even make $400 million. People
No,
aren't
it
like,
did.
fuck, if Shazam's not in it, I'm
I'd
not
give
seeing Black
Rock.
Adam.
Okay, okay.
I give Rock some respect if he at least had Shazam because it makes sense. And on top of that,
He
this
didn't
man
give a
He said
skipped-
Shazam twice in the movie.
He did. He mentioned him.
What?
No, the perfect example, Shaggy. The perfect example is what Dave said on one of his streams about that podcast you're listening to, and they were like, "So is this connected to the Shazam movie, or is this a sequel?" Oh yeah, because they said the name a couple times. Like they were totally oblivious to who the fuck Black Adam
Look,
actually
bro,
was. You know what I mean?
I'm not even
They
a
said
hardcore.
Shazam.
I'm not even a fan like that. And even I know Black Adam's origin story. He
You're
was the
in
villain.
this.
Now
You're
he's
in this.
anti-hero.
You're on YouTube.
You're
You're
on
a
Max
YouTuber,
Channel.
Saggy. Yeah,
You see
you're a
with us.
YouTuber.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
different.
that's
You're
not-
in
that's
the
not fair.
culture.
All right.
You know all about Ezra Miller. I've asked my wife, like, "Hey, what do you think about Ezra Miller?"
Yes.
She's like, "Who the fuck is that?" You know, I'm like,
Yeah.
oh.
100%.
Watch
This is
Shaggy
what-
Melon.
this is
She'll
what
tell
it
you.
is.
I'm just
This is
saying.
what it is.
Yeah,
This is what
DM
it is right
Saggy.
here because if there was
I don't
an
think
actual,
Andrew,
like if there
Andrew
was
will
like
get a good response if he says that.
there was a DC.
Yeah, DM
Shut up,
Saggy
Casey.
Melons.
If there was
Dave,
Tell
Dave,
my wife. Go ahead.
what?
take the show back, Dave.
I know, fine, I'm
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, this is where The Rock got it wrong. Like, he thought he could course correct and save the DC universe when really there needed to be a cohesive DC universe before he
Yes.
showed up. If there was a cohesive DC universe and then he showed up, because just like he did with the Fast and Furious franchise, yeah, when he just like came into it and then he was popular, it would have been the same thing. But the fact of the matter is, there was no cohesive DC universe, and then he thought that, oh yeah, the hierarchy is going to change. Nothing fucking changed. And a matter of fact, it did change. It went to James Gunn and Peter Safran, not to you.
But that's what
I
I'm
just,
saying,
I
Dave.
just think
That's
that
what I'm saying.
his fault and their whole company's fault is not trying for the thing, but it's that they didn't have a convincing plan that Zaslav was like,
Nope,
yes,
they
we'll
sure
go with
didn't.
that.
That's what
Gunn
I'm
did.
saying. But that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying is that Shazam 2 is coming out, right? And again, I get that Shazam is not
It
like
will
I get
not even
Travis.
make 5
but
That's
no,
not what
I'm
Casey's saying. Don't
But no,
gaslight Casey.
no. I'm not gaslighting him. I'm just saying. If the better move, in my opinion, the one that makes the most sense, is to have Shazam and not even like announce it. Just random cameo.
The general
Yeah,
audience would not give two
Black-
shits.
Yeah.
Right,
just
but again, it would have made more sense to do a cameo,
Sure.
post-credit scene,
Sense.
and then a movie.
Yes,
That's
but it
what the
still
formula
would, it still
has
would,
been.
but it still wouldn't have made a difference, Saggy. I'm sorry. It
I think
just
the
wouldn't
box
have,
office
because-
would be the
It
same.
would not have
You know.
saved the Black Adam
Yeah.
universe. I mean,
because the reality of the situation, Saggy, and I say this a lot on my show, is like we have to realize that in our circles, we are at. I mean, if we're lucky, 5 to 10%, if we're lucky, of the total audience. These movies make billions because of the 90 to 95% of people who do not give a shit who's an Avenger, who's in the Justice League, or who's arch villain or whatever. They do not care.
My
in that
mother-in-law
regard.
literally asked me last night if I went to go see Ant-Man and the Flash. Literally asked me that.
That
But you know
would
what
have
she
been
did
an
know? You know what
awesome
she did
movie.
know?
Really an
She
amalgam
did know
fan.
that Michael Keaton's coming back as Batman, and she's gonna see that movie, and she
See?
knew that.
I just think
Yes.
The Rock had a missed opportunity to utilize Henry Cavill's Superman, and like that whole hype around that cameo. When I saw it, I was like, "Bro,
But that's
all
I
hyped up.
agree,
I want
right?
to
Saggy,
fight Superman. I want to fight Superman." And then what did Superman
It
do?
was crazy.
Hey, are you Black Adam? You want to? I got to talk to you, buddy. And that was it. Like what?
I agree
no,
with
but
I agree
when's-
with that,
go
but the problem that he faced was that thing that happened was very last moment.
Yes,
So they
didn't
they
have
could not
time.
shoot anything.
Yeah, they didn't have the money to do like a fight.
but
He was still
offered a
negotiating
cameo,
the thing 1 month before.
Yeah.
But The Rock was offered a cameo in Shazam. Shazam 2, I want to say.
Smart
He
move.
said,
Smart
whatever. He's
move
like,
now.
I'm not going to show up in that movie. Like, what the fuck? What do you? That's like
You're
that's
the
like having
villain, dude.
Exactly.
But he didn't look at him that way.
that's like having a
joke.
Joker movie that's like in your DC universe, and like, okay, so at the end, we're gonna have Batman. No, I don't want to do that.
How are you like, I'm a fan?
The general audience knows who the Joker is. They still don't fucking
Joker
know
and
he's
Batman
Batman.
are popular.
But I'm saying,
I'm just
that's
saying,
the thing that ticks me off. That's the thing that ticks me off, though. It's like
villains.
you're sitting there saying, "Oh, I'm a fan. I've always loved this character," but then you don't want the friggin' superhero that the character fights. That like what? How are
People
you a
would have
fan then?
made fun of The Rock if he had to fight kids. That's all it is. I'm
The
just
Rock
saying
will
that's
consult
never
the
gonna
mirror.
happen.
God.
Yes.
God forbid you actually, you know,
like
That's
this
not
is
a
what
good look.
happens. This is what happens when you don't have anyone in charge. When no one's running things and has a plan, this is what happens.
Yes.
You get all this
What?
wonky shit that
If
doesn't make any
Shazam-
sense.
If Shazam would have made $1 billion, like these guys said earlier, then
Yeah.
then The Rock would have been like, "Oh, I better fight Shazam."
Day one.
Yeah,
Day one.
Absolutely.
Cameo.
Absolutely.
Right, but that's what I'm
Absolutely.
saying. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying is that was whole. That's why I
Let me-
get triggered because I'm like, oh, The Rock had so many.
But
good
he's in the business to make
opportunities.
money for the studio so he can keep making movies for them. So he's just thinking like he's doing the thing that makes the most sense. It's just like these guys said, it was
Right.
so last minute and it was so kind of tacked on that it was like, and they were all kind of hoping that, okay, we can please everybody. We can get the general audiences and we get that hardcore fan base online that loves the Snyder movies. We can
Right.
get everyone in this theater and we'll make all this money. And unfortunately, just nobody cared. Like it's
Yeah,
Well,
I
but
disagree
how
with people
could
saying
you,
like
though?
Shazam wasn't that bad. Okay, Shazam
didn't say it
wasn't
was
awful.
bad.
No, not you guys. I'm reading the chat, and I'm just like,
all over you. Oh!
yeah, no, I was reading the chat because William said the first mistake was greenlight and Shazam and Black Adam. I was like, Shazam, I don't mind. Listen, I don't mind that they greenlit Shazam because, like, you know, they were trying to do new things, bring new characters in. But like with they should have never greenlit Black Adam.
If they had greenlit Shazam with an actual plan instead of the non-plan, then they would have been in better position. They would have been in better shape for that.
Well,
and Shazam's not a bad movie.
Let me ask you guys:
Yeah.
How would
Right, I agree.
How would Black Adam have made $1 billion? Like, what could they have done to that movie to make
Nothing.
it make?
It was
$1 billion?
never gonna make $1 billion.
Never gonna get.
No, it wasn't. Not the,
it-
especially not the way
Again,
Rock
it would
was.
have had. It would have had to been part of a bigger plan.
It's
James Cameron directs it.
In retrospect, Andre,
Put Black Adam
Out, you're gonna
underwater.
just summon Steve.
Well, actually, they did in Black Adam.
Well, I mean, like if
They
Cavill was
put
actually
the
in
water.
the movie.
no, I don't
and
think
Batman was in the movie, all that shit. Do you think
Okay,
it would have made a difference?
if Henry,
Curious.
if
Well, then it
Henry,
wouldn't be
they
a
were
Black
there in
Adam movie.
posters.
if,
It'd be a
if
Justice
Henry,
League movie
right,
at that point.
if Henry was in
Yeah.
the movie and there was an actual epic battle, I think and he was in there for longer than he
would've got
was.
twice
It
as
would have
much.
probably been a little. Yeah, it probably would have done a little
Wouldn't
bit
have
better.
been. It still wouldn't have been.
It wouldn't have been
$1
$1 billion.
But
No, it would have been $1 billion, but it would have done 100 times
I
better
think
than what it did.
nowadays, in order to make $1 billion, you know, nowadays in order to make $1 billion with the comic book film, there has to be a cohesive plan and a cohesive universe that the film is connected to, so that the audience is already geared and primed and hyped for whatever it is they're going to
A la
see.
No Way Home.
Right, precisely.
Yes.
No Way Home made money. The reason No Way Home made the money that it did, it wasn't just because of its connection to the MCU. It was because that movie literally is 20 years
Legacy.
of Spider-Man fans.
Yeah,
Right?
it's a perfect combination of stuff, which hopefully that's like the Flash can have that in June.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
That's what you're hoping for, of like
Yes.
the perfect combination of the current stuff, new actors, new iterations like a Supergirl, and then Keaton coming in. Like you hope
Right.
it's that
Yeah.
perfect storm.
Yeah, so this is why the expectation of the Flash. This is why you can't rule $1 billion out. I'm not
Absolutely
saying it's
not.
going to do that, but you can't rule it out because
It has
there's
the best
definitely-
shot.
it- by far, yes, absolutely.
I think the only thing that hurts is not even the movie. It's just that summer's just so fucking busy with there's so many
I
like
know.
indie, and then, like it's good that Marvel's got out of there in July, but just like there's indie. Is indie the week before or after
Yes.
Flash?
After.
After.
Yeah.
like,
And
that's
there's also
Transformers
John
around
Wick,
that
I think,
time.
right?
No, John Wick's in
Wick's
March.
March.
John Wick's in March.
But there's also-
I wouldn't put too much faith in Indy. I mean, it's
Oh.
kind of funny because I mean, I think it's
He's
not gonna
right.
bomb.
No, I agree. Well, because
You know what?
people
When
are still
I
thinking
saw
Kingdom of the
Ant-Man,
Crystal
when I saw
Skull.
Ant-Man, I was like the people next to me, they're like, "Wow, they're still trying to do that, huh?" I heard that. I heard
Okay, and
that.
actually, Indy, there's
I
2
heard
weeks
that.
in between, so that's actually not too bad. Flash,
Yeah,
comes out,
but-
gets
but-
another
but-
week, and then Indy comes
Indiana
out.
Jones. I mean, you're not gonna be able to do what Top Gun Maverick did. You know what I mean? Like that came
but
out
no
and
one
it
was saying
like,
Top Gun was going to do that before.
Exactly, but Indiana Jones is not going to be that kind of movie. I think it's going to. I mean, if you saw Crystal Skull, it was like holy shit. I didn't like it, but I don't know, man. I don't know if that's going to derail the Flash.
Andre, I'm glad you brought up Top
Indiana
Gun Maverick
Jones needs to
because
die.
I'm glad you brought up Top Gun Maverick because
it's a great movie.
As much as it is a great movie, and as much as I like love and revere Steven Spielberg, he really needs to shut the fuck up sometimes because saying that Tom Cruise saved Hollywood with Top Gun Maverick is so asinine. Here's what Top Gun.
I disagree with you.
Here's what
I think him and James Cameron helped.
Bullshit. Here's why. Here's why I say
John
that.
Watts and John Watts. Then
here's why I say that. The reason I say
remember
that is
he's speaking as from a director's point of view.
Yes, I know as a boomer director, but at any rate,
watch Fablemans. That's a boomer movie all over.
Here's the thing.
I love it anyway, Travis. I love it anyway.
You've got to understand that like
that movie.
To say that Top Gun Maverick is not a mid-budget movie, it was a summer blockbuster, and what it proved and what Avatar has also proved is that the audience is willing to be more discerning in what they're going to go see at the theater, and if you make a big budget blockbuster that gets good word of mouth, they will choose to see your movie at the theater and they will wait for streaming for everything else. So what you've got to hope, bringing this back to the Flash, is that what you have to hope is that the Flash is one of those movies that they choose to see at the theater because of word of mouth, same as it did with Top Gun Maverick, same as it did with Avatar: The Way of Water, because Hollywood is not dying, Hollywood is evolving, and the sooner people fucking figure that out, the better off.
Yeah, but both of those franchises have people that worked really hard for like the past like 30, 40 years to like Tom Cruise has been killing it on action films for the past like 15 years. Yeah. So you can't just go, oh, Top Gun came out of nowhere and was like this.
No, I didn't say it came out of nowhere. I didn't say it
came
out of nowhere.
But it builds, and same with James Cameron. But those are existing properties.
See, I'm not saying they came out of nowhere. I'm
those
saying
are IPs. But
Zeke's on your side.
I'm on your side. I'm just saying like.
And I'm with you three or you two as well because like. People act like Top Gun was the only big hit movie. Before that, the fucking Minions almost made $1 billion. The Minions, fucking Doctor Strange, Multiverse Madness made $930 million. No Way Home made. So I would get it if let's say all movies were like $300 million, and then Top Gun. I mean, okay, sure, but there was big, almost $1 billion movies before Top Gun happened.
Yes, you got to realize it's what.
But
Top
they have
Gun
to say
achieved.
that.
Yeah, it's what Top Gun achieved. It didn't have these crazy visual effects like all these other fucking movies. I think that's what he meant when it came to
and it's
that.
also not a CBS.
Cinema as like being more practical, just like what Steven Spielberg used to fucking do. That's
and
what
I think another thing in Top Gun's cap is the fact of look how long it actually stayed in theaters. It went from Memorial Day
that anymore.
to Labor Day.
If Spielberg
that's a huge stretch.
If Spielberg wanted to do that again, he could. He hasn't been making movies like that for the last 10
I don't know about that.
years.
He tried with Ready Player One and it didn't hit. You know,
I would not count Ready Player One.
That's
in
a big
category.
blockbuster movie for sure.
But it's not a franchise blockbuster.
But it's based on a book. They were trying to build a franchise though.
I think it can be a massive hit, but I'm with Ray that I don't think it's saved cinemas. I think that's a very over exaggeration.
Yes,
if Top Gun didn't happen, you know,
that's the politics of like
he wants to cast Tom Cruise in his next movie.
Awesome, get them together again.
But that's the politics of movies. It's like there's one side, just like in vote Democrat or Republican, they have to say, hey, theaters are dying, so that you'll go to theaters. And then there's the other side that say
that is why I said he's speaking as a director.
Right.
No.
And now I got Chris Pine in a theater telling me why I have to see Dungeons and Dragons on the big screen.
Oh God!
I'm like, do I?
And Casey, you're absolutely right. And
I feel like they have a pressure.
Political. They do have pressure. Yes, absolutely.
To say that stuff because otherwise,
and I get that because I remember like a year or so ago, the like after the pandemic or like after 2020 rather. The first CinemaCon that they had, and all the exhibitors were just snarky as hell.
Oh yeah,
because of what, and everyone loves to point the finger at what Warner Media did with the whole day and date thing, but they completely ignore the Premiere Access that Disney Plus or that Disney was doing. They completely forget the 45-day release windows that Paramount Plus actually started with A Quiet Place 2, and Clifford the Big Red Dog. They completely ignored what Universal did with Trolls. Right,
Oh,
Trolls
yeah,
World Tour,
Trolls,
right? All of the studios
That was
did something
such a fascinating
different.
time.
It was a fascinating time.
It was the Wild Wild West.
It was a really fascinating time, and it
Trolls
scared the
World Tour
shit.
is a it's a trippy ass movie. I watched that in theaters, and I was like, "Who wrote this shit? Like, this is crazy." It was
I wrote it.
weird.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
But
it was off the wall. I was like,
but yeah, but like all the exhibitors, like they were scared shitless, and they're still worried. They're still concerned because through this evolution of where Hollywood is going, more theaters are going to shut down. Like that's just unfortunately the inevitability.
Yay.
But it's not because like theaters are because I've said this for the last couple of years. Theaters are never going to completely die. They're never going to 100% die.
One of the things also that was happening before was there was a very big distinction between theatrical movies and streaming movies, especially budget-wise. Like you would never see that spectacle on streaming, but now you do. So
Yes,
that's
you
also
do.
giving a lot of people,
Yes.
not that differentiating factor between what a theatrical movie is supposed to look like.
Right. Exactly. So it's just, I don't know. Like
I just need these streaming services that when they do these theatrical releases for those films that, like you say, Casey, there isn't the distinction.
Yeah, there's
I need a wider release. Like
there needs to be an option.
You're telling me you guys at least get the limited release for certain movies like
I know,
Guardians of the Dead. I don't get shit.
Yeah, he's in India.
Yeah, no,
He gets a pirated release.
Listen,
We need it
Casey,
there too. We need it.
Casey,
Yeah,
I totally understand. Like with I do like the
None of Zach's Netflix movies are gonna release here.
like all of the like when it comes to international, like I can't fault anyone outside the States for being pissy about the streaming age, because I get it. It's a mess. It is. It is globally still a mess, and I don't know when it's going to get sorted out.
We were talking about HBO Max. Does it even exist in India?
We don't have HBO Max, but we have HBO. So luckily, The Last of Us is HBO.
Oh god,
good.
Right.
Got that going for you.
Yeah,
You got that going for you.
So no. Again, just to bring it back to the Flash, like that's what you're hoping for. You're hoping that the Flash is one of the movies like Top Gun Maverick, like Avatar: Way of Water, and whatever else, that the word of mouth is strong enough that people will decide, hey, we're going to go see this at the theater. We're not going to wait for HBO Max. Right? That's what your hope is,
But they're not comic book movies, and so I think that actually helped it out, especially for Top Gun Maverick, because immediately word of mouth was that it was really good. And like when I saw it, I was like, okay, this should be pretty good. I mean, I heard good things about it, and I saw it, and I was like, wow, this movie's fantastic. This is great. If you would have told me, hey, we're gonna make Top Gun 2, I would have been like, oh, that's gonna be a piece of shit. You know what I mean?
That's where I was getting about when it came to what Steven Spielberg actually meant, and that's what like Scorsese has talked about too. It's the fact that it's like the big budget VFX Marvel movies, all these big movies. That's the way I took it. I didn't take it as like that. It's just the fact that it was like they made a movie that it was like a lot of practicality.
And that, Dave, that's the reason I made it the very last day it was an EMAX. The very last day, Shonda and I got to see it, and I said that was important because, even when you saw the trailers, even when you saw the clips, you heard the sound of the jet engines and how loud and how big and bombastic the movie was. I'm like, the first time I see this movie, I want it to be on the big screen with a with the loudest speaker. Like, but I think that's part of what
I saw the movie in December. It was playing that late.
Wow.
Yeah, well,
it was awesome. I mean, even when they go to steal an F-14, I mean, you're literally. I was rooting for him. I was like, yes, that's badass. Please do this.
No. I remember because they talked about that in the movie. So when they're like, I have a plan, and I looked to my wife and said, they're gonna steal a fucking Tomcat. That's exactly what they're gonna do.
That dawned on everyone at the exact same time in the movie. Like, holy shit, he's gonna steal one, because they brought it up earlier. They're like, oh, it looks like somebody else doesn't know how to get rid of relics or whatever. And so then, I just thought, oh, that's just a nod because he used to fly F-14. Cool, whatever. Yeah. And then when they're looking at the base, I was like, holy shit, they're gonna do this. Holy shit! And then they go down. They're like, walk faster, start running.
And Dave, I get what you're saying, like in terms of like practical versus CGI.
Yeah.
Valid point. Very valid point. And you're right. Scorsese absolutely has brought that up. I totally get that. The problem is I went on Twitter and nobody said that. Everybody was like, "Oh, he saved cinema for because of the box office."
Oh yeah,
whatever.
well,
It's
yeah,
like,
you're
But
gonna
it
get what you
bothers
want on
Ray.
Twitter.
We tell him not to let it bother him. But it will
No one
bother
does what
him.
you want on Twitter. It's like you're gonna get the opposite.
You do realize, Seek, that the reason the Flight cast exists, which by the way, Flight, FLITE, literally means to engage in sharp debate.
Yeah.
The whole reason that my site exists.
Do you find sharp debate often on Twitter? Because I don't.
Here's the thing.
He finds arguing.
Yeah, exactly.
But
I see
like
pissing matches.
Literally, the reason that my site exists, like it was born out of being tired of arguing with people in Facebook groups for 2 months about Batman v Superman: Dawn of
arguing with
Justice.
people on Twitter.
I did.
That's what it was. That's what it was.
What it really was, I mean, I did go to Twitter, but what it really was I started my blog because I was tired of like writing paragraphs to people. I was like, okay, I'm gonna write my own shit, throw it out
Twitter
there, see
blue,
who
and now you
likes
can
it.
just send people fucking 4,000 characters.
Seek, you gotta understand. I've known Ray for almost 7 years now. I have never stopped giving him shit.
No, but that's good. I mean, I like
time.
Like I always say about Ray is like I don't know him much, only just through interactions here and a couple episodes that I haven't been on that I've seen him on here. But I love his passion. Like it's like it's just he's gets fired up saggy too. I've noticed tonight. Like when they have an opinion, they get fired up.
Oh, honey.
But I like
You
haven't even seen.
Right, you haven't even seen my channel or my Twitter. Trust me.
I actually have seen your channel
I
before.
I feel like this is Al Jolson, the jazz singer, going, honey, you ain't heard nothing yet.
Yeah. No,
we all get fired up, which is great.
Well, yeah. I mean, trust me. There's been a couple times on my channel. I think I reviewed a Venom comic where I literally said to Donnie Cates, like I said, you trees died for this comic to be printed. I said, like, fuck you for taking oxygen away from us. So
releasing
like,
carbon.
Yeah, so like I know we all have our moments, but I love that. I just I left Twitter years ago and Facebook years ago, so I just
you're a better man than me for that. You are. You're a better man.
I know.
You're a smarter individual. You are a
Twitter
smarter
is such a
individual.
shithole.
Because Twitter is a fucking cesspool. It is awful. It is
It
terrible.
is. Twitter is Gotham City. Like Gotham City and Twitter go hand in hand.
Instagram, Metropolis.
There will be crime tonight, but you'll never leave.
Right,
Twitter
exactly.
is perfect for
I
me
noticed,
because
like,
I'm
when
a drama channel. There's no endless amounts of drama on Twitter.
And we're the
Yeah.
people in Gotham when we're like, why don't they just move? Why don't they leave Gotham?
Yeah, I know, right?
And I'm the
We
guy
can't
that left.
afford to.
Yeah, you left
Poverty.
Gotham. Good. I hope Metropolis is great. You know.
I'm like in Bloodhaven now.
It's funny too because like every so often, you get people who like go after other people and like even Dave at least once a week he gets into it with somebody. He reaches that limit where he's like, "What the fuck? Like why are you saying this to me?" And they're just like, "Oh,
he's also like
yourself." Like
just like James Gunn. He was like for weeks and weeks he was seeing that hashtag and finally he snapped and he was like, "Okay, this is."
I was waiting for it too. I was like, it's only a matter of time for you.
I still loved it. I still loved when Chris shared in our one of our chats, the jail leave a tweet. I just went, oh fuck, here we go.
Oh yeah.
I just said I don't engage. I don't give my opinion. But when I saw Jail Leva step into the ring, I just went. Grab the fucking popcorn.
They argued with him. They argued. It was like, dude, why are you arguing with the man? Like
their most go-to argument is he's just a storyboard artist. What would he know?
And then he replied to me for that.
And when I hear that, I just want to go, fuck you.
Well,
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
what? You know what's funny too is like with all the Jay Leva things, like the biggest thing that I got pushback on was like, it's not about selling to Netflix. Yeah, it might not be that. It's about the demand. I'm like, then change the fucking hashtag.
Yeah.
Okay?
It's about
The
starting the
hashtag is
conversation.
specific. The hashtag is specific. Sell Snyderverse to Netflix. Okay, that's specific. So change it to demand the Snyderverse or release the Snyderverse or whatever the fuck. You have a specific hashtag. change it if you want to, because everybody looks at that and goes, well, that's fucking stupid. And you know,
Before Snyderverse, it was ZSJL. That's even more stupid.
Yeah,
Sell
it is.
ZSJL to
Yes, it
Netflix.
is even more
What?
stupid.
Yeah,
Yes,
like
yes.
so you want to stream it on Netflix now? Is that what you want to do? And no, it's like
It needs to be clear.
And what's crazy is that like I was talking to somebody who was a big part of that. Well, not a big part, but was someone who contributed to that hashtag event. And I asked him. I said, well, why isn't it just like lease? Why is it sell?
Something.
And he said
They
the
blocked you?
reason. He said the reason
They
why
released the video of James Gunn saying, "Sorry, Nicotina, I'm not going to answer your question."
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Okay.
No, so I was told that from the group that
Man.
was behind this hashtag, the reason why they did not use sell, they did not use lease, is because the word lease can be spelled wrong too easily,
Yeah,
and the
man.
word sell is easier to type out on a mobile device or a computer.
Seriously?
And I was like, "Are you fucking
Seriously.
kidding me?"
Really?
Wow.
I want to go back to our release the Snyder Cut days and tell you how many fucking times I've seen Snyder misspelled in
Oh my God.
the
Yeah.
Cinder Cut.
Oh my God, the Cinder
Release
Cut.
the
Release the
Cinder
Cinder Cut.
Oh God.
Oh my God.
Even Jason Momoa spelled it wrong.
He did. Spelled it wrong.
He
I
did.
remember that.
He did,
Cinder
yes.
Cut, yeah.
He totally did.
It's the worst when like one of your friends calls you out on that too. You're like, God damn it,
Yeah.
Oh.
No, but I
Yeah.
mean, like that's what I just saying. I'm like, all right, you change the. I mean, I like it was funny because I remember on Film Junkie Live. I don't have a drink. But like I remember somebody asked me that
It's
when I
almost
did
3
my
in the
question.
morning, dude. It's okay
Somebody-
to not have a drink at this point.
I know, right?
3 in the
But,
morning.
But somebody asked me like, what do you think about that? And I was like, well, that doesn't
Raise,
make
like,
sense
rookie
because
numbers.
why would they sell their IP to that? And then all of a sudden it turned into a thing, and I went, oh my God, I didn't know that. When I got asked this on my show, that all of a sudden, like a couple days later, it turned into a thing, and I went, "What the fuck? This doesn't even make sense." Like,
doesn't make
what?
sense.
It nothing like it. Like it's and then all of a sudden, Jay Oliva comes out and he just starts going well, and then starts spitting out facts, and I'm like, "Hey guys, look at this!" And then of course I see people, and then it's so funny because I'm like, and the biggest thing that I keep telling these guys. Is you have a better chance of campaigning to get it released under the Elseworlds title within DC Studios in animation.
Much better
Okay,
chance.
but of course,
No-
when you
no
say the A word-
compromise, no compromise.
When
Oh
you
my
say the
God.
A word, oh, that's triggering. Oh, that's
All right.
triggering
All
because
right,
they
yeah.
don't want to hear the animation word. I'm like, do you really think Henry Cavill's going to come back now after what happened? Ray Fisher's going to come back after what happened? Okay, you really think like some of these people are going?
They'll do it for Zach.
What happened with the?
Zach is
Don't speak
making
for
the world-
Zach. Don't.
What
speak
happened
for
with the
Zach.
lunch,
Yeah, don't
Dave?
speak
They'll
for
do
Zach.
it for
I've only
Zach,
talked to the guy.
guys.
I've only talked to the guy how many times? Like
What
I
happened with the
remember-
lunch, Dave?
Oh yeah. What?
The lunch.
With James Gunn? Apparently that happened. I don't know. I don't know if that actually happened. I don't know. Who knows? But yeah, I mean, and I'm not sitting there going like, oh yeah, whatever James Gunn said is absolute truth. No, I'm not doing that either. He might have fluffed some of that shit, but I'm sure they talked. I don't know if it was the way he said it, but hey, it's like one of those things where it's just, guys, let's just be logical. And that we go the fact that I can, again, I always say the fact that I have 9.5 hours of this Superman fucking Justice League thing right here, the fact that I have that's a win. That's a win. We got the movie to come out. Seek, you even said it too, like the fact that fans came together to release that movie, because that never fucking happens in
I
Hollywood.
literally have never seen anything like that.
Yes,
It's
that was
never,
such a win.
Never.
I'm content. I'm content. If like I trust me, I want to see the rest of the thing. But Andre, what you guys did with Project Justice League, that that gave me some conclusion, because even Zach said it himself.
You put Black
on
Adam in
third
there.
stream.
Yeah, hell
He
yeah.
said-
Oh,
he
yeah.
said-
Force
Yeah,
cameo.
Shazam.
Like Zach said, on
Everybody
the
was
third
like, you
stream-
used Multiverse characters. I was like,
How
what
dare
are you talking
you?
about?
How
Like,
dare you?
Who are
if
you,
this shit
Arnold
would've came out-
Schwarzenegger? Get to the chopper.
People were hitting me up with that, and I was like,
There
dude,
was
if
no
these films would've came out,
Multiverse.
But
To be
that's
hum-
what on this
for there to be
stream
a
said.
Multiverse, he needed to have a plan first. He didn't have
That
one.
said on this stream that if we don't get sequels, that's the closest thing you're gonna get. and you guys turn that into a live action comic, and I'm like, cool. And he appreciates it. Everything appreciates, and I'm just like, I can be content with that, and I want to see Rebel Moon and more Armyverse and blah blah blah.
Okay, right there. So two things. One, like, you know, when you first brought up the animation idea, however long ago, I was like, well, that makes all the fucking sense in the world. That's completely logical, especially with the amount of time that has passed. But two, the other bullshit about all this is none of them are tweeting hashtag Rebel Moon. None of them are pushing anything about like what Zach is building now over at Netflix. It's like
they do when it's there, and then but then it's just like 100%, like it's like 98.6% it's just strictly this.
Right.
But then it's like, oh yeah, some Rebel Moon came out. Oh, I'll retweet that, I'll retweet this, I'll retweet that, and then go right back to it.
We all here objectively are more hyped for Rebel Moon than any of them.
Did you say the O word?
I did because I guarantee we can find. I guarantee that we can find data points for that. We've between the 8 of us here, we've tweeted that hashtag more than they fucking have. I guarantee we have. As far as Rebel Moon is concerned,
I try and tweet it,
even with you included,
even with your 0. I guarantee we have.
Yeah, true.
Nah,
it's just crazy. It's even got the point too where like, and I've noticed this too. It's like whenever Dave brings it up on his streams, he'll be like, and then you got the hashtag like he won't even say the hashtag. He'll be like, and you got the hashtag with, you know what I'm talking about. So then you got that hashtag. You can't even say it.
Did you guys notice how Fire James Gunn went away because they realized there's no way it's gonna happen without him.
We can't be negative towards James Gunn. Don't say that anymore. Like, well, too bad. You've already said it like a million times.
They've gone. They've actually. I mean, they've gone worse and creepier now with the shit that they've been doing lately.
These fucking videos.
Oh my God.
Those are the worst.
Type AI videos.
How
I am
amazing
so glad
was
that I
Zach
literally
and
have
Gunn's
no
voices,
idea
though?
what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, Scott, you haven't even.
Scott, you don't want to know.
Oh, you don't want to know. It's so funny.
You're safer where you're at.
It is.
I know.
Hey, hashtag sell it to OnlyFans. That's what they should be petitioning for.
I think I'd lose to some guys in red
Some
pajamas.
people are actually doing that.
Oh
if
my
most of
God.
us are in Gotham City as Twitter, then Scott is in like Themyscira. You know what I mean? Like, he's just
No. I'm in. No. Help me out here. No, I'm in. Oh God.
I was about to
Blue
say you're
Valley, Nebraska. That's where I am.
Okay. I was about to say you're probably in the Watchtower. Like, what the fuck are they all doing?
He is in the Watchtower.
My friends report back to me every once in a while.
Yeah.
I'm like Martian Man. I'm like Martian Manhunter on the desk sergeant going. Okay, you guys go there. You guys go there. I'll sit here. Thanks.
You have someone in your chat, Game City Savior, who is telling me to bring something up regarding Gunn and Snyder. I'm gonna just say to the chat, like, my only window into Snyder and his world and everything is literally Dave's channel. So I know nothing.
Tell
Like
us, Dave.
I don't know anything. I'm not. I like Zach. I respect him, but I'm nowhere near the fan that these guys are. And that's why I'm always been grateful Dave having me on, because I'm a very dissenting opinion. But I still respect.
Which I like.
Zach.
I like dissenting opinions.
Yeah. So I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm so sorry.
The thing, it's like, I mean, that's the thing. It's like there's always like, I mean, Zach's not going to come out and be like, guys, it's over. Fuck, it's done.
Sure,
he's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. And and it's perfectly fine. And like, there's always hope. That's why I bring up the animation thing or the graphic novel thing, because Zach has brought it up himself. And that's the thing. It's like the fact that
they didn't want to hear that. They didn't want to hear that.
Stop speaking for him, Dave. You're not Zach.
I know.
That was an AI video of Zach
Zach,
saying that.
Why speaking for
That's
Zach
an
and
actual
WB and James Gunn and Netflix?
Yeah, stop it. Stop
Get
it.
the fuck out of here. Yeah, it was
second one.
Yeah, I mean,
You don't know what you're talking about.
see, that's the thing. It's just like, and I don't know. It's just such a weird thing because, like, yeah, I want to see the conclusion. But I've said I'll gladly take it on a fucking bunch of cocktail napkins or his storybooks or whatever the fuck. But at the same time, again, he did make those storyboards.
Maybe he's got journals
that he released, and we saw like what was probably not going to be initially the plan, sure, but it was partially going to be the plan, maybe. And then, of course, and then you have fans that you know, like again, Project Justice League took that and brought it to life. And then there's other people that are spinning off things with their stuff and continuing. And Zach, of course, would love that. He's going to be working on Rebel Moon. I'm telling you, he shot for what, 8 months, 9 months. That fucking movie, that 2 parts, that thing's probably 10 hours long. I would not be surprised.
At least. Yeah.
At least that assembly cut is probably 10 hours long. Now he's just going to be cutting, shaping it every day.
How awesome is that it's going back to the widescreen format?
What?
How awesome is it that it's going back to the widescreen format?
It's not going to be.
I like
the anamorphic widescreen that still has the bars.
I didn't. Man of Steel. I mean, I was like, for artistic license, I was fine with him doing the
I was too. I mean, I love the 4x3. I love the Army of the Dead one, but we missed that for a long time.
Well, because if this is your version of Star Wars, that's essentially what this is. It's gotta be. You gotta do right. You gotta
go big.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. It's all. I mean, you know what?
Did that remind you of MODOK?
Yeah. Oh God, let's not talk about
Casey's
that.
been trying to transition.
I haven't seen Ant-Man yet.
I haven't seen it yet.
MODOK's in it, and he's fantastic.
This is all I'm gonna say. We don't need to like dive into it. We're coming up on 5 hours.
No,
it's fine.
3-hour discussion right now.
This is all I'm gonna say because Travis, I watched a little bit.
Spoilers
last night. You and the guys talking about it a little because because things I
got that thumbs down. It was from you.
No, not at all.
No, that was me.
No, because all week, me and my boss, we were like, "What in the hell is going on with like Rotten Tomatoes sucks anyway?" But still, it was like, this is weird. And generally speaking, like, it puts me in a weird position because I've been waiting for these rotten movies to happen in the MCU so that the arrogant parts of the fan base can finally get humbled. But in both cases now, when it's happened, I'm like, I don't fucking agree with this. I don't agree with this at all. Because
it's all subjective, right?
It is all subjective. It is. But like in this case, Travis, it's like, I'm sorry.
Oh, so you like Quantumania?
I did. I do.
Me too.
I paid money. I paid money last year.
What did you guys watch?
Travis, here's what I watched. I watched something that was last year. I paid money.
Yeah, a very good movie in July.
To watch Russell Crowe do the worst fucking Zeus known to humanity. And you want me to believe that that's better than this?
No, that's my question too, Travis.
No.
You said worst movie.
You said it was the worst one.
Because for me, how I go, and again, it's all subjective, is I go my barometer as far as what I've ranked from top to the very bottom is there are more things that I enjoyed in Thor: Love and Thunder than this. There's a few. I enjoyed Jonathan Majors, who is not in it as much as the previews want you to think he is in it, and I enjoyed MODOK.
Spoilers.
And a few scenes. That's about it. That's about it. And with Thor: Love and Thunder, I liked the cancer storyline. I liked Bale. I liked there were some scenes I would debate that they pulled down. I like that they like. My thing was that everyone had a knife to Taika, and I won't defend Taika for everything. Like, he's gonna make. They're gonna do the cancer storyline. He's gonna do a bunch of jokes with it. Anytime that storyline comes up, it's dead serious. The jokes cut and stuff like that. But no one talks about that, which is fine. I don't care because you got fucking Floden Hemdell's son, and you got fucking Valkyrie's death. Like, there's all that bad stuff. But like, I just enjoyed this one more. I think this one had a very weak story. I think I hate we're in this scene of characters being like, look how beautiful this is, and nothing looks real. Nothing looks an nth degree real. It's all just CGI blobs. And Michael Douglas doesn't give a fuck anymore.
Oh, dude, I said that too. I said that in my review. I was all, Michael Douglas phoned it in.
Because the first two movies, he's on sets with people. In this, he's like Natalie Portman in the prequels, and they're like, look at this, Michael. Hold this, Michael.
This is your franchise, Travis.
This is your franchise. He's staring at a green screen.
This is what your franchise does.
But that's fine. And
Travis
that's what I think.
Ironically, Travis is wearing a green screen t-shirt.
Yeah,
I know.
Green screen or comic on me for all I care.
Behind me.
Yeah,
that's what it was like on set, Dave, with the green screen right behind you.
But like, I love the MCU, but I'm not going to be one of those people that says like everything's perfect, everything's great. I have, and
No,
even
no,
tough, like even
right.
Thor: Love and Thunder, I could argue that hey, it's maybe not even a good movie, but I enjoyed my time with it. Where this was 2 hours, and I felt like I was fucking watching all the Middle Earth movies. I was like, how is this 2 hours? And I'm still here. I'm still in this theater.
I don't feel like
Save us, I agree.
Now
I don't
for
feel
that
like
comment,
you.
Travis.
One of the
go
things
sit in the corner.
No. Yeah, no. See, listen.
But
the first Lord of the Rings trilogy, absolutely. I'd watch
Fire.
them again. The Hobbits, that's like waterboard torture for me. I can't do.
Oh my
it.
God,
It's-
okay.
well,
Oh my god.
One of the
damn.
things that I hated from the Ant-Man trailers was what you're talking about. The CGI, it looks very messy. It's everywhere and stuff like that. But watching the movie, I didn't feel like that. I felt
I didn't feel that way either.
I felt like they had actually really unique and cool concepts with a lot of designs and stuff that's happening.
I think there was some
But I had a problem with an ending. It doesn't feel satisfactory to me. But apart from that, the entire movie, I was like, it was fine. And for an Ant-Man movie, especially because
And I was gonna say my main hang up is not the visual effects because I can look past that. I'm a guy like Ray where I defend the third act of Black Panther. I go, okay, yeah, it's not the greatest CGI wise, but
Well,
the
it
story
sucks.
wise, I get through
CGI
it.
wise, it sucks, but the story is great.
For me,
Great story,
the
great story.
story, I was
just
not.
say the Cassie storyline sucked.
I was not a fan of the
dude.
recast.
What was the deal
Cassie.
with her?
Okay,
Yeah.
all
What was
right,
the
all
deal
right,
with her? 'Cause
okay,
everyone's
okay,
saying how she did a terrible job at
okay,
acting.
Here's the thing. We can agree. Okay, I like it. For me, it's a mid-tier MCU film because I can definitely think of a list of films, and I say this in my review, that I think are worse than this. One of them being Thor: Love and Thunder, which is at the bottom of my MCU list right now. However, yeah, if you thought that, and I'm not trying to be mean to that actress, but if you thought that was an upgrade for Cassie, wrong.
And it's weird because that Endgame scene is
had-
one of
she
my
had
favorite.
no emotion. She had
No.
one speech.
Yeah.
She was annoying.
The
She was
entire-
annoying.
In the entire movie, she probably said "Dad" like 15 times.
Well,
in
and
the
then Paul Rudd said Cassie more than fucking Vin Diesel.
And that's my problem. It's like we had this father-daughter relationship. When it's huge, right? This guy has missed 5 years of his daughter's life. That feels like a 2% plot point in this movie. There's so many
Exactly.
things.
Not
like-
even that.
Yeah.
But-
And there's certain
Point
scenes where I won't say who they are. There's just certain characters talking, and this is stuff where I'm like, oh, I want to see more of this, more of this development, more of this like learning one another. But then we get into like drink the goo, like, and you know what I'm saying? Like, I just think that there's interesting parts in this movie. And I, feel
love
like
that.
They dove in the
torture
non-interesting
character.
one. Other than Kang, I think Kang they hit a home run.
What's kind of funny to me about that though, Travis, is drink the goo. That's straight out of the MCU playbook. That's Taserface. That's the dumbass
Star
tape
Wars.
joke.
I don't like
right out-
Taserface. Taserface
It's Star
sucks.
Wars.
You know,
Yeah,
I don't like
it's-
Infinity Cones. And that's why I feel like when I always come in here to defend the MCU, people think I'm like, fuck everything they do, 10 out of 10, the best. Like, no, Infinity Combs is a dumb joke.
Captain Marvel
the
rocks!
fucking what's her name? Sif. That whole
Infinity
thing was
Cones
dumb.
is funny.
No, it's not. It's stupid.
You know?
Okay.
Okay, so the biggest thing is though when it comes to Ant-Man is it parlays. I mean, obviously Loki set up Kang, and now we have Kang big time, and the post credit scenes are great.
By the way, I finally started watching Loki.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
I'm on episode 4.
Good.
It's a good
Start
show.
with- Yeah, watch that. For sure.
I personally,
Loki's great.
I
Loki's great.
personally like the end credit scene more than the mid credit.
Yes,
personally,
yes.
like
So
I
did
had,
I,
I had a
so did I,
stronger
so did I.
reaction to that.
I'm gonna see it on Sunday. But
Okay, yeah, we're not giving spoilers.
Well, let me ask you guys, who is? I haven't seen it yet. So who's more annoying, Cassie or the kid from Black Adam?
Cassie.
She's worse than him,
in my opinion.
I think for me, it's equal for me. I don't think she's annoying. I just think it's that they don't.
Because
I don't know if they.
Paul
I don't
Rudd
know if
is
it's an
doing
actress
his
thing.
best to
Yeah.
sell it, and
Paul Rudd
I've
is
seen her in
trying
other
hard.
things, and she's not like a
Paul
terrible
Rudd and
actress.
Michelle
So
Pfeiffer are doing their best.
Yeah. Pfeiffer's
Everybody
great
else
in
is
this.
like, fuck
Yeah.
this. Eva, whatever her name, Evangeline.
Oh, Evangeline.
Yeah, she shouldn't.
Evangeline
she's
Lilly.
like almost useless in the movie.
I wasn't
there to listen to
see, and I wasn't bothered by her or Michael Douglas in the film because here's the other thing that I realized. Like going into the movie, like I realized that it's the third Ant-Man film, and I think part of the problem that people are having is that they were expecting it to be like the finisher of the Ant-Man trilogy. Well, the problem is this film is not really doing that. This is more like
Civil War.
It's like Iron Man 3, because Iron Man 3 wasn't a finisher for Tony. It was just the third
kinda
film.
was.
It is if you stop watching. If you never
Yeah.
watch another
If you threw
MCU movie
He
again.
threw the mask and
Okay.
then
Yeah.
All right, fair point.
Yeah.
Fair
but
point.
like Civil War does, it ends in a way where it doesn't even close Cap's story. It's just, he's breaking his
yeah.
friends out of
Right.
prison.
But-
Same
but-
thing
yeah.
here.
But this is a case where you're using the third Ant-Man movie to literally catapult your next villain. And here's my controversial statement about this, about Kang, is that now, through what we've already seen of him, he is being built up better already than Thanos was beforehand, because Thanos didn't get a build-up. Thanos had 6 years of teases, not build-up. This is actual build-up.
Hey, he sat in a chair in Guardians of the Galaxy.
I do it myself.
that scene was
How
awesome.
dare you, sir?
I don't think you're wrong, but for me, it's like, it's again, I hate to say this, it's like equal, where we're like Thanos, I got what they were doing, of like, we're going to save him, we're just going to keep building up, and you can't do that again. And I like the development they're giving Kang.
I can't. I disagree with you, Ray, but I can't tell you why without getting to spoilers.
Well, okay, and I'm gonna try and stay away from spoilers with this. It's just that consider the fact that before Infinity War, we don't get any type of build up for Thanos's actual intentions until his movie actually occurs. Whereas here, it is quite clear what
That's true,
Kang's
yeah.
intentions are
Jonathan
before
Majors
we
is gonna be
even
great.
get to. Jonathan Majors! Listen, was he
Oh.
the highlight of the movie? Yes, he was.
Oh,
Yes.
fuck yeah.
Absolutely,
And
was the
Best
highlight.
part. Here's the best
And
part.
it's great that they got him, because it's just like, how much heavy lifting he's gonna have to do. Like, he's
Yeah.
gonna be in so many of these movies and so many projects. Like, he's
Yes.
going to be the villain version of like Jackman as Wolverine or Downey. It's like he's gonna be in so much stuff that they had to get that casting key. And
Yeah.
whatever you want to say, okay, funny enough that Cassie's in this movie, but barring her, most of the time MCU's casting has been pretty spot on with their actors versus characters,
Yeah.
right? They find roles that they fit, people like them. So I think with Majors, it's like whoever made that call to say, let's get this guy, they deserved a pay bump, because
Absolutely.
he's, even if we get a couple more other movies or shows that are a little more mid-tier, he raises the quality of a script or something like minor. I feel like he can get past kind of, okay, this story is a little weak, but Majors raises it up.
And when I realize that that's what this movie is, and when I realize that it's more about that, and setting that up for the future, while also trying to, using an Ant-Man story as a vehicle to do that.
Mhm.
That's where it's like, okay, fine, I can forgive the dumbass title, because it's really not Ant-Man, it's really Quantumania.
Hey,
So it's like,
they
all
did
right.
the thing.
I'm like, why are these titles sounding like fucking theme park rides?
They're so long.
Multiverse of Madness.
I need it for my SEO.
Quantumania. No.
It was completely more than the MCU. I felt it was more like Star Wars, and they
Yes.
just basically built
I
an
like
entire
that.
Star Wars.
I like
yeah,
that,
I like
though.
that too.
I like
I
saw
how
people
the-
using
I
that
like
as a
some of
negative,
it,
but
but
I
not
really
all of
liked it.
Yeah, I like how they are called quantum knots, the stormtrooper characters.
All right.
I like this. I like the quantum stormtrooper dudes. I thought they were.
Yeah.
That sucks though about Michael Douglas.
Yeah,
Well,
but Michael Douglas-
Andre,
expect, though? What do you expect?
Andre, go into it with your own.
Yeah.
with-
Yeah,
no, yeah.
Don't
Don't listen to us. We're gonna wrap this up right now.
Because for me, it didn't bug me. Like it bugged. It
He was
bugged-
like, he mailed it in. Like, oh
it-
shit.
Okay, like
He's probably
if you're
out of his element.
Like for me, like if I'm
Oh, yeah.
if I'm comparing it to like Ed
Green
Norton in
everywhere.
the Incredible Hulk, no, it's not. I don't think it's that bad. I think or a better
It
example is
wasn't bad.
a better example is
you know
Edward
what,
Norton in the Italian Job. Edward Norton
Is
in
it-
the Italian Job is a complete male engine.
Ben
Is it
Affleck
as good
on
as The
Justice
Dark
League.
Knight?
Ben
I
Affleck
know.
on Justice League.
Yeah.
Oh
No,
God!
Oh,
Did
But
Steve Trevor tell you to say that? I know.
I love that
Andre
line.
likes to use that one.
Yeah, and like my last point is like, and that's been the weird thing for me, where I'm negative on the movie, and I understand the bad reviews, but the people that just take this like, man, this is it for the MCU. I've heard this
Yeah,
so
I don't
many
understand that.
times. I've
No,
heard
that-
this
that's-
after
no.
when Ultron wasn't as good as Avengers, when Eternals, like I've heard this so many times. Like, it's not gonna matter when we get to Deadpool 3 in a couple years. No one's gonna be talking about, oh, remember how Ant-Man and the
Yeah.
Wasp got a rotten score? No, they're not gonna be like that. I just don't understand, where we had years of Transformers that got
perfect.
awful
It's not perfect.
reviews. that made billions of dollars.
Okay, from a business standpoint, I agree with you because like when I think people didn't realize, like, Dave, did you know that like the Marvels changed its date? Because that was what today.
Yes.
Yeah, because that was like the
Today,
initial.
yeah.
Because I feel like a lot of people didn't know that because when I
No,
tweeted
it's like a
the
poster.
when I tweeted the 10 months thing, there were some people that were like, "Dude, you're forgetting about Guardians," and I'm like, "No."
I
talking about-
tweeted that for you too.
yeah, but I'm like, no, like the original Marvel's date was like July 28th. That would have been and then it would have been 10 months, right?
Yeah.
10 months
And
to
so
the next one, which is
10 months to the next one, which I knew wasn't going to be the case. I knew they were going to do that. So it doesn't surprise me that they moved. But when Boris Kitt tweeted it, he tweeted, "Uh-oh, Marvel's moves back." And I'm like, what do you mean, uh-oh? This is a good move. What are you talking
everyone
about?
wants them to slow down, and then when they do start to slow down, they're like, "Oh fuck, they're slowing down. They're in big trouble now." It's like,
Kevin Feige said he's slowing.
They
down.
should slow down.
they prepped us before it happened. It didn't come out of nowhere. They
put too
literally
much money into this shit. That's
Yeah.
right.
They should slow down.
They have to slow down.
Yes, absolutely. But my boss was saying that he thinks the boss that knows all this, not the one that thinks Aquaman is a part of the Avengers. He thinks that when between Marvel and DC, he thinks it's cyclical, and he believes because Travis, I don't think it's just this movie. I think it's also the sentiment from Phase 4. I think that's where there's concern about can Marvel continue to hold the audiences the way that they have for the last 15 years. I'm not saying they can't. I'm just curious as to whether or not
Avengers
they will.
movie will do it. Just
Yeah.
one Avengers movie and everyone will be back.
I think that, and that's why I still say I think it's
King
Deadpool 3 as
Dynasty.
well.
King
'cause-
Dynasty will do it.
Oh
Yeah,
yes,
Dynasty.
Deadpool 3.
Yeah, Deadpool
You have
3.
Hugh
You're gonna have
Deadpool 3 is
Jackman.
going to be a massive.
So-
It's
Yeah.
going to be
So-
massive.
so-
And
Right.
that here's the case. Like what to Casey's point is, let's say we get to King Dynasty or something, and that is a big misstep. That's where you start to lose the audience. When you get to like, imagine, let's say if Infinity War came out, the big Thanos rival, and it had this reaction. That's when you go, okay, they're in trouble. They need a string
Isn't
of
Kang
like,
Dynasty being directed by the Shang-Chi director?
yeah,
Yeah.
it is, yeah, but
That's
it's
being
being written
written
by
The
this
thing
guy.
is like even like when it came to Endgame, I mean, obviously that Infinity War is better than Endgame,
Yeah.
but Endgame, like even though you kind of go, okay, that's cool, and like, but it's still it did
It did what it needed to
good.
do.
It did what it needed
Yes.
to do, and I remember watching that opening night, and when fucking Tony Stark just does that, and then they say goodbyes, I was like choked up, and then I heard
Spoilers.
people like sobbing in the movie theater, like it was just like one of those things. Like it did its job, even
And
if
It
like,
was something the MCU never did, which is let the villain win, and then the music just suddenly stopped.
Oh, dude.
It was-
Okay,
it was
I will
wild.
never forget how my whole theater flipped out. People were screaming when the credits
was
rolled at
wild.
Infinity War. It
Oh, yeah.
was outstanding.
it was great. It was so
I
great. I,
lo-
remember
I
there were
love
people like,
that.
no, when people were just fucking, T'Challa
Yeah.
goes away. They're like,
Oh,
what? No. And it was so great. And I
It was
remember just,
crazy.
like, everybody walked out of the theater like, what the fuck just
Yeah.
happened? I'm like,
Yeah, I was
"Good
like, wow, they
job."
fucking
I went,
lost.
Good job,
No,
Feige.
that was
Good job.
that was a
You-
master stroke. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, it's going to be interesting, obviously, to see because what I was getting at with my boss is he thinks this is cyclical, so he believes that because I don't know that he necessarily has like a DC bias himself. I think he and his son kind of do like Justice League stuff a little more, so they're really like excited and curious about what James Gunn is going to do with the DCU. So it's going to be interesting to see like how this landscape goes over the next couple of years.
And I was thinking that too because I was talking about the GV guys, like, oh man, like with Flash and Aquaman, like DC has a chance for the next couple of years to be like the talk of the town, which like it always goes back and forth between the two companies, right? But then you go to 2024 where you go, well, there's just Joker 2, really, But then when you go to 2025, if all those dates stick, it's like you have Avengers, Superman, The Batman, and Fantastic Four all in the same year. So it's like there's not even going to be a competition. They're just all throwing out these huge daggers of like, look at
And the general audience will see all of them. That's the thing. It's not so people. I've had some people that like they've already started the tribalism, like the Avengers movies are going to kill Batman and Superman. It's like
Oh, stop it.
who the fuck is even arguing that they're all gonna win? Seriously,
Yeah.
they're,
As long as they make a profit, a big profit, they're happy.
yeah, which
That's all that it is. Yes.
exactly.
But anyways, I think this is a good spot to end it, because we're going 5 hours plus. Wow.
Yeah.
It's what we do. It's what we do. It's great.
Oh,
I know. And like Scott and Saggy are just like, they're done. They're like, we're not in this conversation right now.
We're like, yeah, we're kind of just
But it stuck around. That's good. That's what's good. So, but and then of course Seek made it too. We're all good. We're all good here. But we'll go around the horn, and this was a great conversation. And it's what's great about all this is talking about the trailer, talking about what we like, what we don't like, and then of course talking about Ant-Man, that we don't like. Sorry, just kidding.
Two of us do. Two of us.
I know. I'm kidding.
Pointing the wrong. There we go.
Like I said, it's still better than the second Ant-Man. I will say that.
Yes.
That's a very low bar, though.
It is a low bar.
And the street
So I will say that.
I have a whole tier of Marvel movies that I would absolutely watch. Ant-Man.
I just can't wait for the Disney Plus series for Broccoli Guy. All right, so
yes, he was a Broccoli Guy.
Broccoli Guy has
Broccoli
an emoji
Guy.
on Twitter. So why not? All right, Dick, go ahead and promote yourself. Talk about your, what you're working on and everything.
Well, I'm still writing a bunch of books, and those will be coming out. I got some script stuff I'm working on too. So as far as stuff I share with people, though, it's all on my YouTube channel at The Venom Vlog as my YouTube handle. So yeah, check me out.
There we go. Saggy?
Yes.
Are you awake?
Where am I? Is this my bed? It's not. Oh, I'm supposed to show myself. Yeah, Saggy Melons. Z, YouTube. I do stuff. There you go.
Nice. There you go. All right. And then we got Andre.
You can find me on my channel Nicotina over on YouTube, the YouTubes, and I'm also on Twitter and Instagram as well. So follow me, do whatever you want.
Stop copying me.
Do whatever. I know you guys are so just like whatever.
Whatever. It doesn't matter.
Rebels. All right, Travis.
Yeah, Travis B. Snell. You can find me on Geek First talking about a bunch of stuff like this, and there's lots of fun movies and things coming up. And Ant-Man and the Wasp was better than this movie, so there you go.
Ant-Man and the Wasp.
By far. Characters actually get arcs.
Okay, we're not gonna get into another half hour. It's fine. It's fine. All right, Ray.
All right, cool. You can find me on Twitter at The Flightcast, and you can find my weekly podcast at theflightcast.com, a place where opinions aren't right or wrong, and where we can agree or disagree about movies, TV, and other assorted media because it's all subjective. This weekend will be my full spoiler-free review of Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, plus a look at some of the other Marvel news from this past week with Kevin Feige's interviews and the new release dates. And, of course, my weekly look at James Gunn's Twitter account, because there's always something fun or interesting on that guy's account every week. And he had some doozies this past week for sure.
He did.
If you like what you hear and you want to join the conversation, you can be a part of the Hexagon, which is my listener feedback show where everybody shares their thoughts and opinions on all the geeky stuff we talk about. And if you're interested in even more uncensored geeky goodness, like my ranty, beer-fueled, profanity-laced, spoiler-filled review of Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania that I know Travis is going to love, then check out patreon.com/theflightcast and sign up to become a flight officer, which will get you access to a bunch of extra shows that I do centered around all the stuff that we talk about. And oh, by the way, one last thing. If the podcast is too long for you, then tomorrow, go to the Flightcast on YouTube and check out my flight review on Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania.
17 hours long.
Compacted. New, not 17 hours long. Certainly not. No.
I do like that Travis has the King colors going on tonight.
Yes.
The pink and the green. Yeah, I know.
Ooh, how good was that suit?
Yeah,
Kevin.
It was a good suit. Like I said,
it
he was a shining light, and I'm looking forward to see what else Jonathan Majors does when it comes to King, especially those post-credit scenes. And yes, they are both King related, which is great because you always figure that the post-credit scene is going to be just Ant-Man, but it was
Fucking ant
it
playing
still was
drums.
it was still Ant-Man related. Anyways, Casey.
You can find me at Krypton Cage on all social media, and I'm still gonna pitch go watch Knock at the Cabin in theaters.
Yeah,
good
And hashtag Travis is wrong.
Hashtag
what?
sell Travis to some other YouTube channel.
Yeah, sure. I'm for sale. Yeah. I'll like Ant-Man Quantumania for the right price. No.
License IP of Travis.
I love that after all this gold standard stuff, Casey's on my side.
Casey's been on my side tonight a lot too, which is very rare.
And
so
on
I'm-
Quantumania of all things.
Everyone
He's
loves
trying
a
to get the
comeback
cake.
story. All
He's
right.
Casey's
trying to
the
get the cake.
cocaine bear.
He's trying to get
God.
he's
Can't
trying to
wait
get the
for.
cake.
Is that next week? That's next week, isn't it?
Oh,
It is.
Isn't it?
Yes, Daggy, yes.
Oh, I can't wait. This is gonna be great. It'd be a nice palate cleanser for. Anyways, Scott, send us off.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. If you take a shot
Clean
of
your
this.
teeth with it.
That's so bad. You can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast at DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. We are a fan-supported network, so head on over to patreon.com/squadcastmedia, where you can subscribe for $5 a month to get exclusive RSS feed of over 400 pieces of content, which will include, coming up soon, our Spider-Man 3 and Barbed Wire Squadcast movies reviews.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, coming back because the Super Bowl is over every Sunday night here on Film Junkie, join Dave and me as we go through every episode of Batman the Animated Series, where this Sunday on the Fanimated stream, we'll be discussing The Lion and the Unicorn.
Oh, yes.
There we go, guys. All right, smash that like, thumbs up. Follow all the sock meds that are down there, and we appreciate you guys sticking with us for this discussion. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to Enosh. Thank you to Damien. And
Hashtag Travis was wrong.
there we go.
You know what, Casey?
But then
I'm gonna
again,
tweet aggressively at you later on.
But
He
then
does
again,
it too. It's kind of cute.
I'm like Travis is king. You know, I don't think he's right about it not being worse than. Anyways, all right. Talk to you guys later.
Oh, damn.